the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation. The battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nodirbek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Liren makes a return to the board, after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Giri, and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Vaikansé for the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2024. As you can see out there, cold, windy, it is January, but it's all about the chess. And we've been treated to 5 great, exciting rounds so far by this stellar field, a great blend of elite grandmasters, young, hungry juniors, and top women players. And we're hoping for more of the same as the players take their seats for the beginning of this round 6.
It has been a lovely start, David. I'm just happy that you're joining me today. For those of you who don't know, it's Grandmaster David Howell. I'm Robert Hess, and it's going to be another fun day in Vaikansé because, David, as you know from experience having played there, the action, it always starts to heat up, even in the cold January weather in Vaikansé.
Yeah, Robert, I've been lucky enough to sit back, relax, and watch you at work commentating, calling these early rounds in Vaikansé, and yeah, I've been there, as you mentioned. It's cold, it's hard, but the players, it seems to bring out the best in them. These harsh conditions, it seems to kind of inspire them when they get into the warmth of the tournament hall to show their best chess. And what a round we were treated to yesterday. Round 5. Let's jump in and show the results. At this point, it's been such a long tournament already. I was thinking, was it a rest day? But no, round 5. And here were the results in the Masters section. And I think, Robert, there were a few draws, but the headlines were stolen by one lady in particular.
Wenjun, what a game from her. Exquisite endgame technique to take the full point against Alireza Firouzja. That's her highest rated opponent that she's defeated in her entire chess career, and she's had a brilliant career to this point. So Wenjun stole the show. Not to be too outshone was Gukesh beating Nepomniachtchi, a big win for the rising star, I can't even call him rising anymore, a star from India. He is one of the household names there.
Yeah, Gukesh, candidate. A lot to look forward to for 2024 with him. But in terms of looking forward, it is Giri who looks forward to the rest of this event with confidence. He is still out there in the lead with 4 points out of 5. The reigning champion, of course, Giri, and one of only 4 remaining undefeated players. Abdusattorov, Praggnanandhaa, and Vidit are those who have avoided defeat. But time is ticking. We have a long tournament. It's a marathon event of 13 rounds, but players will need to start winning in order to catch up, in order to keep pace with this early leader.
And the good news is for the players who have stumbled at the start, it's such a long tournament. There is time to catch up. It's very rare that players go completely unscathed in a tournament like this, 13-round event. It is truly a chess marathon, but one that we enjoy every step of the way of.
Yeah, and that brings us on to the pairings for today, for round 6. Let's check out what we have to look forward to. It's Alireza Firouzja aiming to bounce back from yesterday's defeat against Wei Yi. We have the reigning world champion, Liren, up against Abdusattorov, who nearly won the event last year. Reigning champion, Giri, against Maghsoodloo. Nepomniachtchi aims to fight back from a defeat against young Praggnanandhaa, who's on form. And Jordan van Foreest, a local hero, against Gukesh. That also leaves us with Max Warmerdam against Donchenko. and Wenjun, woman of the moment, against Vidit. And 7 big clashes there. What's catching your eye? What are you looking forward to most today, Robert?
Well, Anish Giri, he is at the top of the leaderboard, takes on Parham Maghsoodloo, who to this point has struggled mightily. But David, when you talk about Parham Maghsoodloo, a year ago, he was having a bad event as a last-minute replacement of Vaikadze. He won his final 3 games. He can get hot at just the right time, and that could be scary news for Anish Giri.
Yeah, he's a very streaky player. He's capable of everything, the unthinkable. He's a creative machine, Parham Maghsoodloo, so it's not going to be one-way traffic. Anish has white, will start as the favourite, but that will be a game to keep our eyes on. And I'm fascinated to see how Ding does, the current world champion, against Abdusattorov. Those two, they love a fight, and it feels like one of them is going to burst, is going to find their form in these next few rounds in the second half as we approach the key rounds of this tournament. And of course, Wenjun against another candidate today, Vidit. Can she maintain her hot streak? Started yesterday with that fantastic endgame grind against Firouzja.
She gets the white pieces a second day in a row, feeling that confidence. She was beaming after the win against Alireza Firouzja. So Wenjun at the top of the pairings here against Vidit Gujarati, a player who has not lost to this point. He also hasn't won a game, so players can get frustrated when they keep splitting the point. We'll see what attitude Vidit Gujarati brings to the game today.
Yeah, solid with 5 draws, but in these types of round-robin events, these invitationals, you need to start winning. That is the name of the game. The currency of these events, a win is priceless, so Vidit will be going all out for sure. But in the meantime, we see most of the players have taken their seats. A few late arrivals, as usual, Robert.
Some players, they like to get there early just to get a feel for the environment that they'll spend sometimes 6+ hours in. There's Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's somebody who always fights. Doesn't matter the opponent. He is facing the world champion today. He does not care. David, he will fight anybody. It doesn't matter who sits across from him.
Yeah, I always think of him like a Bond villain. He's dressed to impress today with the black pieces, dressed all in black, ready to fight. He's taken down some big names in Vaikadze. Beat Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces last year, Abdusattorov, and he'll be aiming for blood again. Vidit, meanwhile, typical pose there. Looks like he's feeling meditative, and as we mentioned, he'll be facing Wenjun. Not an easy fight, of course, and actually, I have a feeling Wenjun, now that she's got the win behind her, I think she might be feeling ambitious today. Nepomniachtchi, another one who will be aiming to bounce back after falling yesterday to that fantastic game by Gukesh.
That was a sick tactic. If I'm being honest, knight takes c6, a shot that Nepomniachtchi completely missed against this kid right here. Gukesh beat Nepomniachtchi, sacrificing a knight for a couple pawns just to win that bishop back. It was a superb tactical flurry from the candidate, one of the 5 in this field.
Yeah, I must admit, I was just chilling on the sofa yesterday, and I was watching you, Jovanka, and suddenly knight takes c6 landed on the board, and it was just magnificent. He's so alert, he's so dangerous. He's another one who, if things go right for him, if he gets a couple of wins together under his belt in a row, he might be one to look out for. But great comeback for him after a difficult start, Gukesh. And here we see the players looking over curiously. I think we might soon see the gong to start the round, and the players are waiting something as the tension builds in the playing hall.
And we have Alireza Firouzja. He's dressed in fashionable attire. We know his interest lies there in addition to chess. And Wei Yi, he's waiting for this game to start for Grandmaster Wei Yi, the superb talent from China. We keep talking about how he was the youngest ever to do so many things. Then he sort of went under the radar, but he's back. He's on the main stage. It's great to see him playing in this tournament.
Yeah, it's great to see him. He's, I think, still one of the youngest players ever to breach 2,700. He's a phenomenal talent. He's beaten me many a time. And he is always a fun one to watch. Yesterday, he was on the ropes against Abdusattorov, but he held it together. And we see the handshake, one of the marquee games of the round. Anish Giri against Parham Maghsoodloo. And we should mention Maghsoodloo, one of the form players of 2023. He nearly got to the candidates off the back of his phenomenal kind of burst, this rating gain. But tough few rounds for him. He'll be hoping that Anish gives him a chance to finally overcome this tough patch of form. But Yeah, it's hard to call all of these games. I don't know about predictions. I'm scared when it's such a wide kind of spectrum in this field. This kind of every player is capable. Everyone is so exciting to watch.
And I think everyone is finally here because Praggnanandhaa, he just arrived, shook hands with Jan Nepomniachtchi, and is taking his seat. So I do think that all of the players in the Tata Steel Masters are ready to play. And we see Anish Giri, Maghsoodloo. It's kind of a clash of styles, David, where Anish sometimes plays quite solidly. Some would say too solidly at moments. Of course, he was oft criticized for his quote-unquote drawish tendencies. And Maghsoodloo maybe could benefit from that solidity because he's always going out for a fight, taking risks, sometimes unnecessarily.
Yeah, it's always fascinating when two opposites collide. And Anish definitely with those strategic positional tendencies against the fiery Maghsoodloo. In the meantime, in the background, we see the tournament director about to hit the gong. We have a photographer in the way, but the round is about to start. Nice to see those spectators gathered as well. From my experience, there we go. The gong has been hit and the games are off. But yeah, the crowd definitely adds to the atmosphere out there in Vaikanze.
And we are getting our first moves of the 6th round of the 2024 Tata Steel Chess Masters. This is the first Super Grandmaster tournament of the year. As David mentioned, it's a mix of elite talent as well as youngsters. And we also have the women's world champion, Wenjun, who has left her mark on this tournament already by beating one of the best players in the world in Alireza Firouzja. But we have one game in front of us, David. It is Anish Giri against Maghsoodloo. And we saw knight f3 by Anish and no response from Parham. Do you think he's truly surprised, or what's his deal? Why hasn't he made his first move?
Yeah, it's always puzzling when a player pauses as early as move 1. In the case of Vidit, it tends to be because he's meditating for a few seconds here and there. Often players pause if they are surprised by a first move. In recent times, Anish, he plays everything. E4, D4, C4. Maybe now Parham's wondering about what move orders to avoid. If he's got an opening plan, maybe this will throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Knight f3 tends to be very, very flexible and a bit clever at avoiding certain openings. Hesitation, Robert.
Yeah, and I kind of thought he was grabbing his c-pawn. And if he plays c5, to your point, what openings to go for, what to avoid, we could see Anish play e4, and then we get into a Sicilian. So Parham, he plays the Sicilian for sure, but was he expecting that today? Does he want that against Anish? It's a real question. What opening, what style does Parham want to go down?
Yeah, it depends on his mood as well. And often when you've been having a tough tournament, as Parham has been doing so far, you don't really want to prepare too much in the mornings. You just want to turn up, do your thing, and hope your luck changes. But it's very surprising to see such indecision this early. And in the end, it's the D pawn instead. So a more solid approach, avoiding any potential transpositions to the Sicilian. And Anish, okay, he doesn't go back into a queen's pawn opening. It is a pure reti. Pawn to G3. He's getting ready to fianchetto his bishop. And a slower start to this game.
Right, we'll see white fianchetto the bishop, castle kingside, then start pushing some pawns, the D pawn and the C pawn. And I have a question for you, David. I know it's early in your commentary for this event, but when a player struggles, and maybe you could speak for yourself, do you tend to prefer tactical skirmishes after that? Because you're like, you know what? What's the worst can happen? I've already had a bad event. Let's just have fun. Or do you prefer solid approaches, but then you may feel like I'm going to get outplayed down the line if you lose your confidence? So how do you approach games when you've been on a bit of a losing streak?
Yeah, it's tough, maybe the toughest thing in chess when you've had a few bad results, especially when you don't feel you've been playing too badly, but things have just been going against you, going in your opponent's favor. I tend to try and go back to basics, just keep things really simple, minimal calculation, minimal tough decisions. So I tend to kind of favor, especially openings where it's quite forcing, where you can kind of get the first 10, 15 moves down on the board without having to kind of be stuck too much in your own mind, and kind of let your opponent do the running and react, especially when you're black. But for someone like Parham, I don't know. I think he wants to get a fight no matter what. You mentioned it earlier. He doesn't really... Well, I'm sure he knows how to play solid, but he doesn't really enjoy playing these slower, grindy type of positions. So I think every player should just go back to what they love, try to avoid overcomplicating things, and if anything, just be happy with any result. At this point, I think a draw with black against the tournament leader is not the worst outcome in the world. So I think maybe that's influenced Parham's decision here. He's played rock solid d5, c6, setting up as if he would in a Slav defense, and will await developments. It feels like Anish just wants a longer game. He wants to get Parham thinking as early as possible. And on the flip side to your question, when you're playing someone out of form who seems to be struggling psychologically, give them choice, give them as much decision as possible. They'll burn time on the clock. They'll get stuck inside their own head. And when the critical moments arise, maybe their kind of past experiences in the tournament will affect them.
Such a good point. And you mentioned this pawn chain, so I just wanted to highlight it, that the bishop that came to g2, even once the knight moves out the way, it's staring into a very nice pawn chain from black. So it's a good way to limit the scope of a fianchetto bishop. Now the light square bishop for black jumps out here. We could see so many different lines. White has choices. You could play for King's Indian style with the pawn going to d3, knight to d2, and pawn to e4. You can play in this approach. White can play c4. And then it does resemble a Slav defense from the black side, but also a Catalan. So it's kind of a mix of openings if you play for this pawn push. So Anish, he is giving himself choice. He's giving his opponent choice. And I actually like this as well, David. h3, he is saying to Parham, do you want to give me the bishop pair this early? It's often perfectly acceptable for black to do that. But once white takes back and black continues with the solid center, white does have this long-term potential of opening up diagonals for the bishops.
Yeah, and Parham retreats his bishop. The top players do tend to be slightly biased towards the bishop pair, and Parham will have that decision later on. So he postpones any tension right now, any kind of clarification, simplification, and still Anish left with all of those setups you mentioned, Robert. So a long game expected here. Already Parham thinking as early as move 4, burning a bit of time on the clock. Should we zoom out and see what other games have had an exciting start?
Let's do just that. So while Anish and Parham, they're just trying to feel out the early stages of this game, we see our bird's eye view where Anish and Parham, they're nicely situated in the center of our cameras. But I'm looking across these boards here, David, and I have to say the top right and the bottom right. So the top right is Jordan van Foreest against Gukesh, and the bottom right is Max Volmadam against Alexander Donchenko. Those are the first two games to catch my eye because of the openings.
Yeah, I trust your judgment. I trust your instinct, Robert. Let's jump over there because Van Foreest against Gukesh, it's an opening very close to my heart. It's something I've looked at in quite a bit of detail. It's part of my Blitz repertoire. Don't tell anyone on chess.com. But this one is shaping up to be a real fight. It's a really unorthodox opening. It's come from the Scotch game. And already it feels like Jordan is being provocative. And Gukesh not afraid to fight fire with fire. The black's queen out early, something you rarely see at the top level. We're advised not to develop our queen too soon because she's the most valuable piece. Anytime she's kicked, she'll have to move. And look at this, Jordan playing the most principled move. F for forward. F4, he's going on the attack this early in the game.
I have to say, I love that we're getting this kind of romantic style opening where you sort of are breaking all the chess principles. There's a weird bishop on d6 that blocks the light square bishop on c8. There's a queen out early. It seems like white has barely developed anything. Look at this. Black has 4 pieces out. White only has 2 and is pushing pawns forward, but those pawns can be menacing. You may see an e5 push to challenge the dark square bishop, an f5 push to challenge the queen. So there is quite a deal of flexibility from white's approach, but sometimes you bite off more than you could chew. You step a little bit too far. You can't take pawn pushes back. So, David, there are many weak squares left behind.
Yeah, look at that white king. Which flank is it going to castle on? Still needs 2 or 3 tempi, 2 or 3 moves to get that white king to safety. Black, as you mentioned, far ahead in development, but has to face these battering rams of the white central pawns. And that clumsy bishop you mentioned, Robert, on d6, it moves again. Second time that bishop has moved this early on. And it's given an exclamation mark here, bishop to b4. I think it's simply because that bishop was going to come under heavy fire and needed to move at some point. Now you're pinning, you're threatening white's e-pawn, and tempo play is essential in these type of dynamic positions.
And while we have a moment, I do want to rewind and start from the beginning just to show everybody how we got to this kind of wild position, and we're only 8 moves into the game. So I'm going to take us back through it. It was a Scotch game, as you pointed out, where instead of playing for the Italian with bishop c4 or the Spanish with bishop b5, we get the lovely Scotch, and d4 is played. And so, David, you said you're a huge fan of playing the Scotch. These Queen f6 lines, I grew up playing this from the black side. Do you like playing against this Queen f6 move?
I have mixed experiences. I've actually got a great, my favorite experience in this line was from the black side. I played against Hikaru Nakamura a few years ago in Gibraltar. It was a long battle. It ended in a draw, but he played the Scotch against me. I'd never seen him play it before. I didn't know how to react, and Queen f6 was my kind of way to try and surprise him back. So it's maybe less explored compared to alternatives such as just bringing the knight out to f6, bringing the black bishop out to c5. But it asks some early questions, and again, some move order tricks. White maybe reduced in terms of options. This knight hit, of course, and as we saw in the game, Robert, it does drop back to b3, taking away the most natural development square from black's bishop, the c5 square. And I'm 1/16th Scottish, so I approve of this, the Scotch game. This is a really unorthodox play, and it shows, as you said, this side of romantic chess, both players being ambitious.
What's funny is now that I'm recalling the game between Moist Critical and XQC, that famous game from Pragg, maybe one of the most famous chess games of all time. If instead of doing what he did, if XQC had brought his knight back to b3, maybe he actually could have tricked his opponent to play bishop c5. The whole point of bringing your knight to this particular square is to take away the c5 square from the enemy bishop, which does want to line up with the queen and threaten checkmate, which is what occurred in that game. So knight b3 stops that. Queen goes to g6, getting out of the way of the black knight. And then after f3, we saw bishop d6. So how do you explain these moves, David? I know you're a fan of the Scotch. These types of positions, they get kind of messy in the early going. But bishop d6, not a square you see a bishop go to every day because it locks in the other bishop.
Yeah, I can explain it in two ways, Robert. One, modern computer chess. Computers have taught us new avenues. We don't always play the most kind of natural, logical looking moves these days because we realize there is actually different priorities here. For example, bishop d6 does have a sneaky threat in mind. So again, it's that tempo play. But this threat is kind of sneakily avoided after the move knight to c3 because black would love to play bishop takes h2 on the next move, which looks like it wins a free pawn. If rook takes bishop, queen g3 is a check, and a fork, double attack, winning the white rook next. But after the white king simply moves to e2, queen takes rook. Yes, black has won a bunch of material, but knight d5 is a bit of a killer, threatening bishop f4, and it's just catastrophe, disaster on the c7 square for black. So in terms of opening tricks, in terms of this type of tempo play, setting a threat, setting a trap, gaining a bit of time for development, these top players, they know the ins and outs. And bishop d6 is not natural, but there's a clear point behind it. And it's kind of forced white to park a knight on c3, which we see just 2 moves later, kind of allows the bishop to move again, but kind of enact this nice pin with bishop b4. So, wow, f5 from Jordan, and I think we're going to see more crazy stuff happen very shortly. If I remember correctly, the black queen moves to f6, I think, usually at least, and white just gives up a pawn on c3, bishop d3, just getting castled as soon as possible and arguing that white has extra space in the center. And if black gets greedy, this will be the 4th time and then 5th time now the black queen moves, and that's a big investment of time, all for the sake of a mere pawn.
And look at white with these pawns in front of that queen. The king can castle, and then you have to watch out because if this dark square bishop can attack the queen, in some positions that queen may even be trapped, and you're trying to use that f-pawn as a battering ram, blow open the black king side, which is likely where the black king wants to go, but may not be in time as the checkmating attack. It does seem to hit you very quickly. So I think that this is a scary position to have from the black side. Gukesh, he voluntarily went into it. He chose to play queen f6. Knight b3 by Jordan, I think, is a really smart and clever way of going at this opening. And now we're here, and for Gukesh, I think he is supposed to take this pawn on c3. Go up a pawn, give up the bishop pair. Your king will never be perfectly safe, but at least you have a pawn. Greed, not always good. Sometimes it makes the position worth suffering for.
Yeah, you need something to suffer for here, Robert, because no matter what, your queen is going to be misplaced. No matter what, white is going to have this kind of this clamp with these pawns on e4, f5, and I'm liking Jordan's chances. Stylistically, do you think this favors Jordan a bit more? We do tend to associate him with pawn sacrifices, kind of creative play here.
Oh, I definitely think it's good for Jordan, but in some ways it's also good for Gukesh. He beat Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday. He would love to score a win with the black pieces. So you get this double-edged position without taking any unnecessary steps yourself. All Gukesh did was respond to Jordan's adventurous opening with the strong strategic moves. So we're in this setup right now. The fact that Gukesh hasn't moved yet, it leads me to believe that maybe his theoretical knowledge has ended, and that could be dangerous as Jordan van Foreest has almost as much time as he started with, which could indicate that Jordan, in his preparation, Gukesh may be leaving his. Maybe this is the moment that he no longer recalls exactly what move order to continue with, but that's where it gets dangerous, David. You can't be out of theory in a position like this because you might just get steamrolled up the kingside.
Yeah, this is worrying for Gukesh and his many fans. Like you say, this is just the beginning. I can guarantee Jordan has played around with this position. He knows where to put the pieces. He knows the best attacking setups for white, the best defensive setups for black. Jordan, he's worked with all the top players, Anish Giri, Magnus Carlsen, and they've played training games in this type of thing before. So it's not the right moment to be caught out. It's move 9, but if Gukesh is really on his own, then it is worrying times for him. So exciting start to this game. Definitely want to catch up with a bit later. We're kind of guaranteed a fight now, guaranteed a very imbalanced battle. Robert, what do you think? Should we stick here or other exciting games catching your eye?
Let's venture elsewhere. Why not Gukesh? He's sitting and thinking, so the board may stay the same for a bit. It's the early part of the round. Let's go to our bird's eye view and catch some more action because it does look like, to me, the corner of my eye, the Jan Nepomniachtchi game. That one also looks like great fun.
Yeah, I think that one is definitely one we'll jump into in a moment. Just a brief overview. It looks like we're still in the early stages, not past move 10 on any board right now. But yeah, that Nepomniachtchi board against Praggnanandhaa on the bottom left. There's a white H-pawn thrown up the board. Both white knights are on the rim. Talking of unorthodox play, crazy modern chess. I think that's the definition of it. So I think that's where we'll next be going as the Nepomniachtchi we see on the camera makes another move. And wow, all the white pawns on dark squares. Let's jump over to that board.
I'm just keeping my eye on some of the other games. They don't look nearly as exciting as this one because it's a mess right now. Look at this position. If we don't even make any moves, I'm just going to point out some things here. There's a bishop on g2, staring the length of the diagonal, pinning a knight on c6. But then there's this weird knight on the rim, looking a bit dim. It's not threatening anything. Black has defended all these pawns on the queen side. It kind of looks like black has stabilized, put all the pieces on natural squares, and white has one knight on the rim here, a second knight on the rim here. Spent a bunch of time to push this pawn all the way to h6. The bishop on c1 undeveloped. David, can you explain to us why black isn't just better, having played all seemingly natural moves?
Yeah, I can't explain it, Robert. I'm too classically trained here. I grew up looking at all these games where it's about controlling the center. You kind of build pressure there. Eventually you exchange some things off and you look long-term in terms of pawn structure. But, I mean, black has played classically, as you mentioned, Praggnanandhaa. He's done nothing wrong. White, meanwhile, has broken all the rules. Look at these knight jumps. He's moved this knight now 3 times. He's moved the other knight twice. Forgotten to develop castle the white king. Forgotten to develop white's dark squared bishop, which looks like it's going to be stuck for an age. And there's a white h-pawn down the board. It's just modern chess. AlphaZero's influence with the pawn on h6. And Nepomniachtchi, he needs to act energetically just to back this up. He hasn't done anything too drastic either with white. He's got a bunch of time on the clock, so clearly opening kind of computer preparation. But yeah, it feels like unless he is able to maintain that momentum, energy, initiative, then we could see black punish white for his temerity here. Bishop takes g4 though. Wow.
Yeah.
We need to jump in.
we do. I'm almost wondering if I should even go back in time to see how we got here. I'll just quickly go through the moves. We won't maybe comment too much on the gameplay. It's an unorthodox line, not something you see at this high level very often, but I like the style from both of these players. For Pragg, he was asked the big question, how are you going to combat some of these crazy variations? And it started from one of the quietest possible setups with knight f3 and bishop on g2. But here we will start to see things get crazy. After exchange in the center, knight c3, knight back, avoiding the trade, a3, a waiting move, and here David, I think this is a good lesson for people. When somebody pushes a pawn to fiend kettle a bishop, you should always think about throwing your rook pawn up the board to challenge the setup.
Yeah, especially if you're uncastled yourself. White's king here is safe enough behind this kind of pawn shelter in the center. White's rook on h1 is perfectly poised. And yeah, it's always on the radar. Sometimes it's less good than other occasions, but here Nepomniachtchi clearly thinks he can get away with it. He's trying to throw a spanner in the works for his opponent's development plan. He's making it less appealing for the black king to castle kingside, as we shortly see. And yeah, this pawn continues its adventure down the board very shortly.
Knight came to a4, just to poke at the c5 pawn, and then when the pawn went to b6, White threw the h pawn of the board. So playing on both sides of the board, keeping Praggnanandhaa on his toes, Black does need to be very careful because this knight on c6 is loose. And if you think you're just taking this pawn on h5, this is an opening trap. Knight comes back to h2 with devastating effect. The knight is loose on c6. And if you simply defend it, White throws in g4, a bishop on h5 with a pawn on g6. It's a terrible combination. It looks like the queen does defend the square, but it's all overloaded, protecting the knight on c6. So after knight takes g4, the queen cannot successfully take back because the knight on c6 is captured with check. White wins the game because the black king's in trouble, the rook is hanging, and White is up a minor piece.
Yeah, I'm learning. I'm taking notes. I've never seen this position before, that's for sure. And the top players, they always smell where the action is happening. We saw Giri come check out this board. Abdusattorov lingered for a long time checking out developments on this board as well. And yeah, Black, wisely, Pragg here avoided this trap, but this allowed this kind of long-term bone in the throat to exist on h6. This white pawn is not going anywhere for the rest of the game. And it kicks the bishop, first of all, as you're highlighting. The bishop parks itself on d4. I mean, I wouldn't have guessed that one. I don't think I'd have guessed any of these moves. And the craziness continues after White's knight did retreat, as you showed in another variation. And
I think, David, quickly, I'm trying to justify moves. The knight on a4 probably went there, so Black couldn't take it on c3. So Black continues to invest time, but White is doing the same. Knight h2. This is such weird chess.
Maybe we can mention as well, knight takes d4 would have won material, but would have backfired badly on White. Greed not being good here.
No. You see the engine, once you take the rook, says you're losing because the rook in the corner is hanging and the e2 pawn is under attack. And if you think you're dealing with both at the same time, with pawn to f3, after knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, unfortunately your queen is now threatened, the rook in the corner is lost, and maybe queen e4 will checkmate your king if I don't want to steal your material. So it's completely winning transition for Black, who will go up at least 2 pawns when the rook on h1 is captured.
Yeah, not many typical patterns in this game so far, but this is quite thematic. This does occur in a bunch of openings where often one side is tempted, that beautiful fianchettoed bishop, that white bishop on g2, for example, to go and grab material, especially a rook on a8. But it is full of risk. You often find that these long-term, these kind of piercing bishops are worth more than rooks, and White would just be helpless on the light squares there. So watch out for that theme to recur a bit later on. Instead, he avoided this temptation, knight to h2, as you mentioned. The black bishop drops back, covering both undefended pieces, the c6 knight, and saving the bishop in the meantime. And yeah, let's catch up with the game, because Black has parted with the pride and joy of his position, the light squared bishop, and this is committal, given an exclamation mark. So Pragg may be in preparation as well. Impressive either way, but the game continues. The queen recaptures.
Not an easy move. Dave, I just want to point out as well that bishop takes c6 check would be tempting to many, but it's the same concept as earlier, where if you take this knight on c6, Black retreats the bishop to save it, and then when you take this rook, the queen takes back, and the diagonal, the problems here are really dangerous. I don't think White wants any part of this.
Yeah, you don't even need to calculate anything right here, Robert. You just kind of sense, you feel that White's light squares are too weak, and White has literally no influence on any of the central light squares. A black knight will land on d3 sooner or later, or a black bishop will just sit and paralyze the white army. So another case, greed, definitely not good here. And therefore White takes the more important piece. It is the light squared bishop. And after knight to e5, attacking the queen slides across. And the first real time in this game that we see either player delve into a longer think. Praggnanandhaa, is he going to jump in with a knight check? Is he just going to castle his king to safety? Does he have other options up his sleeve? The knight check doesn't feel too productive right now. White's king is actually happy to step forward to the e2 square. So what's he thinking about?
Well, he probably is thinking, do I throw the check in? And he'll say, no, that's not good, because while the knight can save itself by taking on c1, you just took an undeveloped bishop that couldn't actually get out because there are 2 pawns in his path, and you use your centralized knight. And you can see the evaluation saying white is much better. That makes perfect sense to me, because it's no longer a tactical skirmish. It's actually just a positional struggle. And the black king needs to get out of the center. And once it does, I think white plays a move like b4, saying my rook is perfectly placed on c1. It went out of scope of that bishop on f6. If we start trading pieces, after pawn takes, my rook can come to c6. My next rook can come to c1. White controls so many of the key squares. And this pawn on e3, it's a hero, because if black has any ideas of getting active, you can't do that. The pawn covers the vital d4 square. White has a tremendous advantage.
Yeah, suddenly it does look like a classical game by one of the great world champions, like one of these positional masterpieces after that weird, wacky beginning, that weird, wacky opening. So yeah, this is a nightmare. This would be something to avoid for Pragg, and he has avoided it. He plays another move I didn't expect. I mean, at this point, I'm going to stop guessing. But queen to d7 looks a bit loose because of that black rook in the corner, but it is defended by black's knight on c7. And maybe some ideas to just bring the rook to d8, clamp down. Yeah, this white knight on a4 still looks a bit offside, misplaced. Really interesting. He's postponing castling again, but feeling there's bigger priorities at play. Who would you rather pick here? First instinct, Robert. Position alone.
I was going to say I would take the white pieces just because it looks like black is barely hanging on, like really by a thread. But I also wanted to shout out this move, queen d7. It's a lovely move, because one would think that allowing white to castle is bad. Why wouldn't you throw this check in, keep the white king in the center? But it's not just about a single check. Black's next move would have been forced to take this bishop on c1, and then you give white sufficient time to develop. But if black allows white to castle, as in the game, let's say you bring your king this way, black will play rook to d8 and knight to d3, and it's not just about the check, it's about the clamp on these vital squares. That bishop on c1, it's lucky to even call itself a bishop. It can't get out of there. So, David, I think that queen d7 is one of these brilliant responses that if you haven't studied the position, it would be more difficult to find. But Pragg, I believe he's in the general framework of his preparation.
Yeah, it's just fascinating how deeply the players go these days, even in such offbeat, unorthodox variations. And I want to mention as well the subplot, especially these two, they'll both be facing each other in the candidates tournament in just a few months' time. And it feels like they're not holding back. It feels like they're kind of showing off these opening ideas. They're trying to make a statement almost, how deep their preparation is. Even if they don't intend to play these openings in the candidates, they're forcing their future opponents to at least burn a bit of time investigating these lines. So are you surprised at all by this, Robert, that the players, they're kind of showing off such deep opening concepts, even with such a huge tournament on the horizon?
Well, I've always wondered the psychology here, and I will say it must be different for Jan Nepomniachtchi than it is for Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa is a teenager. He doesn't have that experience that Jan does. In fact, Jan has won 2 consecutive candidates tournaments. That's one of the biggest achievements in chess outside of winning the world championship title. In fact, even former world champions have said it can be harder to win the candidates tournament than to actually win the world championship match, because you're facing off against 7 other worthy contenders, whereas the world championship match is just one-on-one. So getting to the world championship match to some is harder than even winning the world championship. It sounds strange. I don't want to downplay the significance of that title, but the candidates, it's really just an absolute brawl between many worthy competitors. So with that in mind, Praggnanandhaa, how many different openings does he have up his sleeve? I think Jan should have more, considering he's had a longer career. But the question I'll throw back to you, David, is psychologically speaking, you said, well, the players, they use this now, so at least you have to think about it in a couple months. How much do you look at a person's recent history and say, all right, I actually have to take that one seriously, or that was a one-off opening that they for sure will never play again?
Yeah, I mean, these top players, they're thorough. They really delve deep into all sorts of openings. They're always looking for new ideas, whether that's after 1e4, d4, c4, anything. They're looking for any scraps these days to pick up, to kind of hone, turn into a weapon. And I mean, I've been fortunate. I've seconded a player at a candidates tournament, and I mean, the level of work, the level of depth, just the precision, the attention to detail there it's another level. As you say, it's maybe the hardest tournament to win. I think Magnus Carlsen's on record saying that 2013 candidates in London was one of the most difficult tournaments of his life. So yeah, it feels like the players, they're kind of planting some seeds, kind of this psychological battle. Maybe they're just forgetting the fact that tournament's in 2 or 3 months' time, and they're just saying, okay, I want the psychological edge over my opponent. I just want to beat him at all costs. So when the time comes, when I play him in an even higher stakes match, the memory of that will be fresh. So it's really fascinating to see, and it's great that we have so many of those candidates here in Vaikanze, entertaining us, kind of showing off to their future opponents and trying to stake their claim to eventually fight for the world title.
5 candidates, 2 world champions in this Tata Steel field. It's such an exceptional, diverse group of players, some of whom don't get the opportunities that others do. When you get invited to this field, you want to make your mark. So we are leaving Jan Nepomniachtchi here. He's maybe out of his preparation. It's the first time he's paused and trying to figure out his next decision. So, David, I think that he is gone from his preparation now. He's on his own.
Yeah, we, for the first time in that game, have a full fight, and the players now on their own, having to use their creativity, and we see a lot of players deep in thought right now as the crowd gathers. Look at that crowd out there in Vaikanze. But let's take our first break of the day, Robert. When we come back, we'll be recapping the rest of the openings in the Tata Steel Masters and catching up with all the exciting developments. So see you soon, everyone.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
So d4, d5, c4. This is the Queen's Gambit and this is the starting position for this course. My name is Kamil Plichta, I am a FIDE master from Poland. This course is going to be suitable for people of all levels, especially since I'm going to teach you attacking play, aggression in chess, gambits, compensation, all kinds of dynamism, imbalances, and in general we have one target. This guy here on e8. You might be like, yeah, this has to be some marketing stuff, it's impossible, come on, you just can't attack with d4. Think about it. Alekhine, Kasparov, Botvinnik, Mamedyarov. They played d4, this was their main opening, so I suggest queen e2. This is a better way of playing. We are hitting the knight goes to f6, and now we are not slowing down. We sacrifice the second guy with d5. d is a big threat, so takes, and rook d1. And just see this, for the cost of 2 pawns, we already have huge pressure on black's position, and after bishop e7, knight c3, black really has to walk a tightrope to survive this. There are 9 games featuring this position, white score is 7 out of 9.
I still can't hear Dave.
Hello everyone and welcome back to windswept Vaikanze, the host town of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2024, a historic event, the Wimbledon of chess, and we're being treated here in round 6, Robert, to some exciting early starts to the games.
It's always a treat to be covering the tournament Vaikanze, the Tata Steel Chess Festival. And it is a festival. There's the Masters section, the Challenger section. The winner of the Challengers plays in the next year's Masters, but there's also a festival full of other sections where players, professional and non-professional alike, they take part and play in serious chess competition.
Yeah, the 86th anniversary of this tournament. It's been a staple for chess fans and, of course, so popular among the top players as well. It's been fantastic to see. But we're deep in round 6 now. We've finished the opening stage. Let's go to that tournament hall to check out the scenes. And wow, that is a lot of players. That is fantastic to see. I think one of our favorite sites, right, Robert? Just everyone deep in concentration, enjoying their chess.
And look at this. You can see in the background the players in the Masters section, the likes that we are seeing in front of us now, but so many different competitors from all sorts of different countries. It is a true festival in every sense of the word. But the players in the top section, they don't care about anything other than their own games, trying to win this title. And Liren, he may have won the chess world's biggest title. He is the world champion, but he wants to add Vaikanze to his list.
Yeah, they say you haven't lived if you haven't won at Vaikanze if you're a chess grandmaster, and certainly all of the players are hungry for this title. It's lovely to see as well throughout this tournament, not just the challengers aiming to qualify for the Masters section, but even lower down, there are other events aiming to qualify for the challengers, and this kind of ladder system has made Vaikanze so popular throughout the years. But let's go back to the chess. Let's check out the bird's eye view as we see Anish Giri circling that board, the leader circling the board of Ding Liren. And we caught up with a few games. We recapped the opening of 3 games before the break, Robert. Those 3 games, we'll keep an eye on them. We'll check back in later, but action is happening elsewhere.
It certainly is. I'm looking from left to right, back to center. And some of the games that are catching my eye include the game between world champion Ding Liren and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But even more so, in the top left, the game between Wenjun and Vidit Gujrati. There is a lot of tension in the center right now. 4 pawns staring at one another, captures galore available to both players. David, it seems like both players are taking their time to get to the stage. They may be out of pure preparation, and now it's a who can calculate better because of these pawns staring at one another.
Yeah, I've always found this one of the toughest things in chess, one of the hardest things to evaluate, because as you say, it does boil down to pure calculation. It's literally, I take you, you take me, all of the captures. The center is likely to explode at some point, and it's just about who that favors, who breaks the tension, who captures on their own terms. You've got to make sure you don't capture on your opponent's terms, because things could badly backfire. And it looks like a classical game up to this point. Both players have played very kind of logical moves. I think it stemmed from a Queen's Indian defense, but now is the first critical moment in the game. We see on our boards there, the yellow highlighted squares, Black has just pushed a pawn from c6 to c5. So it is Vidit who's claiming that things are going to happen on his terms. He's the one who's initiated this tension, and Wenjun, she breaks it first. She captures a pawn on c5. I think the more logical of the two possible recaptures there, Robert, but it would have also been possible to keep the tension. Are you surprised that she's so eager to capture, to simplify things?
Well, definitely the better choice, because taking the d5 pawn would have been a mistake. There's a bishop on a6. It's waiting for that pawn on c4 to get out of the way, and so the e2 pawn would have been in some danger. So I think that this is a good choice from Wenjun. I also would have relieved the tension. I know we're taught to keep the tension as long as possible, but sometimes it just boils to the point where I'm like, I can't take it anymore. I need to open up some of my pieces. In particular, the bishop on c3 has a longer diagonal to work with. If I'm Vidit, now I'm not sure how to take back. I could play b takes c5 and then maybe get this hanging pawn structure where you get pawns on c5 and d5, or I could take back with either piece, the knight or the bishop. I think that the bishop capture is usually quite tempting to me. It also maybe threatens an eventual d4 if I can arrange it, but bishop takes c5, keeping the knight on d7, the pawn on b6. I would rather have that pawn structure.
Yeah, I think we'll learn a lot about Vidit's intentions just on this next move. Taking back with the bishop, as you mentioned, very healthy, nothing wrong with it. And I think eventually we're likely to see the white c4 pawn and d5, the black d5 pawn disappear, maybe a bit later on in the game. And we'll see a symmetrical pawn structure as the result eventually, and likely equality. If Vidit is feeling more ambitious, he might go for that hanging pawn structure. B takes c5, capture towards the center. That's what we're taught. And I don't see any immediate downside. It is a matter of taste, whether you like these pawns. It kind of goes through fashion. When I was younger, people would steer clear of this. They'd avoid it like the plague, hanging pawns, because it's a lot of responsibility as black. And those pawns could well be weaknesses in the center of the board. But yeah, you also have the argument that you control more of the center now, and things won't be symmetrical. So more of a fight, more of a kind of street fight here. And still, I'm not sure how Wenjun would react. Maybe she'd push a pawn to e3 to stop the advance of black's d pawn. Maybe at some point she brings her rooks towards the center, and still full of tension in this position.
And it's important to note that you're not taking the pawn on d5 just yet, because it's not e takes d5 that worries me. After the pawn takes, we get this hanging pawn structure that we're talking about. The rook will slide to e1 to defend the loose pawn here. And now it's just a game. It's a combative affair where both sides are playing for different dynamics. But if instead, after pawn takes d5, black takes with the knight, now the bishop on c3 is vulnerable. The pawn on e2 is loose. And if you have to defend this pawn, you can't even do it with the f1 rook, because the knight takes c3, the queen takes back, the bishop slides to f6, and we have problems down the diagonal. That's a skewer, and the rook is lost for just the bishop. Extra material for black, a winning advantage.
Yeah, that would essentially be a double attack. So it's Vidit calculating these type of things that might persuade him to play b takes c5 here. Often if you start calculating, you see one or two small little tricks that work in your favor, and that does influence your decision. You tend to think, okay, I can get away with it, and I'm not risking that much in the grand scheme of things. So knowing Vidit, especially after seeing his results these last few days, 5 straight draws, he might be getting a bit impatient. His fingers might be getting a bit itchy. B takes c5, the more ambitious recapture here, I think, by a mile. But if he's in a solid mood, if he's a bit afraid of Zhu Wenjun after her fantastic win yesterday, then he might capture on c5 with his bishop or knight and just claim that the position will fizzle out slightly. That will steer towards equality. But yeah, key moment. And as we see the players deep in thought here, let's go to a clip of Zhu Wenjun being interviewed yesterday. Our good friend Fiona Style Anthony caught up with her after a game and asked her about her thoughts, her rating, and her brilliant win against Alireza Firouzja.
Let me ask you, we already talked about this being one of your biggest wins. There are a lot of people who say they feel that you're underrated because people online. I heard a lot of people talk about this, and they think maybe because A, you don't play so much against much higher rated, but also because you play a lot among women. Do you feel there is some truth to that?
Okay, I feel that maybe I don't have so many classical games during past 3 years, and also I think it depends the tournament. Some tournaments, both player are very playing very solid, so it's not easy to improve the rating.
Where would you, this is a very tricky question, but where would you estimate your level to be?
I think it should be better than my rating now. But still, I feel that in this tournament, it is much stronger than my rating. My level. Yeah.
And there we heard it from Zhu Wenjun herself, in a good mood. A lot of laughter there, and understandably after that fantastic win. And I'm going to say it, Robert, she's massively underrated.
Well, she is the lowest rated player in the Master section in 25 years. That's kind of a fascinating stat to take in. And it's because historically in chess events, yes, they invite the highest rated players in the world, and often deservedly so. But there are players, and we've seen this thanks to online chess and just players from all sorts of different backgrounds, that they are super strong. And given the opportunity, they can go toe-to-toe with the top players in the world. And Zhu Wenjun proved that yesterday. She is the women's world champion. She took down Alireza Firouzja. I believe it's her 4th Super Grandmaster victory in her career, but her first victim, let's call it, over 2750. So for Zhu Wenjun, that was a crowning achievement on already an illustrious career. And maybe she's just getting started. We just saw B takes c5, David. That means that Vidit Gujarati, he is playing ambitiously. That could play to her favor.
Exactly. It's actually a superpower having a lower rating being one of the lower seeds, because it means often, especially in these round robins, your opponents will be out to get you. They'll try and target you. Just on paper alone, it looks like that's the type of game. This is the type of game that Vidit needs to win if he wants to have any real mark at the upper end of these standings at the end, kind of close of the tournament. So yeah, he's marking this one out as a potential win. But of course, Zhu Wenjun, she is fantastically strong, and if her opponents come at her, as Alireza tried to do yesterday, she will be ready to strike. So yeah, I think it's not a controversial view, especially among the top players, that she is phenomenal. She belongs here, and she is going to be stealing rating points left, right, and center from these top dogs. So yeah, I love this decision from Vidit, B takes c5, but it comes with a lot of responsibility, and Zhu Wenjun, feeling confident, replies immediately with pawn to e3.
And we've seen the style of play against Zhu Wenjun in this event. And you're right that when you have a field as tough as this one, David, you and I had the call for the Champions Chess Tour. Yes, that was rapid chess. But when Dennis Lasvik is among the crowd, and it's Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano and Hikaru and Wesley and MBL, you look at Dennis, if I am going to get ahead of all of these other top players, I need to beat him. And guess what? He took down Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. So you do not have free points in a field of this nature. Of course, Vidit Gujarati knows that. He's a very principled player. But you maybe make these decisions, B takes c5, that perhaps if you're playing against Anish Giri, you don't choose to take with the pawn because you want to keep the pawn structure more symmetrical. So it's both a blessing and a curse to have the lowest rating in a field. It can be bad when everyone's targeting you and then challenging you in a variety of openings that you may not be familiar with, but it can be a blessing when people they go a little too far. And Alireza Firouzja, he was unable to keep composed in some critical moments. He made 2 consecutive blunders, lost that game. Even in game 1, David, Anish Giri won the game in the end, but Wenjun had the better position for a while. It was a sacrificed exchange. She had the upper hand, and then when things got super tricky, he was able to come out on top. So I just feel like the way she's played this tournament thus far, she has played an excellent series of games, drawing Jan Nepomniachtchi with black, where she was never really in too significant danger. She held precisely. I think she's proven that she belongs in a field of this nature, and she will undoubtedly score some more points by the time the tournament ends.
Yeah, it's self-belief as well. And Zhu Wenjun, as she mentioned in the interview, sometimes she just doesn't get the opportunity to play against these top guys. But the more she starts getting the results, the more she starts putting them on the ropes, as she has done in several of her games, the more she'll believe and be able to jump on those opportunities when they doubtless will arrive. So, yeah, she's looking confident. She's been playing quickly up to this point. And yeah, she's got nothing wrong with her position at all. I think a clever opening choice, if anything, from Zhu Wenjun. If Vidit wants equality, if he wants more than that, he will have to find some precise moves. And she has no weaknesses. White's position super healthy. Definitely one to keep an eye on as Vidit gives the opponent a stare. What look is that? A look of suspicion and suddenly a look of regret perhaps at his last decision. But yeah, really tense middle game in store for us.
And I want to note that for Vidit, he will have to do a lot of thinking. Some of White's decisions will be much more natural. You can bring a rook to c1, a rook to d1. Simple moves like that. Maybe think about throwing a knight into e5. For black, well, you probably want a rook on c8, and then does your queen belong on c7? Does it belong on b6? These are not simple questions to answer. So I feel like that black, more of the onus is on him because he is taking the more strategically questionable decision with these pawns hanging in the center. Hanging pawns are about the dynamics, not about the strategy. I mean, it's a weird trade-off. It's not always easy to understand when's the right time to think about pushing a pawn. When do you keep it in place? How do you deal with the fact that your pawns can't defend another pawn, and a pawn's best friend is another little pawn, because that means you don't have to use your bigger resources, your more valuable pieces to defend them.
Yeah, Robert, I love to misquote the Spider-Man movies here. With great space comes great responsibility, and it's definitely Vidit with those pawns in the center with more questions to answer right now.
Well, which Spider-Man movie was your favorite? So while we're on the topic, were you a Tobey Maguire fan, or which Spider-Man did you go for?
Michael Adams, English Grandmaster, is my favorite Spider, but Spider-Man, yeah, Tobey Maguire. Yeah, it's just my era. How about you?
Even that scene where he thinks he's suddenly the man and he goes in and does that very odd dance down the street. I thought that was a bit bizarre, but Tobey Maguire, I know he has the hearts of many chess fans because he also was in Pawn Sacrifice. So he not just has the Spider-Man memes going, he's got the chess ones too.
Yeah, either way, I could talk about Marvel, talk about superheroes for hours. Don't let me get sidetracked. Vidit brings his queen to b6. He's a bit of a superhero on his day himself. And look at that. Zhu Wenjun instantly replies rook to d1. Like you said, her moves are easier.
Rook d1, rook c1. That's why she put the f1 rook on the queen's file. And the next rook comes to c1. And for Vidit, if he is playing ambitiously, if he does want to win, he needs to come up with some kind of idea. And oftentimes this bishop is on the b7 square on the long diagonal and d4. It's something that you need to keep in mind because black wants to really blast this position open, and white is saying that, well, the current status quo, that favors me, as this tension, I don't want to relinquish it just yet.
Yeah, and as the tension builds, as it kind of maintains here, let's zoom out and go to the bird's eye view. We'll check back in on Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun shortly, but I also want to check out the Open World Champion Ding Liren, because we saw them on camera earlier. Ding looked ultra focused, but the position in that game, it is clearing up. There have been a few exchanges, maybe the most developed of our games so far. And Ding against Abdusattorov. That's another important one for the standings for both players as they aim to pick up some momentum. Do you agree, Robert? Is that the one catching your eye?
I'm totally with you. That's the game in second from the right on the bottom row. Also, the game between Anish Giri and Parham Maghsoodloo. We will have to go back to that one as it involves the tournament leader. But as you said, this game, I think there's the most clarity here. White has a passed D pawn that Black is going to try to blockade. And it looks like a great pawn to my eyes. But in some of these end games, especially if we trade off the heavier pieces, the rooks and the queens, then sometimes Black can go and grab that pawn because it's an isolated pawn. I keep saying it because it's true. A pawn's best friend is another pawn. That way you're not saddled defending it with pieces that should be doing other tasks. This pawn on d5 will get a rook behind it. That's great news. You want a rook behind a passed pawn. But if too many trades happen, that pawn can become a liability.
Yeah, he needs to spin his web here and make sure that the white d-pawn survives, that it can kind of sit on d5, on d6, and really paralyze the opponent, trap the opponent in his web here. Bishop f6. I'm always torn. I've kind of... sorry for the spider references. I'm going to stop now.
You're all good. I was going to talk to you more about superhero movies. I was going to ask who your favorite superhero is, what's in your favorite movie, but we'll save that conversation for later.
Yep. Spoiler alert, it's Thor. But yeah, we'll discuss another time, another day. But Bishop f6, yeah, this position... I'm just trying to figure out which opening it came from, but you often get these type of pawn structures from openings such as the Grunfeld defense. Here it's not quite that one, but often white gets a very strong passed d-pawn, and just using pattern recognition here. I mean, I'm quite biased towards the black side if, as you say, you can stabilize, maybe trade off a couple more pieces, because black has the queenside majority, and white's d-pawn could become very weak, but this exact position... I don't know, it feels like white should have a little something. Black isn't quite active yet. Black isn't quite ready. Queens are still on the board, which is a big indicator that the white d-pawn is probably more of a strength than a weakness. Very much in the balance. And I think these next few moves could tell us a lot about who understands these positions more, who's more comfortable in this type of structure.
The biggest question I tend to have in this type of position is, when do you push your passed pawn? So my coach, Grandmaster Miron Scher, he would always say there's about a 20% rule, that if you can push your pawn to the 6th rank or even further, 20% of the time, that's when you're aiming for it. So this d6 push, is it going too far? Like, am I extending it even further to a place where I can't really protect it? There will be a rook coming to d1. And the good news about putting a pawn on d6 is at some point, I could dream about getting a rook to e7. So I'm not sold that d6 is a great decision, but I'm just wondering, so I'm going to put it on the board, see if the engine laughs at me. Can I get away with d6? The answer, apparently, is yes. So I was just testing it, trying to see if it worked out because of that 20% rule I mentioned. And d6 is justified. You can get away with it.
Yeah, and talking of influential coaches, Robert, one of my first coaches when I was like 8-9 years old, he told me, passed pawns are there to be pushed. If you can push one, just push it. You're closer to promotion. And the number of pawns I lost after that advice, that I pushed too far, and they just get surrounded and corralled and gobbled up. I'm traumatized by that. It's given me commitment issues. Normally I don't push pawns unless I'm 100% sure they'll be safe. But yeah, like you say, here, there's actually concrete reasons to push that pawn, especially loving a rook landing on e7. And if you can get away with it, if the rest of your pieces, it's not exactly clear where they want to be right now, maybe make that decision and kind of depending on the opponent's reaction, then choose where to put the white rooks, then choose which pieces to exchange. Yeah, d6, it's growing on me, despite those commitment issues of pushing pawns.
Well, it seems like you've matured. You've become even wiser as you've aged. And d6, it's one of these decisions that you can't take back. That's why pawn pushes are so scary. I thought that was me doing something. No, that's Ding Liren playing d6. We saw it on the board before we saw it on camera. He is unafraid. And I was just going to say, if you move a rook up, you can then move your rook back. This pawn, no, I can't do it. The board doesn't allow me. The game doesn't allow me. But that e7 square, that does seem like it's an access point that white is happy to get to. And if we just start trading pieces, because David, I think you and I were talking about without heavy pieces on the board, that pawn can become a target. I just sort of want to show people what that might look like. So if we can bring up an analysis board and just go through some of these lines, yes, I will make some intentionally bad moves just to prove the point. But if we start trading literally everything off, that's what I'm trying to get to. So I'm going to make some moves that may not be super recommended, just to show you what this looks like when we get all of our pieces off the board. That when I take with the king, they use the king as a weapon, and that pawn is in trouble. And I can use my knight to simply attack that pawn. And eventually, you're going to run out of moves that even if your pawn gets up to d7, once I bring my king here, I will push my own pawn or bring my knight back. But either way, I'm going to get your d7 pawn, and I have this passer of my own. And David, we know in endgames, the outermost pass pawns, they can be super dangerous because it's a lot of time for the enemy to chase them down.
Yeah, especially if it's just king and pawns or with knights on the board as well. Always those outside pass pawns on the flanks that are so hard to stop. And this is giving me flashbacks. This is giving me the trauma to all those pawns I pushed and lost, as I mentioned, Robert. Yeah, don't do this if you're Ding Liren. He definitely won't allow this. He'll keep a set of rooks on the board. Ideally, even maybe the queens on the board. And at least for now, there's minimal risk for white. I think, especially in these kind of elite clashes with these really top players, they prefer positions where if things go wrong, they can bail out. And it feels like if everything goes wrong for Ding, he will always be able to give up his d-pawn, maybe for black's c-pawn, and the game will fizzle out towards a draw. So I think that's kind of giving him more confidence to push the pawn, and that really instructive variation you showed there. Definitely need to keep at least one set of major pieces, queens or rooks, on the board, just to support that pawn, just to kind of propel it up the board further, or simply just sit and protect it. So key moment now, Abdusattorov definitely feels like pressure on black, and he wants to relieve that pressure by trading pieces. I think your next move, queen f6, very likely now, before white installs a rook on the 7th rank.
And to your point that white wants to keep maybe all of the pieces on the board, because this pawn on d6 is restricting black's pieces. A queen f6 has been played, but just a turn ago with the queen on d8, you don't have an open file. There's a pawn sitting in your path, and a rook will slide behind it. This e7 square, that's very accessible to the white pieces. So if you make an aimless move like pawn to h6, you already see the evaluation go all the way up for white because of the access, I believe, to rook e7. And then if you try to challenge the rook with rook e8, the second rook comes on over. And do you really want to take on e7? I know you do, but then a pawn gets to the 7th rank with a rook behind it. This is an absolute nightmare. So it just goes to show that black does not have all the time in the world to sit and do nothing and maybe try to eventually initiate trades. You have to watch out because white is ready to be active on the e7 square. And that's why black plays queen f6, just trying to get the queens off the board and loosen up the defense on the d6 pawn.
Yeah, and now it's kind of back to Ding. He's the one at the crossroads to take or not to take, to trade or not to trade. He either has to play queen takes queen, or he has to play queen to d2 to protect that far advanced passed pawn. And I think kind of ideally here, he would play queen to d2. It just depends on whether the white queen is too passive now. Black can put a rook on b6 at some point, continue hammering away, chipping away, trying to attack this d-pawn. Trading queens is not what he wants long-term, but at least it gives him an extra move. And black's knight is such a good blockader in this position. I think this would still be my choice, just because white's rook might get to e7 eventually. It still feels like you aren't risking too much, but yeah, queen takes queen is the other option, and clearly he's considering it, Ding, as he shifts about in his chair. It feels like he's not entirely comfortable. Yeah, do you think he's going to trade just on concrete grounds? At least then he gains a move with white. He has another move to kind of chip away at the black pawns or activate his rooks, because here it does look like black can create some counterplay in the near future by pushing the black c-pawn. I'm not sure when, either now or on the next few moves. Okay, the bar doesn't react. That's good. Want to play something.
I think that Ding is calculating this exact variation because he would want to keep more pieces on the board. But as we continue down this line, the problem for white is c3 is just super annoying to deal with. I'm going to give you my c-pawn, grab your d-pawn, and then we will have a very level position. So white's biggest advantage is the location of the pass pawn on d6. But if this pawn is traded for the d-pawn, these go off the board, then we just have pure equality. I think that's what Ding Liren, he's looking at this and like, oh, I guess that I can't stop it because c3, let's just make a move here. And then you play c3, and I play queen d3, really trying. Black put a rook behind his own pass pawn, and this gets dangerous. That suddenly maybe it could turn around in black's favor, who has a rook behind his pass pawn, and the d6 pawn looks like it's in trouble.
Yeah, I was looking at variations such as instead of h3, rook to e7 as well. I mean, this type of forcing line would be very appealing to Ding, but it might just be the fact that black pushes and pushes c3, and suddenly, yeah, it's just too strong, this pawn. Rook to c1, again, deflection, and the d6 pawn falls, and at the very best for white, this is just equal, and no longer a real fight, so maybe we have to backtrack. None of this is leading anywhere for Ding, and look at him there, really focused. He's definitely putting on his calculation faces. Maybe he debates, even trading the queens.
Yeah, because he does gain something by trading the queens. The knight will take back for black, and then this white knight can hop in, not to e4, that's my bad arrow, to e5. And that does look like a very promising square, because if I just show another quick variation, that the black ideally would bring this f rook to d8, but that walks right into a fork with knight c6. So you actually cannot get your rooks in that location. And if rook to b6 is played, this pawn can go to d7. I mean, this is starting to look scary for black, because in some of these lines, there's a back rank checkmate against the black king, and that could give white just enough time to, say, double the rooks behind the passed pawn or something of that nature. The engine still says that black is fine. I would be scared to have the black side of this position, but Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the player with the black pieces, is afraid of absolutely no one.
Yeah, I think objectively, black is fine no matter what. So here, Ding just has to weigh up the risk-reward situation. He has to try and figure out whether this is more promising, whether this tests his opponent more, gives the opponent more room for error. If that's the case, and if he decides there's minimal risk here anyway, then maybe trade the queens, maybe play this. Our venerable producer also suggested pawn to a4 instead of knight to e5, just chipping away at black's queenside pawns here. And yeah, it looks like still Ding isn't risking too much. He's the one asking the questions. Black still has the responsibility of trying to get rid of the white d pawn. And yeah, ultimately comparing this to that line we saw with the queens on, where it was black having all the fun, pushing the c pawn, kind of deflecting white anyway. I think this is maybe got the higher potential reward. Of course, still level. The computer just unfussed, unbothered, undaunted, unfazed, all that stuff. It should still be a draw with best play, but yeah, maybe this one asks more pertinent questions of Abdusattorov.
We know Ding Liren, he's a voracious reader, whether it's philosophy or poetry. He's very well read. Hopefully, he has read Grind Like a Grandmaster, because I'm looking at this position. I think that's what he needs to do, David. He needs to dig deep, grind like a Grandmaster, use this d6 pawn, the most advanced pawn on the board, to his benefit, and hope that he can create enough pressure against Nodirbek for him to collapse. But it does look closer to equality, like real draw territory, than for a winning advantage for white.
Yeah, I owe you one, Robert. I'll send over the money later. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate it nonetheless. Actually, rule one of grinding is don't push the pawns too far up the board. Don't trade queens too early. Keep the tension as long as possible. But yeah, if he does get a position that he can probe away with minimal risk, maybe the black queenside pawns end up as a weakness, even in a rook endgame or knight endgame, then I'm sure he'll try to do that. But right now, look at him. He's looking away from the board. His eyes are blinking furiously over there. He was calculating something, and ultimately, whether he takes the queens off or not, I think he'll ask a couple of questions, and it's just about whether Nodirbek is accurate enough to hold the balance.
It's possible that he thought queen f6 from a distance wasn't going to save the day for black, but Nodirbek plays it. The engine says, great decision from the young Uzbek wonderkid. And now we move on. I think while Ding Liren sits and calculates, we should zoom out, because we do have so many interesting battles each and every round that we can leave the world champion to calculate that position.
Yeah, and here we see the bird's eye view. Still a couple of games we haven't yet updated you on. We will get to them, we promise. But Robert, my eyes are drawn towards the leader, Anish Giri, who's playing some ultra ambitious chess right now. He's not at the board. It's just Parham Maghsoodloo, deep in thought and facing potential disaster this early in the game. It's not just dramatic on the board, it's dramatic on the clock, where Parham has burnt through a bunch of his time already. Anish now has a massive advantage, I think, psychologically, on the clock, pretty much every way, as Parham makes a move, and maybe we go for a deeper dive there.
Let's do just that as Anish Giri returns to the board. I wonder if he expected Parham's latest choice. But look at these players on the screen. First place leader is Anish Giri. The player in last place is Parham Maghsoodloo. And look at this knight on e5. That is an absolute stallion protected by two separate pawns. It's really just a thorn in black's side. And I just want to take us back a little bit, David, because we were at the top of the show looking at this game. It was a quiet opening. It doesn't even resemble the position that we saw when we left. This looks like a completely different board state. So I'm going to take us back to the moment we left, where on move 4, white went pawn to h3, black responded bishop h5. So to get from this position to the frenzy, the chaos we see in the bottom right-hand side of our screen, a lot has changed.
Yeah, how he wishes he would have just chopped off that knight on f3 on this last move back as early as move 4 here. Because, as you say, Robert, if we fast forward to the current position, that white knight somehow landed on this beautiful square. It's become, as you say, a stallion. It's like a granite statue that just can't be undermined. And this black bishop got chased around the board. It almost got trapped in the ensuing moves. So, a couple of exchanges here. And Parham's actually fallen into what's quite well known, I would say, especially at the upper levels, maybe just unfamiliar with the opening. We saw him pausing as early as move 1, spending a couple of minutes there. Bishop to d6, as far as I know, is inaccurate. I've been playing these systems my whole life as white. Even knight to f6 on the previous move was regarded as a bit risky because it allows this knight jump. And this is well-known stuff. This knight e5 idea, not in this exact position, but very similar, was played by Nepomniachtchi in the previous candidates against Duda. And yeah, suddenly this black bishop on h5 is about to get harassed by this storm of white pawns, the g-pawn, the f-pawn, running out of squares for it. And let's continue down the path of the game. Knight e5, really strong move.
Make a quick note that what you're highlighting, David, is the knight f6 is misplaced because now black cannot successfully trade on e5 as the knight is hit with tempo. And once the knight comes back to d7, there are all these ideas of playing f4, g4, and the bishop, even though it has one square, a pawn f5 push will trap it. So this is known stuff. If you're familiar with the position, Parham Maghsoodloo, likely not, plays bishop d6, and here comes f4, reinforcing the knight. And unfortunately for Parham, after retreating his bishop, we saw bishop e4, but look at this. Chop that bishop. The knight takes back. The bishop takes. The pawn takes. This looks scary for the white king, but it is the white queen that is delivering the really critical punch here, staring at both f7 and b7. Isn't Anish just winning a pawn?
Well, he's winning a pawn, or Parham has to make some bigger concessions, and I think maybe he should have just bitten the bullet there, just castled his king to safety and said, yeah, take a pawn, but my position is healthy. Bishop takes e5. It's being given a question mark here on the screen, but Robert, this is just improving white's position. Look at the army of white pawns in the center here. Black's e4 pawn is caught behind enemy lines as well. It will drop off anyway long term, and Anish smells blood. He gets up from his chair, even though it's his move, takes off the jacket. He's ready to notch up another win. He knows that white has a big advantage now. I think even taking back this bishop either way is attractive right now.
And that was the third mistake of the game, I think, already for Parham Maghsoodloo. So he is not familiar with the opening. And I like Anish Giri pausing here. So I just want to take a step back before the bishop took the knight. We just saw moves come in very quickly. So let's just explain to everybody what was happening here. That checkmate in 1 was threatened on f7. And if black castles the king to protect the checkmating square, white steals this pawn on b7. And then c6 is loose, and e4 is overextended. So white isn't winning, but white is significantly better. So what Parham Maghsoodloo decides to do is, I'm going to remove this knight, and I'm taking it with the knight, with the bishop rather than the knight, because if I take with the knight, I lose the game as well. The pawn takes, the bishop is threatened, checkmate once again opened up thanks to the open f-file. So that would lose this bishop on d6. Otherwise, your king is in grave danger. So he takes with the bishop on e5. And David, I think this is the moment where f takes e5 threatens checkmate. But I could tell by the way you asked the question through to me, you want to play d takes e5 because while this threatens the same checkmate and will win the b7 pawn after black castles, we can see the problem in the position for white. This d4 pawn is a bit loose. So moves like knight to b6. We have great light square outposts for that knight in d5 and c4. So this position, I would say that black has very clear compensation for the lost pawn.
Yeah, you know me too well, Robert. You could sense it. I was hesitant here, and again, it's those commitment issues. I don't want weak pawns in any position, especially when Anish here with white, it feels like he's done the hard work. He's established a long-term positional advantage. So yes, f takes e5 is capturing towards the center. Yes, it establishes strong pawns, but actually d takes e5, as you're putting on the board now, looks like the superior option of the two, because you're still attacking b7, and it's the black e4 pawn that you've kind of trapped in your own half. And I think Parham's idea here, castling just gives away a pawn. His idea might be to play queen to b6 check, forcing the queens off the board. And again, our viewers might be wondering, why is this so good for white? Queens are coming off. Both sides have kind of odd pawns. But after white just blocks this check, for example, bishop to e3, if the queens do come off, then black is just saddled with weaknesses. The a7 pawn is hit. The e4 pawn can be attacked in the next couple of moves. Like you say, rook's coming to d1, open file. White's bishop dominates the path of the black knight. Rook to a4, picking up a pawn in the near future. It's just all of these small things adding up to something a lot bigger. And for an endgame expert, for a technician like Anish Giri, this looks like a decisive advantage, which is also backed up by the evaluation bar. So if he plays these kind of simple looking moves, and as long as he's evaluated this correctly, I think Anish Giri is going to go for this, and big favorite now to win this game.
This looks terrible for black. You are losing at minimum a pawn, and it could be worse. If you castle, we're taught to castle our kings, but not in the endgame. The king is better in the center. Already, white can just steal the a pawn. You can use the d file to your benefit, and I wouldn't be surprised that if there are just improving moves, small little improving moves that you can make, but I would just be chopping here, because b6 normally traps a bishop in here, but the white rook is in time to slide to d1 to attack the knight that is helping to trap the bishop. And once b6 falls, the white king ventures forward. Everything is a problem for black. It's completely hopeless, in fact.
Yeah, black is just not quick enough, and it's all due to the fact that he messed around so much with his light squared bishop. His light squared bishop, before it got traded off, moved 4 times just to get captured on e4, and that's why black is behind in development here. Black is yet to castle. And yeah, I think Parham, in the end, maybe it's poor form, maybe it's kind of confidence issues right now, but lack of familiarity with the opening is the main downfall. And yeah, bishop takes e5. Anish just knows his stuff. He's still got 1 hour 26 on his clock. He's up almost 40 minutes ahead of Parham, and he's about to recapture the bishop. Which way will it be? Hesitation from Giri, but this is right up his alley. It's his dream position. No risk as well for white. And yeah,
David,
do you see?
I will be shocked if he takes with the f pawn, because Anish Giri is a very classically trained principal player. He wants a healthy pawn structure. He doesn't want to concede all of these light squares, and of course, there it is. D2. Is that Erwin? No, is that Jan? Or I can't see. It's too small. Is that Jan in the
Erwin
back?
Lamy.
Okay, if that's Erwin Lamy, that's a long-time second, a trainer of Anish Giri, looking at this position, taking it in, and probably being like, "You've done well, my son. You've done well."
My young Padawan.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get all the movie references out today, David. Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in that type of mood right now. But yeah, do you reckon Erwin was even thinking, "Oh, I recognize this from page 236 of our notes in the Reti"? Have they looked at this before? Because it feels like Anish, he's in his comfort zone. He's barely paused for thought, and away from the board yet again. Parham is left to face this horrible task of defending a tough, almost lost position. Yeah, I'll drop the movie quotes in later, but for now, unfortunately, it's not looking good for black.
And I just want to point out that Parham might also have been surprised by the way that Anish captured, because Anish was about to win a pawn, and he could have successfully stolen that material, but he is not focusing. He is not myopic here and focusing solely on giving me an extra pawn, because the counterplay that black would have had in the other position. I actually want to show that just once more so people get a clear understanding of why the material isn't as important as the control over the board. Pawn takes e5 with the f pawn, castles to protect the checkmate. Queen takes b7. That's the pawn you were going after, wasn't it? And knight to b6. d4 is loose. You can protect that pawn, let's say your pawn, but then you have this horrible bishop here. That is a terrible piece. And look at all of these juicy light squares across the board that you have to keep an eye on. Like, you have a dark square bishop, inherent to having a bishop is limitations. You only are on one color complex, and the other color complex is what black is going to take complete advantage of. The white king is not very safe without that fianchetto bishop, so this actually would have been a bad decision. Capturing towards the center, yes. Winning material, sure, but your king doesn't have safety, at least not the way it does in the game, where you have now another pawn in front of your king. Look at the shield. You have an e5, an f4, g3, an h3. You have 4 of these pawns and a 5th, an e2 pawn to boot. There are no squares accessible for black's pieces, and b7 is still loose. e4 is struggling, and the bishop, when it gets to e3, it has a longer diagonal to work with. So no outposts, no struggles for white. A great decision in this game from Anish Giri.
Yeah, Anish Giri, he's done everything right so far. He looks odds on to win this game right now. Let's go check out the bird's eye view, and I think it then might be time for a break. But fascinating start to this round. Anish Giri, something about home territory, something about playing in the Netherlands on home turf has really inspired him in recent years. And meanwhile, Robert, there have been some trades in the game between Liren and Abdusattorov. He's definitely trying to grind that one down. And the other game we focused on quite a bit earlier between Van Foreest and Gukesh, looking lively. A lot to look forward to, but now is the time for a pause, and we'll be back in a few minutes, everyone. So don't go anywhere even. This round is sure to liven up. See you all soon.
All right, first game we're gonna play is rapid fire.
All right.
I'm gonna name a sport, and you're gonna tell me who the greatest player is. Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some young players. I think was Mike Matheny a player?
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Okay.
I meet him all
What about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number 1, and he's still until recently number 1.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right. I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods. But there's this very pretty girl, Paige Spiranak.
All right, I like it. All right. What about poker?
I only know Jennifer Shahade. yeah, I only know her and Grishchuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rench.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fisher for now. But okay. I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fisher because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing?
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah. He's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But I like the newest the Batman.
Okay.
3 hours long, the latest one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's the best good. Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
okay.
We're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Okay. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll get there one day.
Well, on Levi, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less. Yeah. But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday streams, especially. Like,
Blitz or classical?
Classical.
Online or OTV?
Over the board.
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, that's a hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer the movie or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with the Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 6 of the Tata Steel Chess Festival. The beautiful town of Vaikanze, the wild, the windy town of Vaikanze is the host to this feast of chess, and it's been fantastic so far. We're now an hour and a half into the games and things are just getting livelier. Here we see the playing hall packed full of chess action, a bunch of chess fans as well, just watching, lurking, admiring all of these top players in action. And Robert, it's been a great, exciting start, as we've come to expect at this tournament.
We expect the unexpected in many ways in Vaikanze. The players not going down familiar paths necessarily. We get novelties, we get brilliancies, we get all sorts of fun chess. We did see one game just come to a conclusion. That was Ding Liren and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. A draw was held by the young Uzbek star, but that felt like a fair result in a fighting round where 6 other games in the Masters and the entire Challenger section awaits us.
Yeah, excitement all over the place, and the Masters section is where we've been focusing our attention so far. But of course, we cannot neglect the Challengers, where a bunch of young, hungry players are in action, and these are the current standings after round 5, after yesterday's action. And it is Owen Lamy, a good friend of Anish Giri, who leads the Masters, and it's Lamy who's currently the man out there in front in the Challengers, closely chased by Korobov, and then a pack of players on 3 points. Salam Saleh, Maritzi, the world junior champion, Hans Niemann, and Leon Mendonca. And these games we will be checking in on a bit later. There's guaranteed decisive games. There always seems to be blood on the board in the Challengers section. And Robert, we're just treated here. We're being really spoilt with all the games, all the action, all the results.
Well, the first thing is you were talking about some of those young, up-and-coming players that get to participate in the Challengers. I saw some veterans at the top. Erwin Lamy, Anton Korobov. They're like, hey, well, don't forget about us, young buck. We can still hang about with you all. And it would be cool to see Erwin Lamy in particular, who's played for the Dutch national team for so many years, a trainer for Anish Giri, somebody who's quite beloved in his home country. If he can win the Challengers and play in the Master section a year from now, that would be exciting. But of course, so many fascinating players, so many great names, including the player in last place, Aline Robers. She beat Hans Niemann yesterday. That was her best victory of her very young career. She's a teenager. So we have seen players defeat much higher rated opposition, and some of the better players are struggling. They have stumbled at the start, but in a 13-round event, of course, even players who are in the middle of the pack, they have a shot to end up in first.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Vaikanze. Anyone could beat anyone. Great game yesterday from Elena Robes. And we'll check back in on this one a bit later. Owen Lamy, you mentioned a veteran. He put on social media recently the number of games he's played in Vaikanze throughout his career. It's in the hundreds. He's a really experienced, really veteran warrior at this point. And yeah, he would love that shot at the Masters yet again. But we'll update on those results as they tick in. Let's go back to the Masters, where we should check in on some of the other games. You mentioned that Liren has drawn his game against Abdusattorov. Not too much to report there. It did fizzle out after a queen exchange. We saw a repetition of moves, a couple of checks, blocks to end that game. Fair result. But we're still left with plenty. Still 6 games in action. And where are your eyes drawn to, Robert?
Well, we haven't looked at 2 games, so I think we should show those players a little bit of love before maybe heading back to some territory we've already looked at. But I think the game between Firouzja and Wei Yi, it's maybe not the most electric position at the moment between the young Iranian-French player and the, well, still quite young, but no longer in his prodigious era is Wei Yi. Now he's a veteran. He is somebody who's been around for a while at 24 years old. But as I look at this position, there's not so much life to it, David. It seems like it's very steady. Both sides have made natural-looking moves, and when precise chess is played at the highest level, an equal position is often the result.
Yeah, I heard you discussing with Yavanka, when you stopped calling these young players kids. And first time I played Wei Yi, he was 15 years old. He was 2,700 though. So in my mind, he'll always be that guy. But this position, as you say, it's, I guess there's a reason we haven't come to it sooner. It does look very level, almost symmetrical, the pawn structure. I think the main kind of imbalance here being that black is expanded on the queen side. Black has a pawn on b5, which could be shoved forward later to destabilize white slightly. And white, meanwhile, has slightly more space in the center. But with the departure of dark squared bishops over the next few turns, very likely, it does feel like black shouldn't be too worried about white having this pawn on e4. If anything, I might even choose black here because you talked about it earlier in another game. It's just about the ease of play. And here it's very simple what black should be aiming for. Bring rooks to the center, trade off a few pieces. White's e4 pawn is a target. For white, it's far less clear what Firouzja should be aiming for. And I think Firouzja's body language on the camera does hint at how he feels about this position. He's not too enthused right now. But tell me I'm wrong, Robert.
Well, I'll tell you you're wrong because you asked me to, but you're not wrong. I don't think this is the type of position that Firouzja enjoys. He likes more of the tactical skirmishes, the types of games where you can go after the enemy king. But for Wei Yi, there's not a single problem in his position. I would say the one potential issue is if white can chisel at black's potentially overextended queenside. But as you noted, black may want to play the move b5 to b4 anyway. So inviting that may not be wise, especially when the e4 pawn is in the sights of multiple minor pieces. And if you ever want to push the e-pawn forward to e5 for white, I know it's black's turn at the moment, that square's already covered, one. And sometimes you push that pawn and you're going to lose it later down the line because it's overextended. I do not like white's position. I would much prefer to have the black side of this game. And I think for Wei Yi, it's time to make moves like rook c8, rook d8, and then ask your opponent, what's next for you? Because I'm putting all of my pieces in optimal squares.
Yeah, it feels like the only reason he's in the tank here, the only reason he's pausing Wei Yi is because he has so many tempting moves, and maybe he's trying to get ambitious already because you could trade off the bishops, just park your rooks in the center, zero problems, but maybe he's looking for ways to provoke Firouzja even further, to maybe ask Firouzja to play a move such as e5, as you mentioned, which has to be connected to attacking purposes, but could well just backfire long term. So it's just about how ambitious Wei Yi's feeling right now. I don't see any problems in his future if he wants to be solid, but it's just about whether that's can be turned into something more tangible for black right now. This one, it's one to check back in on later, perhaps. It feels like there's more drama happening elsewhere.
Wei Yi quietly having a good tournament. Alireza having still a plus score, but the negative feeling of losing in the fifth round to Wenjun. So instead of those early wins that he scored, you remember your losses. They feel much fresher. And in fact, this, by chronology, is a much fresher result. So these two players, it looks quite even. I do agree with you, David. We should head on back to our bird's eye view and check out what's going on elsewhere.
Yep, and here we see the remaining 6 games. We've updated viewers recently, just before the break, on Anish Giri. I think he's the only one right now with a significant advantage across any of the boards, but there's a lot of imbalances elsewhere. That fascinating opening kind of discussion between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa has evolved into a really double-edged middle game. And there's only one other game we haven't touched upon. Maybe we go there, Robert, show them some love. It is Max Varmadam, another local hero against Alexander Donchenko, winner of last year's challenges. And it looks like the German Grandmaster there, Donchenko, has elected a really competitive opening. Lots of tension in that one. So I suggest we jump over to that board.
I am with you, partner. I think that we should go to the game between Varmadam and Donchenko. And I want to point out their ratings. We talked about how Wenjun is the lowest rated player in the Master Section, 25 years, and she's holding her own. Max Varmadam beat Jordan van Foreest with the black pieces. That was a really nice game from him. Donchenko came oh so close to taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi. He did struggle out of the gates, losing in the first round with white to Wei Yi. But now in this game, we talk about picking your moments. When you are the fish that everyone else is trying to use as their meals, and now you're like, wait a second, this is Spider-Man meme, right? You're pointing at each other like, well, we're both that person. We want to beat each other. So looking at this position, we started with a King's Indian defense. As currently, the position is quite closed. We haven't seen any pawns leave the board. And this open c-file, which is what's supposed to be white's benefit, there's a knight sitting on c5, and you can't play your pawn to b4 very easily because of en passant. That's why this pawn is on a4 for black. So the queen side seems closed, which may indicate that we'll see play on the king side, but the white king has not castled, so there won't be an attack against the king. So all that said, I'm just trying to set the tone for everybody here. David, white has the advantage according to the evaluation, the engine. Do you think white is that much better?
Well, that's the thing. It's deceptive, right, Robert? It's a King's Indian, and computers always love white. They just love the space advantage. White has one connect 4 with white's pawns from g2 to d5. There's a clamp in the center. Black tends to be slightly kind of suffocated unless you can break out an attack on the king side. And Black has had to part with his beautiful light squared bishop. Normally in the King's Indian, you need some control over the light squares to attack. And that light squared bishop for Black has departed. So it's white who controls that color complex. There's a couple of interesting things to me. Firstly, I should point out that now white has double the amount of time on the clock. Varmadam up a full 40 minutes. So clearly he's more in his comfort zone in terms of the opening preparation. And secondly, it's the fact that Max, with his last move, he's just kept the tension. I must admit, I'm very surprised, slightly confused as well by White's last move, but I like it nonetheless. It's just saying, okay, pressure's on you. I'm kind of tickling away at your f-pawn. If you capture on e4, I might take back with a piece even, with a knight, maybe with a pawn as well. And I think this one would allow white to just install a very strong knight on e4 or trade off the beautiful black knight on c5. And this would all happen on white's terms. He's also saying, you try to attack me. I'm keeping my king in the center. You mentioned it. White's king hasn't declared its intentions. And often in the King's Indian attack, if you castle too soon, you just get steamrolled. Your opponent throws all the pawns that they have towards you, and it just gets wild very, very quickly. And I'm loving this h4, h5, by the way, that you pointed out, keeping that option open. We mentioned it earlier in the Jan Nepomniachtchi game. Rook on h1 actually can get activated, not just across the board, can get activated by pushing the h-pawn as well. The other remaining point of my monologue, sorry about this, was that white could have won a pawn on the last move and didn't want to. Instead of queen c2, white could have taken on c5 and then captured on a4, but I think it's instructive not to part with a whole color complex for the sake of a mere pawn. So another theme that's arisen a bit earlier here, black would possibly even take with a d-pawn just to create a square for the black knight on d6. And if white were to take this straggler on a4 right now, maybe after a trade, black's bishop gets active via h6. And yes, it's a pawn up, but I mean, it's not the endgame yet. This pawn is meaningless, and black's pieces come to life.
This reminds me of the Anish Giri Parham Maghsoodloo game in some ways, because what we're talking about is instead of stealing material and giving your opponent a lot of play for their pieces, what Max Vormanem decided to do is saying, no trades for you, because your pieces, they kind of are stumbling a little bit. Like this knight on f7, it doesn't have anywhere forward to jump because there are pawns in its path. Yes, after queen to c2 and the live board, you could think about getting your bishop to h6 at some moment, but the queen on c2 aimed right at this pawn on f5, and I really appreciate what you said, David, that if black decides to take on e4, you're clarifying in the center in a way that can only favor white, who then has a freer hand to march that h-pawn forward, to establish a knight on e4, or even take with the pawn on e4, because this bishop, which is a very poorly placed piece at the moment, can venture outside the pawn chain if the pawn on f3 is no longer on the board. So it's one of these decisions that you can't take back for black. And if that's the case, if you're not taking on e4 and your pawn on f5 is under attack, f4 is an idea that's typically played in the King's Indian, but you see the evaluation goes all the way through the roof, suggesting that black's position is terrible, because in the near future, white will play g3. White could still throw the h-pawn forward, and the opening of the king side can favor white as it's black's king that is on that side of the board. And just one last note, you made a monologue, I'll do a soliloquy in return. Knight b1, knight c3, knight takes a4 is a way to win that pawn without parting with your bishop pair.
Yeah, just classy stuff and really kind of instructive maneuvers all over the place here. It just feels like Max, he's worked this out. And I played him recently. Actually, one of my most recent classical games was against Max just a few months ago. And while preparing for him, his openings are just incredible. I mean, he might be rated 26-25. I think he's underrated at that. But he's got the openings of a 2700, 2750. And he's showing that in this game. Donchenko is great in these types of openings usually, but it feels like it's one-way traffic right now. He's been forced to play a move like queen d7 on the last turn, and watch out for your lovely knight maneuver. You got to go back to go forward, knight b1, knight c3, picking off that pawn on a4 without having to part with a bishop pair. And white's king might even just step across, king d1, king c1, king b1, hide over that flank later on if necessary. He's just done everything right, Max. He's got his options open, and it's very much black just struggling for air, struggling to breathe in this position. Advantage white.
Clear advantage white. And just to piggyback on some of the things that you've been saying, that this pawn on b5, untouchable, because the bishop usually wins a stare down with the queen. And when there are pieces in the same line of fire, but one piece in between, think about what happens when it moves out the way. So just to show you all, one quick little fun tactic, queen takes b5 would have lost the game because of rook takes c5, unleashing the bishop into the queen's direction. This bishop, very importantly, defends the c5 square, so the black queen can't even take the rook, even though there are two pawns. Also, aiming at the rook is winning material for white, and black suffers. So do not take this pawn on b5. That's exactly what gives white the time to regroup, reroute, and go after a4 with the knight. And if this is the case, David, I think that white is having all the fun. This knight on f7, it's not completely hopeless. It just doesn't have a very bright future, especially when this white knight gets to c3. The e4 pawn is covered for good measure. The rook on c4 is active, defending and attacking. I love the position for Max, and I promise you this is my last point. What you said about Max and his 2700 plus preparation, it's legitimate. That's why he's worked as a second, as a trainer for Anish Giri and for Jordan van Foreest. They're good friends, but they work together on chess, and that's allowed him to establish a great level of opening play. Now it's time for him to get that experience so his rating can catch up to some of his strengths.
Yeah, this is the dream, strategic advantage and the tactics working in white's favor. He has a massive time advantage as well, and Max will be kicking himself if he can't finish this one off, but that is part of the experience, the learning experience. As you mentioned, you've got to learn to hang with these guys, and you've got to learn to beat the guys. That's the toughest thing, but in the meantime, there's drama happening elsewhere, so let's zoom out of this one even, and leave Max to ponder over how to push his advantage. In the meantime, wow, I want to jump over to this game between Van Foreest and Gukesh. We checked in, we talked about the earlier, but Van Foreest has just played a bizarre move, Robert.
A blunder is just bizarre, but it is given the thing you want to avoid most in chess, those double question marks, an outright blunder with queen to f2. So if we just go back a half step, and maybe we'll analyze in more detail later, White had the advantage. The engine is suggesting that White is better, but I'm going to pause on everything here. I'm going to hit that button. Let's count the material. Black is up a pawn. So, David, I do think as we look at the contour of the position, Black stole that pawn on c3 earlier in the game. We can back up and show that. But Black is a pawn ahead, and that puts some pressure on White to prove that the compensation is real. Queen f2 played. Look at how much time White has on the clock. There is so much time, up 1 hour, 6 minutes. And my first question for you is, why can't Black just take twice on d3?
Well, I think the short answer, Robert, is that he can, and maybe he should. And actually, this is why, as commentators, we're blessed. We have the evaluation bar, and compared to the players, we know when there's been a mistake. And the only way to punish this last move would be a capture, would be a forcing move. If White gets one more move to consolidate, bring the White knight forward to f4, then it's fine. So the only way to punish queen f2 would be to take this bishop. It also happens to be the most obvious move. So that would be Gukesh's clue in the position, and take again. It's a free pawn, second pawn. You gain time, you gain a tempo against the white queen. And I guess Van Foreest was relying upon queen to d4 here, double attack, hitting the rook on h8, hitting the knight at the same time. But Black can save himself with a really nice move, rook to g8. And suddenly a threat of checkmate. And I think what Van Foreest was relying on was Black having to retreat knight back to e5 last move. But there's a big difference between flicking in rook g8 first, because now White's knight can use the f4 square as a launch pad, attack the black queen, jump into d5, and yeah, as you're highlighting that, once the knight reaches d5, it's an octopus. It has its tentacles everywhere. Black's position collapses. All the dark squares are loose. Rook takes b7 is, I mean, this is just greedy for White. But the key difference is, yeah, rook to g8, and the black knight covers f4, so White doesn't have this key tempo that's needed to kickstart the attack. And after rook to g8, I mean, it still looks complicated. I can understand from a human point of view why Van Foreest was tempted by this, but there's a threat of checkmate on g2. Knight f4 is not possible. Knight takes f4 simply. And White has to therefore lose coordination to cover g2. Not so easy. You never want to play g3. You just weaken the light squares eternally. Bishop c6 might just be a killer right now, or even. And therefore you have to play a move such as knight. Yeah, this is disaster for White. Instead, knight g3, but then your knight's on the wrong circuit.
And then the black knight can go back. I'm not sure where to go, but I can even go to the c5 square. Bishop c6 in the near future. And the black king remains unsafe. This is not a well-defended king. But now black has two pawns, not just one, a second pawn for his troubles. And the knight, as you said, it's misplaced. It's on the wrong path. And I think that this perhaps is what Jordan potentially overlooked, or maybe he's actually aiming for a position of this nature, because if I'm honest, if I didn't have the evaluation bar off to the side, I would say White surely has compensation. We could see a rook lift to f6 and maybe the second rook join. The a5 pawn is targeted. And can the black king stay here forever? I'm just going to throw a move on the board, pawn to e5. I'm trying to rip open the e-file and go for the black king. So I don't think it's as clear as the engine may make it seem, but I think moves have just been made, and it is knight takes d3. So this pawn has been captured. Bishop, excuse me. I think the only follow-up next for black is to take it. Otherwise, you helped fix White's pawn structure. So he will grab this pawn.
Yeah, and that tends to be a trademark of the modern grandmasters, this young golden generation. If they don't see a reason concretely not to be greedy, not to grab a pawn or grab at a space or go for the attack, then they go for it. They're not scared. They don't just trust their opponents blindly. And Gukesh now 2 pawns up. Like you say, Robert, I'm reluctant to kind of label this a blunder by Van Foreest, because it's clearly a willing sacrifice that he's gone into, but maybe just a small misjudgment. Maybe he's kind of forgotten in the kind of final position we showed that black can often castle queenside, get the king to safety, and black does have this material advantage to use a bit later on. And just a misevaluation.
It's a blunder. No, it's a blunder. The only reason I'm saying that is because Jordan hasn't moved yet, right? Like if he truly wanted this, he would play queen d4 in a hurry, and then he would continue with his plan. But the fact that he's paused after knight takes d3 twice, I think it indicates to me that he just didn't see or just didn't think that rook g8 would be the saving grace for black. And now all of a sudden the script is flipped and black is having all the fun.
Yeah, that's a good catch. The body language gives it away. The time consumption gives it away here. Yeah, Jordan, if he were confident, if he'd worked this all out, and if he hadn't suddenly now spotted rook g8, then queen d4 in a flash, everything would happen very quickly. But yeah, I think it's also just the fact that queen f2, the double question mark move, if we can backtrack to that mistake, it was just unnecessary. He could have gone for the same idea, but not given up this pawn. So it's as if he was baiting his opponent. He was like tempting him with this extra material. Unfortunately, it was a bluff that got called and didn't work out. But if instead he'd gone back and put his queen on e3, for example, to defend the d3 square, not given a second pawn, he still has all of this compensation that we see in that variation, but with a minimal material deficit. So yeah, queen e3 here. Still knight f4 is coming. I don't really see why he gave up the pawn. Just felt unnecessary. And this is still complicated, unbalanced, and great compensation for white.
I think you can trick yourself. You see a tactics, you're like, oh, let me play this queen f2 move, which also aimed at the a7 square and also kept pressure on f7. But you trick yourself because you overlook your opponent's tactical resource, the rook g8 idea that we've been talking about. And so as we get to the current position, no moves have been played by Jordan van Foreest. I think that he's recognizing that he just spoiled a very nice opening surprise, a very good position, and now he's down a couple pawns and does not have sufficient compensation for them. He will have the makings of an attack. He will try to stir up some chaos, try to make it hard for Gukesh to coordinate and consolidate, but he has made a mistake here.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately for Jordan, at least this year at Tata Steel, it's affected him a little bit. I remember that mistake in the early rounds against Alireza Firouzja in that endgame. He rushed. He tried to be a bit too clever and made a mistake there. It feels like he rushed here. He had an hour and something on his clock. There was no need to be fancy, no need to show too much finesse. Just keep things simple. Queen e3, keep everything controlled, and the attack kind of plays itself. And okay, no guarantee that it would be decisive or anything, but suddenly he's just giving away pawns, and this is, I won't say elementary, but rook g8, it's very spottable, especially at this level. And suddenly, like you say, it's sinking in, and he's burning time that he wouldn't have wanted to if he was in top form. So Gukesh, credit to him though, pouncing on this very quickly and trying to say that greed is good here, and maybe he'll be rewarded for it. The Black King's going to be safe on the queen side long term.
Well, for Gukesh, this is actually quite an important game because sometimes when you're on an emotional high after winning a game against someone like Nepomniachtchi, then you don't get to settle down and continue your tournament objectively. You start feeling your play out with emotions rather than objectivity. But it's great to see Gukesh. He is a very mature player. He doesn't get ahead of himself. He's not so focused on, oh, I need to beat this person and I need to get this result. He plays the game the right way, and he now has a healthy advantage. You see him just chilling in the chair. He may be down on the clock, but he's up in position, so he is thrilled to have the black side of this game.
Yeah, and there we see fellow Dutchman Anish Giri watching with interest. Yeah, it feels like just if we put those moves on the board, queen d4, rook g8, black has things in control. And yeah, it feels like black knight back on c5 and just enough stability for Gukesh to feel confident about life right now. And still in the tank, Jordan van Foreest. Yeah, this one, I think we might leave Jordan to ponder, to rue that mistake that he just made. And yeah, should we go back to the bird's eye view, Robert?
Yeah, no, I just actually, I'm wondering now, in the event of, like, say, rook to g1, and this knight is under attack, and you see the eval is going all the way down, is the point that instead of going knight e5, which will allow knight f4 to d5, and we see that compensation, that the knight goes to c5, where it protects b7, and after knight f4, queen g7, because the knight is on c5 rather than e5, it offers a queen trade and takes away a tempo from white. Because if black, oops, sorry, I clicked on a previous moment. If black instead brought the queen elsewhere, let's say queen, I mean, this is a particularly bad move, queen h7, but then the knight comes to d5 with huge threats in both directions. So maybe the fact that the knight's on c5 rather than e5. Not only does it hit the e4 pawn, it allows black to offer a queen trade, gaining a much needed tempo, and that will allow black to hold on to everything and solidify.
Yeah, you might well have just, as you say, missed the black knight goes back to c5. Backward knight moves are the hardest to see in chess, as they say. And yeah, the knight on c5 doesn't look too intuitive. Knight e5 is a beautiful outpost, but it seems to just control everything, defend, cover everything. And yeah, rook g1's a sad move to have to play in that variation anyway. And yeah, if you've missed something as well, then yes, it could certainly hit you psychologically. So Jordan having to recover from this realization, this shock that he has miscalculated, or he wasn't quite precise enough with his variations. He didn't work things out to a sufficient extent. So yeah, I think just the fact that we're seeing him think now for so long, now nearly 7 minutes in the tank, it is going to be a big hurdle to have to overcome. I think Gukesh is going to be gaining in confidence in every second that the clock ticks down.
Bad news for the Dutch fans who really love Jordan van Foreest, the winner of the 2021 Tata Steel Chess Masters. It was supposed to be Anish Giri, the next Dutchman to win the crown, but it was Jordan van Foreest. And I say the crown because the Wimbledon of chess, as it's called, Tata Steel Chess Festival. For the Dutch, they flock to the village city, that doesn't make any sense, to the village of Wijk aan Zee. It's on the coast of the Netherlands. It's a beautiful town. It's rainy. I keep using different words. How am I doing this? But anyway, it is a rainy village. It is cold in January. There are just a handful of restaurants where the players, they all congregate after their games. But it's really a staple of Dutch culture. And I don't mean that lightly, because when the Tata Steel event goes on tour, they go to very prestigious venues. And so they are been to Leiden in the past. They've played in the Rijksmuseum. They're going to The Hague this year. So it's great to see the Dutch fans celebrate Jordan van Foreest and Anish Giri. Will they get another Dutch champion, Anish? He seems to be in the driver's seat, David, but they would love for another Dutch winner. They'll be spoiled at this point.
Yeah, you said city. I think it deserves to be kind of ordained a city, Wijk aan Zee, just for how much it's done for chess alone, and of course other stuff going on in the town. But yeah, he paved the way, Jordan. If it wasn't for him, then Anish's success, it might not have happened. Of course, he did defeat Anish in that playoff, but I mean, it seems to inspire, it just seems to inspire the Dutchman right now. And great to see just this homegrown kind of flavor to the tournament in the challenges as well, with Owen Lamy, Elina Roberts here, with Max Varmadam, Jordan, Anish. They're really giving opportunities to their local talents. And that's what I love to see in tournaments. It's just this blend, this mix of exciting players, local players, women players, juniors, everything. So yeah, it's I think one of our favorite tournaments for a reason. That's why we enjoy commentating on it so much. I enjoyed playing there. My two chances, I think it was in 2009 and 10 in the B and C groups back then. Had a great experience despite the weather, despite falling ill both times because of how cold and windy it was. But yeah, it's like it's the epitome of a chess super tournament. And as we see Jordan struggle, I think we're still cheering for the Dutch players in general.
Right. And the many fans who come to the venue each and every day, they're rooting for Jordan. And even if he were to lose today, they come and say, come on, you can do it. Let's get that win. They celebrate the victories. And for the losses, it's a learning opportunity. And they are really there to root on these players. But Gukesh, he doesn't care where he is. Doesn't matter what country he plays in. Later, he'll play in Toronto, Canada, for a shot at the World Championship title. So Gukesh, he gets the job done. It doesn't matter what the occasion is. He is always going to bring his A game. So why don't we maybe zoom out of this one, go back to our bird's eye view, because Jordan, he clearly blundered. He hasn't moved yet, and see what's going on elsewhere.
Yeah, a long think there by Jordan, and not good news for him. Elsewhere, we've checked in with Varmadam Donchenko. That has not changed at all since we were last at that board. We could go to the other remaining Dutchman, Anish Giri. There's only been a couple of moves there. But it is Giri. He spent a lot of time actually pondering how to try and convert what he'll know is a big advantage, what we know is a big advantage. But yeah, Parham Maghsoodloo trying to fight on. And yeah, it feels appropriate to go to the victor, but then I'm going to direct us back to Nepomniachtchi against another Indian player, Praggnanandhaa, where there's also a lot happening. But this is the position as Anish peers in. He looks really, really kind of ready to move right now. Is it going to be the most natural move on the board? Bishop to e3, develop a piece. Black's last move was designed to cling onto this e4 pawn, but that's not going to last very long. What do you make of this, Robert? Any chances for Black to hold on long term? What is Anish thinking about? It just looks so automatic. Bishop to e3.
It's a good question. And, well, the last move, queen d5, it protects the e4 pawn and also allows Black to castle. I just want to note that you cannot castle through check. For those of you who are newer to chess or sometimes forget about that rule, that the Black king, a turn ago, could not castle kingside. You see, it's not allowing me to do it because you legally are not allowed to castle through check. So the queen comes out to d5, trying to vacate the back rank so that the king can go to the other side of the board. But David, bishop e3 looks automatic to me. I'd play that in a bullet game. Perhaps there's an argument for a4, try to play a5, but I'm not going to make that argument. I'm playing bishop e3. I'm just going for that knight. If the knight moves, down goes the b7 pawn. And if you castle, at the very worst, I could steal this pawn on b6 by taking twice. Would you do that, though? That's my question for you. Would you capture twice on b6 knowing that you're allowing a queen trade?
Yeah, firstly, confession time. I forgot that Black could castle queenside, and I think, as you say, this is pretty much his only resource, so I was kind of writing it off, but Maghsoodloo finding creative ways to at least get the Black king to safety. As for your question about taking on b6, I think I'm going to be influenced by several occasions today, actually, in other games that we've seen, where cashing in too early isn't necessarily what you want to do. As you say, the pawn can probably be snapped off at any point. You'll either win the e4 pawn or you can take on b6 maybe a bit later. First, I'm attracted to your a4 move. I'm attracted to maybe putting a rook on c1, just keeping the tension. And it feels like you're underselling your advantage here if you get a mere pawn. And as they know, all rook endgames are drawn. So bishop takes knight, ridding yourself of one big imbalance, allowing Black to, for example, I'm not sure immediately or not, to play a move such as queen d4 check. It feels like you're not getting the maximum from this position. So maybe that's just something that's kind of forcing him to pause here. Anish Giri, he's weighing up whether this is sufficient or not. Maybe he's looking for more simply. And now with the knowledge that Black can castle queenside, I'm much more kind of tempted by your a4 move, just preempting that and kind of dissuading the opponent, and at least kind of having this ready-made attack if Black does have the courage to castle on that flank.
Just throw the pawn up the board.
Exactly.
The knight can move out the way somewhere like knight to d7, but keep going. Why stop? Put the pawn on a6. And unlike in the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa, this is actually creating an attack, whereas in that game it was just disturbing Black's forces. And if you stop the attack for now, the easy development, rook coming to d1, kicking the queen out of there, e4 is dropping, rook to c1, all of White's moves, you play them with the hand rather than with the brain.
Yeah, I think Anish would win this in blitz, let alone in classical chess. Just so automatic, as you say. Rooks to the center, ready-made attack, bishop dominating the knight, everything in White's favor. So, yeah, it feels like Anish, maybe he's just kind of sensed the moment. He realizes this is the first critical moment since he obtained that advantage. And now it's just about finding the right technique to minimize counterplay, to maximize his own attacking potential. And yeah, a4, bishop b3, both look good. But yeah, Anish, I think we trust him to figure that one out for himself. And still big favourite to extend his lead potentially in this tournament.
He's looking like he's in prime shape and in great position to increase his lead. He entered the round a full point ahead of the chasers, and if he can win and the other players can only draw, Anish Giri may be running away with the standings after 6 rounds. Of course, with 7 rounds to go and you're playing people who are hungry to take you down, nothing is a sure thing here. But he is already the odds-on favorite, and if he can win this game, Nodirbek Abdusattorov already drew. That game is done. So if Anish can win, and he could separate himself from the pack.
Yeah, looking like a big favorite. I think his overall tournament chances would be propelled massively the tournament victory if he wins this game. Not easy, playing actually one of the higher rated opponents in the field, Maghsoodloo, but Unfortunately for Maghsoodloo, just not in form this tournament as he gets up from the board. It didn't look like a happy camper there, Maghsoodloo. It looked like he was happy to escape from the torture that's happening on those 64 squares. But in the meantime, while Anish checks out kind of his options in this position, should we go to another of the pre-tournament favourites? Someone who had a tough day yesterday, Jan Nepomniachtchi, because his game against Praggnanandhaa, we singled it out as being fascinating early doors, and it's still a very kind of imbalanced position with, bishop pair for white. A pawn has disappeared, that far advanced pawn that you just referenced, Robert. Where's it gone? That white pawn was glorious on h6, and how on earth did that get hoovered off the board?
Well, let's look at this position. It's starting to look actually somewhat normal in a way, at least compared to where it was earlier. There was a white pawn on h6. That's gone. There was a black pawn on the c file. That one also has disappeared. So if we just go back a few moves so we can retrace the steps of the players, we saw queen came to d7, white castle, got the king out of the center, black played rook d8, all of these very logical moves. The knight no longer on the rim, comes back to c3. I don't think I can question any decision that's been made to this point, and b4 also makes sense. So David, when we first started in this game, everything was quite odd. Now the players, they are regrouping and playing very natural looking sequences.
Yeah, that again tends to be the trend in modern chess. They start with some weird, wonderful, really quirky openings, and then they go back to basics and start playing positionally. And I guess the reason Jan Nepomniachtchi with white went for all those adventures is because he's gained the bishop pair, dominates the light squares probably long term, and now this minority attack on the queen side using white's two outside pawns, the A and B pawns, to undermine black's trio on that flank. So he clearly has some kind of strategic plans in mind, but he was reminded of a weakness on h6. All of those kind of creative opening moves were, I was going to say punished, but perhaps not, after bishop to g5 and a little dance of the black bishop, which has done some real exercise this game, I must mention. It went to g7, d4, back to f6, now to g5, and judging by the current position, it's gone back around after taking a pawn to g7.
Well, let's see how that pawn left the board in just a moment. Knight d3 back. I like the way Praggnanandhaa has played this, by the way. He just plants that knight on d3, and Jan plays a4 here. So the h6 pawn is gone. But I was going to ask you, would you have taken this bishop on c1 first? Because the advantage that white has is that you have a pair of bishops. I know it hasn't moved yet, but taking this bishop on c1, it eliminates the bishop pair, because as soon as bishop takes h6, bishop a3 was played. So would you have grabbed that bishop, you think?
I think I would have done, but that's because I'm a coward, and Praggnanandhaa certainly isn't. I think taking that bishop would have removed some of the risk. You still win a pawn on h6. You do activate the white rooks, however, but the fact that it's opposite color bishops means you have some room for error, some leeway. Of course, Anish Giri displayed earlier in the tournament that opposite color bishops don't guarantee safety for either side. White has full compensation here due to activity of the pieces, control over some key squares, maybe putting a pawn on d4, as you say. Black's bishop's never going to be great, but it feels like you're not risking too much as Pragg here. At some point, at the opportune moment, you give back the pawn, you trade off queens, and you say, okay, it's going to be level. It's most likely going to be a draw. But I love to see it. Pragg being ambitious. That black knight on d3, he's arguing that it's just as strong as the white bishop pair. And the black knight on d3 is basically like a plug, stopping white from expanding in the center. And this is the position we're left with. Pawn to a5, a second pawn sacrifice. But if this pawn is captured, Robert, disaster. Rook to b7. Oof, you don't even want to contemplate allowing white's pieces such enormous activity.
Even if it was objectively the best move, I would never play it. There's just no way to allow your opponent's rook into b7 like this. It's a pin knight. You can defend that knight with rook to c8, and I wouldn't be surprised if already there could be some tactics. I guess black technically can take that knight if it comes to d5, so it's not just piling up pressure on a pin piece in a way that black can't handle. But if that's not an option, I can also eventually reroute my knight this way, open up the c file. I feel like you're pinned in all directions if you are black here. So I like, after a5, not taking the pawn, but does that mean I have to make some kind of sad defensive move like rook to b8?
Yeah, at least you're suffering for something, as you mentioned a bit earlier. Black does have this extra pawn. If you can, I think it's all about this Black Knight now. If you can maintain it there on d3 for as long as possible, then good chances long term. But if it ever gets kicked out, then White's bishops will just reign supreme. So yeah, Rook b8, a bit of a sad one. It feels like there might be some tactics as well there. Bishop takes e7 to try and deflect the Black Queen. I mean, I can't calculate as well as these guys, but okay, the evaluation bar doesn't move, so I'm relieved. But yeah, this is a judgment call as well, because now you're pretty much entering a similar position to the one we discussed earlier, but Black's e7 pawn is gone. So level material, still the opposite color bishop dynamic. And if White gets a pawn to d4, yeah, this is going to be big advantage White.
Okay, so we have many different options here for both sides. Taking on a5, rook to b8, those are playable. I'm wondering if in some universe it would be smart to play a move like b5, just giving that pawn back but trying to stabilize elsewhere. I don't think it's a good idea, because after b5, White can just grab that pawn. And although we are seeing some pieces get traded off, look at how active White is with a rook coming to b7, or a rook coming to d5 to steal this knight. The knight on d3, it looks great, but it's also quite loose.
Yeah, and you've left the White A pawn alive, and yeah, coaches such as Ramesh, actually, who's Praggnanandhaa's main coach, I've been lucky enough to sit in on some sessions, and pretty much the favorite topic conversation point is bishop on long diagonal, A pawn, promote to a queen, and you cover the A8 square. So yeah, I think if you want to bail out in some manner, then you need to make sure that as black, you trade off the White A pawn in the process. But I think you're exactly on the right directions, Robert. At some point, Black would love to give back the pawn and just trade off stuff, get rid of the queen or get rid of the White bishop pair. The more I look at it, the more I favour White. I think White's actually risking less than Black. And Pragg doesn't look too relaxed on the camera right now. So yeah, I mean, this is just fascinating stuff from start to finish. From move one, this has been a really, really exciting game. And one that I'm going to look at in more detail, but certainly Pragg on the back foot right now. Hasn't done anything wrong, but needs to be accurate to hold the equality here, hold the balance.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's pouncing on the board, but also the clock. And Praggnanandhaa, he is down to 26 minutes and change, whereas Jan Nepomniachtchi has over an hour. We know how quick Jan is. He's such a speedy player. Right now, he is using the clock as a 17th piece. And as we see, Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh behind him. These are two players that all Indian fans love to watch play. They also have to compete against each other, not just against the other opponents. But as we look at these two, and the future is bright with Indian chess, it looks like Praggnanandhaa did move his rook to the side. And we will check back in later with this. But the playing hall, I think, David, that's where everyone is nervous. A lot of fascinating games in the Masters, but also the Challengers. And you see Erwin Lamy there. He is playing in the Challengers, and not just playing, he is leading the Challengers tournament after 5 rounds. So the Dutch, they have great reason to cheer.
Yeah, he's inspirational for the older generation, I'll say, for the experienced players. Look at that focus from Erwin Lamy, another opening expert, another player who's been there, done it, represented his country so many times. Actually, one of my bogey players, Robert, one of the players with the best score against me worldwide. He beats me every time, Erwin Lamy, without doubt. No matter how bad, no matter how bad his position is initially, he always seems to outplay me. But he's a classy player. He's just got this really kind of sophisticated touch when he's in form. And you said he's the leader right now. He does have maybe the toughest pairing on paper. At least in the challengers section, Black against Anton Korobov, another experienced fighter. And how would you evaluate this position? Knights are off the board, level material, but it's a dance of the bishops.
I just wanted to second your point, though, about Erwin Lamy. He's somebody whose rating may start with, 2.6 rather than 2.7, but he beat the winner of the Grand Swiss. He took down Vidit Gujarati in the first round. He's had many great victories to his name. He's super experienced in Vaikonze, playing in these challenger sections. And boy, would he love to win it and go to the Masters group. But Anton Korobov is somebody who at any moment could be in the Masters group. He's been at 2,700 before. He is a really good speed chess player in blitz and rapid. And here in this game, he just brought his bishop out to f4. So, David, the big question that I'm sure everyone is trying to figure out is, can you take this bishop, further ruin White's already compromised pawn structure, and once that trade happens, is Black okay, or is White going to use the f-pawn as a battering ram to get that bishop out of e6?
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult judgment call here, and not one that Erwin, I feel, is comfortable making. If you do take this bishop, which is the first thing you calculate, we should always calculate forcing moves, the most ambitious moves first, then as you say, f5 is pretty much unstoppable. So, for example, if you were to get your king off the back rank, connect your rooks, which we're always taught to do, f5 blows open the position, and after a recapture on f5, White has some choice. White can jump in with a rook to e7. White can just take on d5, for example, regain the pawn. And yes, c2 is hanging, but it might be about the activity of pieces. If Black plays bishop takes c2, there'll be a hit on this bishop, and then rook to e7, infiltration, pawns are dropping galore, and White, yes, temporarily down a pawn, temporarily, but I think this is more than enough compensation. I think actually it's the Black king that's feeling slightly uncomfortable with these developments. So maybe something he wants to avoid, and if he does want to avoid it, perhaps there are safer options as far back as the current game position, such as rook to d8, just not allowing White to kind of hit you with gain of time. Say, yes, you'll trade, but on your own terms. So bishop takes f4 is ambitious because it shatters the White pawn structure, but dynamically it feels really, really risky. I think I would be more inclined to kind of play it safe here, a move such as rook d8.
It's funny how both players don't mind double pawns, because just to show you what happens, if you take on d6, when Black takes back, these pawns look bad, but you've opened a file, and suddenly Black can counter against White's compromised structure on this side. So both sides are welcoming doubling of their pawns, and this is a very important game. So while the engine suggests that we're approximately level, I think practically speaking, it does seem a bit easier for White to play. For Anton Korobov, who lost his opening round and then had that amazing photo, I don't know if you saw it, David, where he was doing an interview and he said he could smell the checkmate, and he just could, it was there, it was in the air. If he wins this game, suddenly he's the leader and has the inside track to making the Masters section next year.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, it's a marathon. It's 13 rounds. We're not even halfway yet. So just one game, one move, one mistake could decide things long term. And yeah, he could leapfrog Erwin in an instant. And yeah, I love that photo of Anton. I've been lucky enough to play him several times. And we were, okay, I shouldn't admit too much, but we were drinking together on the last night of the FIDE Grand Swiss. And he's got so many stories. He's so colorful. He's so expressive. I think he's one of the best players out there to interview. And yeah, I think there's a reason he's a fan favorite. So I'm not cheering for either side in this one. I'm not going to say it's a draw either, but yeah, fascinating battle, and showing that the slightly older players, the non-teenagers, can still hack it. They can still handle it with the best.
The veteran experience, it can pay off. And for Anton Korobov and Erwin Lamy both, they're fan favorites. They're very personable. They're so lively. And for Anton, who I believe that's him standing there, he's taking in his position, what might happen in an exchange. The players deep in thought, they are biding their time. And for these players here, everyone is working hard. And for Erwin Lamy in particular, I just want to shout him out, the leader of the Challenger section. For those of you who are subscribers on Twitch, we have a fantastic interview with Erwin Lamy where he talks about his hardships in life and his love for chess. So we'll be right back, and after this break and the interview.
I grew up in the small fortress town of Woerden. I've lived here all my life. When I was 5, my father taught me the game, and soon thereafter took me to the local chess club. I can't really remember my life without chess. I feel like it's always been there. I met my wife through chess. My profession is chess. I don't play chess to win. I'm not that competitive. I love how the pieces move. I love the game. I love how everything around me becomes still. When I'm behind the chessboard, time doesn't flow the same way until the clock runs out. In the spring of 2021, time seemed to have run out. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease, which is a form of cancer. I was 35, and suddenly my life changed. It was a strange time, and chess didn't seem to matter at all. But I was optimistic. I trusted the treatment plan and the doctors that were helping me, and I felt it was in their hands now. The chemotherapy, radiation, at the worst I could barely walk around the block. That it really puts things in perspective. If I have a bad position now, yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, you know. So maybe in that sense it helps that you have a more of a different kind of attitude to life. There are definitely also positive things I take from that time when I was not well. I think it gives you kind of different perspective on life, on everything actually. So it was definitely not only negative. It takes a long time to recover, but chess players are anything if not patient. It was crazy because 1 month before the tournament in Vegas, I still had my radiation therapy finished. So it was way too early actually to start playing, but I wanted to desperately be at that tournament. I barely prepared for the games because I was just too tired. I only played the games. I had dinner, went back to my room, slept most of the time. I had put that tournament as a goal. Best tournament I ever played. Then at the end of the year, after 16 failed attempts, I became Dutch champion, and that was really the cherry on the cake. That was huge for me. I was ecstatic. It was the feeling of I'm back. All those failures, all those setbacks, they never seem to matter now. What is important is that I have a lot of chess ahead of me. I always wait for the moment when I wake up and I realize that today I don't really feel like looking at chess, but it just never happens. My name is Erwin Lamy, and I'm a Dutch Grandmaster.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 6 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and wow, that was an emotional video with Erwin Lamy during the break there, and we aptly come back to him. I must admit, Robert, I had no idea about his struggles there, but it's so great to see him talk so positively, talk about his love for chess and his success. It's well deserved.
I've seen that video a number of times now, and it hits me straight in the heart every single time. It's honestly hard to even talk about. I didn't know that he was that ill either. We often see players and people, and we see their triumphs, and we focus on that. We don't know the tribulations that they go through in their personal lives and in their health. So we are so happy to see Erwin Lamy at the board. He has his hands full with Anton Korobov, a really strong player, but Erwin Lamy, he's a prolific author. He's done so many courses. He's a fantastic player, but he's also a survivor. And we just wanted to shout out Erwin Lamy, who is leading the challenger section. And if things keep going his way, if he keeps bringing his best, as he doesn't take any moment for granted, he may be in the Masters section a year from now. In fact, I would love nothing more than to see that. Even though we don't root for players, it's hard not to root for this person in Erwin Lamy.
Yeah, what a player, what an author, coach, a man with many hats. His whole life is chess, Erwin Lamy, and yeah, it's great to see him in this purple patch, full of form, as he mentioned, winning the Dutch championship, leading up. I mean, everything's been going right for him on the chessboard, and it feels like that realization, knowing that life is more than just about chess, has really inspired him to actually kind of take the pressure off and kind of give him this freedom to take risks at the board, and it's really, really reaping rewards right now. So, yeah, we'll keep everyone up to date with this headline clash in the Challengers group. But let's go back to the bird's eye view in the Masters, where there's also action happening as we build now towards the first time control, or the only time control, I should say. Not used to saying that in Vaikense. We have had one result. We'll remind everyone there was a draw, an early draw between Liren and Abdusattorov. But we are left with 6 battles, and things are really heating up, not just on the board, on the clock in some cases, as the players now, yeah, they have to show accuracy, they have to calculate well, and we're in the middle game in pretty much all of them, apart from perhaps one that I will call almost an endgame between Firouzja and Wei Yi. What's caught your attention? What's caught your focus, Robert?
Well, in the top right, I see that Jordan van Foreest against Gukesh is going the young Indian talent's way. Gukesh does have the upper hand as he's castled his king to, I don't even want to call it safety, but at least safer zone than it was in the center of the board. That's in your top right. And in your top left, we have those hanging pawns between Wenjun and Vidit Gujarati, and there's a bishop on a long diagonal. It's looking like the spice could be in that one too. So, David, I don't know what to choose because the Giri's game is also quite entertaining. The one all the way on the right-hand side between Max Volmadam and Alexander Danchenko, it's as locked as ever. So you pick, partner. Sorry to put it all on you. You tell me where you want us to go.
You've chosen the most indecisive man in the world to choose the game, but I'm going to follow your first instinct, Robert. Let's go to Van Foreest against Gukesh just to update on and kind of highlight why it's so good for Black right now. We are treated to the evaluation bars. That's where the computer is most excited about any player's position. And it does look like what's becoming a decisive advantage for the young Indian. So just a few moves since we were last here, but only in one direction this is turning. And yeah, Castle's queenside as late as move 28. That's a rarity in itself. And it's a beautiful moment by Gukesh. He's timed this to perfection. It's all about the white king actually in the corner that's facing peril right now.
Yes, indeed. There's a bishop on c6. There's the g file being open, so you could think about this pawn pushing at some moment just to kick the knight away. And I just want to go back a single turn because white captured on d6. So bishop c6 was a great find from Gukesh. The only move, I imagine, that kept his advantage. And then after pawn takes d6, he says, I don't need that pawn. And this is a good lesson for those of you who think I have to recapture when someone takes me. Right now, Black has 5 pawns, White has 4, so still a pawn ahead. And in fact, if White takes on c7, it's not about the pawn count. It's about the quality of your pieces. Rook d3 with rook takes g3 to follow. This looks devastating for the White king.
Yeah, literally the whole of the Black Army is pointing towards this White King right now. All of the heavy pieces, at least. That's some heavy artillery. And all the guns, they're lining up. It's going to be calamity on G2. That white pawn alone cannot withstand the tension. As you say, rook takes G3 is pretty much automatic next. I mean, I don't even see a defense for white. If you, for example, throw the bishop out the way, bishop takes A5. Let's show how black finishes this off. I think you just take everything on G3 and white collapses simply. You can defend one last time with rook to F2, but the black knight will come in, and I'm not sure exactly what direction. Knight D4, knight G5, knight F4. There's so many tempting moves. And I think the killer blow will be knight to F3, maybe preempted by a check first on H4. Yeah, checkmate is coming. The White King defenseless.
This is just a brutal finish to what has been an unfortunate series of moves for Jordan van Foreest, who had a good position. He had the initiative. It was the Black King that was in danger, but as we're showing here, it's the White King that is the one that is going to be successfully hunted. So castling queenside, a fantastic decision from Gukesh. His king. It still is in the line of sight from the enemy pieces, but the activity for black is way superior to the activity that white hopes to drum up with all of the pieces flooding in.
Yeah, that black bishop on C6, it might be the best minor piece I've ever seen. It's not just the bodyguard of its own king protecting B7, but it's also going to be the crucifier of this white king on H1. It's literally sitting on the key diagonal, and I mean, this is over at this level, and Jordan senses it. He's more used to being on the black side of these positions where he's the one attacking, he's the one kind of making the magic happen. But Gukesh, he's on a roll now. A win yesterday, and looks like he's about to convert another victory today. Castles queenside on move 28. Really, really star touch.
Not something you see very often at all. And for Gukesh, he did struggle towards the stretch, or the final months, I should say, of 2023 until the Chennai Masters tournament, where he played in the Grand Swiss. He had, by his lofty standards, an abysmal tournament. He'd lost a ton of rating points. Then he played in the London Chess Classic. He was the rating favorite. He was trying to leverage that opportunity to make it to the candidates. He stumbled. He failed. He lost in that final round, and he did not get the needed circuit points. But then in the Chennai Masters, he played exceptional chess. He returned to form, and he is trying to keep that form into the new year. He did win a game earlier in this event, and just yesterday he beat Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he had lost a couple games before that. So some uneven performances from Gukesh. He's so young. His best chess is ahead of him, but it's good for his many fans to see him strike back after suffering the setbacks.
Yeah, and a good lesson for everyone out there watching. If you don't succeed first time, try again. And like you say, with his candidates journey, he's persevered. And historically in the candidates, it does favor those who kind of make these late entries and who get there just about. And in this tournament as well, some setbacks, but he's bouncing back. He seems so kind of stoic. He doesn't seem to get overly emotional, recovers so quick. That's the sign of a champion. So Gukesh, this game as well, sign of a champion. He's done everything right. And unfortunately for Jordan, things just not clicking this year in his home country. But Castles queenside. I don't think there's too much more to say about this game, this kind of position itself, Robert. Just looks like black's pieces too good, too strong. And opposite colour bishops, they do favour the side who can attack. And it's all about the light squares in this one.
Just a fantastic piece on C6. This should be mop-up territory for Gukesh. And for Jordan van Foreest, he won this event in 2021. I feel like that puts pressure on you, because if you just look at the ratings, Jordan van Foreest is one of the lower-rated players in this competition. You would think he has no business winning. In fact, when he did take first place in Vaikonze in 2021, everybody was shocked, including himself. Like, you couldn't have dreamed of winning this tournament ahead of players like Anish Giri and the superstars who usually come to Vike in January. Fabiano Caruana, you have Magnus Carlsen winning this event 8 times. Vishwanathan Anand is a 5-time champion as well. So I feel like for Jordan, that was a surprising moment, but it was a crowning achievement. And then you think, I've done this before. I need to do it again. Can I do it again? And I feel like there is psychological pressure on him playing in this event.
Yeah, certainly. It was a real kind of underdog story, a real fairy tale for Jordan when he won. But As we see in cases such as Owen Lamy, you need to take the pressure off yourself in order to really get your best results. That's why Lamy's on form right now. He feels more free to express himself. Jordan maybe burdened by that kind of expectation of victory. And he's had an up and down couple of years. He's not had any fantastic results, no bad results either, but yet to kick on. And it's tough when you're facing these teenagers who are out to get you every game. They seem to be gaining rating points every day. And yeah, for Jordan, it's kind of that limbo when you're in between 2650, 2700. It's tough. You feel this extra pressure, as you mentioned. So yeah, we'll see him bounce back. He's too good not to. Jordan, he's so blessed, so talented, so creative, but not in this game, unfortunately. I don't foresee any comeback in this exact one.
Right now, he is so busted, unfortunately for him. As king, he is just in harm's way, and it's not getting out of there. So why don't we get out of this one? Gukesh looking like he's ready to get to a plus score in the tournament. Earlier, he beat Wei Yi. Yesterday, he beat Nepomniachtchi. And now he would like to add Jordan van Foreest to the list. So, David, that was the game in the top right. We just dove in a little more. Are any of the other games particularly catching your eye?
Again, spoiled for choice. There's a checkmate threat in one on the top left of our screens. The clash between Women's World Champion Wenjun and candidate Vidit Gujarati. So maybe we go there. We might actually be about to see a repetition and a draw. The position's repeated itself there, I do believe. There's been a dance between White's Queen and Black's Dark Square Bishop, and that would actually be a logical conclusion to this game. Black's hanging pawns in the center, not enough of a strength to really justify playing for an advantage. It looks like White's pieces are perfectly poised, especially those two bishops on long diagonals. So I think objectively, Vidit should be pretty happy with the draw. What do you think, Robert? Will he try to repeat the position with bishop to e7, back to f8, etc.?
And I think that a lot of fans, they hate the draw. This is the type of draw that happens when both players are playing fantastic chess. Because with the queen on h6, if we just go back a half step here, then queen g7 checkmate was the threat. You don't want to push your f-pawn and further weaken the light squares in front of your king. We could even see potentially a bishop h3 at some moment and more of an attack. If you play bishop f6, you are trading off the dark square bishops, but that does leave some significant holes behind in your own camp. So bishop f8 is a forceful way to stop the checkmate. The queen comes back to h4, and after bishop to e7, this, I believe, will be a draw by repetition. White can play on. The queen already came from f4, and it was chased by a bishop on d6. But if the queen decides to move to the other side of the board, and you're trying to play for a win, you could also be playing for a loss. And we do see the pieces. I think that bishop e7 was played. So if Wenjun wants, she can go back to h6. Because, David, I don't know about you. Queen a4, I see the engine says still maybe slightly better for White, but there's risk there. And if I'm not mistaken, she just played queen back to h6, so we should have a draw.
Yeah, and I think Vidit now, if he wanted the draw, he would write down his move. He'd stop the clock, call the arbiter and say, oh, there we see. This is the one time in chess you can write down your move before making it. He's going to stop the clock. He's going to tell the arbiter his intention to make bishop to f8, and that would be the third time the position's repeated itself. So correct procedure, which we always love to see, very instructive. And the arbiter is coming over to sign off on this to confirm. And he says, yep, I trust you. I trust the players. Draw agreed, draw by repetition. And ultimately, as you were indicating there, Robert, a logical result. Perfect game, essentially, from both sides. And yeah, I think reason to be positive. Vidit, he withstood a little bit of pressure. Wenjun continues her very impressive streak.
And she's just a strong grandmaster, so drawing with the white pieces, maybe she'll even be a little bit disappointed because she is a professional chess player through and through. She wants to win games where she feels like she has an advantage. But as we see the players leave the board, we just want to dive just very quickly to explain why she wouldn't want to play on, because it would have required a bit of risk from her given the nature of the position. The arbiter is resetting the pieces, as Wenjun will also leave the scene. But just to say, queen a4, it does allow White to play on. The engine saying White is ever so slightly better. But the reason this is risky is, we've talked about this before, the queen and king on opposite sides of the board. it could lead black at some moment. Let's say you move your bishop to c6 to strike with d4, and it's the white king that can come under fire. So there is some risk associated with playing on here from the white side, even if the engine at first likes the white pieces. You have to really be careful.
Yeah, as you say, it feels just in the wrong direction, queen a4. Even if there's no refutation, even if black doesn't have anything immediate, it just feels like you're stepping to the wrong side of the board. Black can even just put a pawn on a6 and say, okay, your queen's a bit offside. Where's she going next? I don't think we can fault this decision. Wenjun, she's literally running the gauntlet, playing all of these candidates back to back, and more than holding her own. So yeah, I agree. She might be slightly frustrated. It looks like a nice position for white. That she couldn't kind of get more out of it, but in the end, fair result. Just really high quality and I bet high accuracy game.
I'm just laughing here, David, because I just wanted to look what the engine suggests. After a6, 3 moves are suggested that I can see. Queen a5, the first queen f4, but that queen already came from there. Then queen a5 and queen a3. So that's not really a human decision to keep moving your queen over and over and over again, and then to move back to f4 where you came from, or to move to a3 in the line of fire from this bishop. I get you might want queen b2 at some point, but that also walks into the dark square bishop. So it's not the easiest position to play for human players. The engines, they're not emotional beings, at least not yet. So that's why the draw was in fact agreed, a repetition, a fair result. So let's move on from this one. I think that both players, they played their best chess.
Yeah. Chess at best play is a draw, unfortunately. So, okay, 2 games down, 5 to go in the Masters section. Okay, I'm going to guide us maybe briefly to the Max Varmadam game against Donchenko. There have been a few moves there, a few small developments. And earlier we were talking about the Dutch flavour in these events. We were talking about Lamy, Jordan van Foreest. Let's go to another Dutchman, Max Varmadam, because there has been a question mark attached to black's last move. And it's a very logical move. Black's knight on c5 was a strong piece, but it was about to get undermined and maybe no longer served a purpose. So he's seeking fresher pastures for it. He wants to jump into the d4 square, Donchenko here. He's going down a pawn anyway. He might as well try and get as active as possible. Are you surprised this is deemed a questionable move, Robert?
I am. And there must be something concrete here for white to take advantage of. If we just go back a turn, the knight was on c5. That looks good. But the a4 pawn is only defended by 2 black pieces. And there are 3 different white pieces aimed in that direction. So I'm wondering what you could have done instead. Maybe there's some activity that black could have sought with a rook lift somewhere, rook f7, maybe even as far as f4 to just apply pressure on the e4 pawn while swinging your other rook over. But that, at least to my eyes, it doesn't look like you're getting anywhere. And so I can understand why knight b3 would be the choice. You want to plant your knight on d4 and at least pose some problems for white to solve.
Yeah, looks like a logical human attempt, a very practical move. Donchenko is in trouble on the clock, we should mention, as well as the board. And he's about to go down a pawn, but he's also down to 18 minutes. So let's investigate. Max Varmadam, everything has been building up towards capturing this pawn on a4. Which way does he take it, first of all, with the knight or rook? And secondly, how does he react to black's knight rerouting, jumping back into the central outpost on d4?
Let's start with knight takes a4, just because it seems to attack c7 and this knight on b3. But once the knight goes to d4, if you take with this bishop on d4, pawn takes and say, oh, I'm just going to steal your pawns. I'm playing with greed in mind. You can already see the evaluation going completely in black's favor. And David, it doesn't at first glance look like black should be winning. What's going on here?
Wow. Yeah, winning, I wouldn't have said. It definitely feels wrong direction because you've gifted all the dark squares to black. Looks like some attack against the white king. I'm already wondering whether you trade off rooks or even knight h3 check looks tempting. d3 at some point in the next few moves looks tempting. Ooh. Unleashing black's dark squared bishop. Oh, wow, d3 now. I didn't even calculate this one, but on feel, the pieces are gathering, the storm clouds are gathering around the white king. And wow, d3, it's a deflection tactic. This is really cool. If rook takes queen, you get a pawn on c2 and maybe you trade off rooks first. And whether or not you trade off rooks, the knight is hanging. Yeah, this pawn is simply promoting or winning material. And who cares about the number of pawns? It's about the quality. Black's C2 pawn. I've got no commitment issues with this one. I was talking about them earlier. Pushing past this pawn on C2. I'll take that every day of the week. But,
you'll give up 4 more pawns to just get that one.
Yeah, I think Black's probably winning even if you take the other 4 pawns off the board. B6, D6, G6, H5. It's all about the C2 pawn right now. And just to show, after pawn to D3, the reason White can't take that pawn, I guess, or maybe should try and take this pawn. Bishop takes. Then there's going to be Bishop D4 check. There's going to be Queen coming into G4. I'm not sure what order you go for these in. Yeah, just all of them.
Yeah. You're correct. No, I'm just making the move that you're suggesting, and I'm like, Engine approves. David Howell, once again, showing why he's so strong. All of Black's pieces, though, are on great squares.
Exactly. Luckily, this is the type of position I don't have to calculate. I can play on feel. Just D3, I'm not sure I would have found that one, but we are aided by the evaluation bar. And yeah, look at that Black Bishop on D4 dominating the White Knight on the rim. Black's Knight about to sacrifice itself. White's back rank, eternally weak. And again, who cares about pawns? Checkmate ends the game.
It's just a vicious attack right here that I actually think that with the back rank checkmates, with this Knight about to take on E4 as well, it's too many pieces for Black going after the White King, and this Knight is stranded over here. So Rook takes C7. I mean, Knight A4, Rook takes C7. It's the start of a bad plan, but how easy is it to find D3 here? That's not an easy move to play in this position, and I'm going to turn on the specific moves. That's the only move that gives Black the advantage. Everything else seems to favor White.
Wow. Okay, then it might be more difficult if Max is really deep down the calculation hole. If he misses D3, then things could turn very quickly. But I don't know, instinct-wise, he's a very strong grandmaster, Max. He's, as we mentioned, so good with opening. He studies a lot with computers. I think his spidey senses will be tingling, and he'll realize giving up all the dark squares here, it's just too much of a concession. And yes, it's a pawn, but you're a pawn up anyway without having to go for the greed of a second pawn. You've done the hard work. Normally at the top level, it's all about consolidation. Once you've got this kind of long-term advantage, consolidate, stabilize. And that's leading me away from Knight takes A4, as you're highlighting right now, Robert. Maybe that would be just a step in the wrong direction. Rook takes A4. At least if your Knight's going to get sidelined, get pieces off the board. Get closer to this endgame where you have the extra material.
That's true. And if the Knight comes to D4 now, you don't even actually have to take it if you are afraid of this E-pawn becoming a passed D-pawn. So you could just bring your queen up to D3, where you've protected all your pawns and your bishop. So this does look really pleasant for White. And if you can eliminate that set of rooks, then I think the danger for the White King is also eliminated, because Black does not have enough firepower.
Yeah, Black would kill for a light squared bishop right now, just or something extra, some extra ammunition. But yeah, once White's Knight gets back to C3, full control, and it won't be easy. We should mention it's still going to take an age, but eventually the extra pawn, White will push that A pawn with the aid of the B pawn, and it will become a passer long term. So this should be very good for White, but it is a judgment call, and Max has to avoid that temptation of being extra greedy here. And that's why this question mark we see on the screen, Robert, we were both hesitant, right? Just because there are practical kind of pitfalls that await White. If you get too greedy, I'm sure Donchenko has seen that variation or something similar at least, where it could backfire on White. He's playing for the hustle now. He's trying to play for tricks.
And chess is a game not of moves, but of ideas and strategies. And I would say that in a bullet game, Knight takes A4 really feels like the logical play, because you're opening up your queen and rook on the same line towards C7. But as we just saw in that other variation, it's more important to trade off some pieces. And that's another chess principle. When you're ahead, you often want to trade pieces. So you're trading your active rook for this more passive rook, but you're also eliminating potential attackers. So it's such a balance of when to be active versus when to be a bit defensive. It's not easy to figure these things out.
Yeah, when you're in the heat of battle, I mean, I've been there, I'm sure you've been there plenty of times. It's hard to sometimes take a step back and go back to those basics, like just trade off pieces. We're a pawn up. Sometimes you get carried away calculating a bit too much, as Max might be doing right now. And the more you calculate, the more accurate you might be, but if you miss something, the more dramatic that miss would also become. So yeah, if he gets too bogged down and trying to grab on C7, or we could see a turnaround. So key moment, Max should go back to basics and take with the rook, but not easy by any means.
Not at all. So while we leave Max to this decision, we will keep our eye out on this game, but it seems like a lot of action unfolding in the others. It's the nature of Vikings A, David. That's why I love this tournament so much, is you could tune into one game, things are getting sharper, and then whoop, you zoom out and right a couple boards down, more tactics, more fireworks on display.
Yeah, so we need to stay vigilant, and we need to check in on the other action. We won't update you yet between Van Foreest and Gukesh. Gukesh on the brink of victory there. How about either Nepomniachtchi against Pragg, or we go to actually maybe the most progressed game so far. Let's start there. I'm going to get over my commitment issues. Firouzja against Wei Yi. It's in the end game there.
And we were talking earlier in that game that was in the center of the screen that the position, it looked like Black had no problems. Now I see a lot of problems for Black, namely that White is up a healthy pawn, a pass pawn in the endgame. This looks like a game where if Alireza can do what Wenjun did to him yesterday, he'll have great winning chances.
Yeah, it feels like he's just been tickling away. He put some pressure on a pawn and it just dropped off the board. Knight to g6, this last move has been given a question mark. I think, at least strategically, it's very healthy, aiming to plonk the black knight into f4, going for White's g2 pawn, the base of White's kingside pawn chain. But maybe that was better. Maybe he should have been playing on the other flank. Maybe he should be eliminating this white knight. If you take, for example, on b5, at least you have a very strong knight against not the best bishop in the world. So yes, you're a pawn down, but some serious drawing chances long term. I'm curious, Robert, how did he lose a pawn? It looked so level, very safe for Black as well, just half a dozen moves ago.
I'm going to take us back to find out. So we saw a position where both players proving their rooks. Queen trade was offered, queen trade declined. And the knight came out for Black. I mean, look at this diagonal. Except for the A1 and H8 squares, this is completely full. This position is quite complex, but how did Black go a pawn down? It looks so nice here for Wei Yi.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dream for any top-level player with the black pieces. You've equalized, maybe even more than equalized, symmetrical pawns, no tactics at all in the air. Especially against someone like Firouzja, someone so dynamic, you've kind of killed their activity. But it went wrong, and it went wrong over the next few moves. F3, pawn to h5 is ambitious, going for the pawn structure we later see in the endgame. King to f2, really nice move there from Firouzja. Counterintuitive, bring your king out into the open, but you defend the loose queen. Unprotected queen there would have led to some tactics, no doubt, long term. So getting ready for the endgame too. And h4 still looks fine to my naked eye. But it happened in the endgame. Once the queens disappeared from the board, turns out the black queen side, actually you called it, Robert, like 15 moves ago, maybe slightly loose, slightly vulnerable, these advanced black pawns.
And this knight is about to hop to a5, maybe pawn a4. If the rooks leave, the knight to c5. So I think this is where things started to go wrong for Black. He went g5, still playing on the king side, gaining control of key squares and important space. But after the rooks were traded on d8, the knight hops into c5, the bishop goes to c8, and at least visually, David, this looks horrible for Black. It went from looking perfect to looking very promising for White, thanks to this knight on c5. And with the knight here, the a6 pawn is loose, and that is why Alireza decided to strike with a4. He just won himself a pawn.
Yeah, the black pawn duly dropped off. It feels like Wei Yi was maybe a victim of his own ambition, pushing all those pawns on the king side. I mean, pushing h5, h4, g5. It took 3 important tempi away. And meanwhile, White just looked at the other flank and said, you're vulnerable there. White's knight on c5, beautiful outpost. And a6 is the big weakness, dropping off any moment. And he actually just allowed the pawn to fall on b5 instead. And if we catch up with the current game position, maybe we try to investigate how bad it is for Black. A pawn is a pawn, and how does White consolidate it now? Does White retreat the knight from a slightly vulnerable spot? Knight f4 is a bit of a threat right now, so I guess White has to be quick here.
That's true. The g2 pawn is loose, and currently the bishop on e2 is doing an important task of defending this knight on b5. I would say the moves that come to my mind, knight c3 is one, and rook d1 is the other. Those are like my 2 main plans for white, but perhaps there's an argument to be made for bringing this knight elsewhere. I'm most tempted by knight c3, but I could see an argument for the knight going even to d6 in some of these positions, just to be tricky in some ways, but also give yourself the c4 square. Your knight is hopping around.
Yeah, I was also attracted to rook c5 initially, just kind of reminding black that g5 pawn is undefended, but maybe the rook long term isn't so great on c5. I like your moves. As we mentioned in the other game, the Maghsoodloo game, win a pawn and then consolidate, keep things simple. So let's go for your first instinct, or one of the moves you mentioned first, knight c3, for example, just to investigate how black can seek counterplay. Knight to f4, I guess, is the intention, consistent with the previous move. The bishop drops back to f1. Say rook b8 just to prevent the white pass pawn from marching forward, and even just rook b1 here, it looks passive, but you're going to push that pawn sooner or later. Knight e2 will at some point trade off black's strong knight, and I mean, it's a 2-result game. Black is trying to draw, struggling to draw, but evaluation bar says it's still big advantage for Firouzja.
The issue for black, though, is that white doesn't really have weaknesses. I would say that this is more likely that white wins than black holds the draw, because while the knight does tie down the bishop to g2, that is true. Otherwise, white has a free hand pushing the pawn up, and the white king is very active, can even start going on over to the queen side, all the way up into the position. That's not a joke. That could happen. So I don't like Wei Yi's chances to hold this game. We saw rook d1 played. King f8 was the follow-up. And black needed to do this because there was this nasty pin on the d file, so the black king has to get to e7 ASAP.
Yeah, I think it'll be very similar, but maybe Wei Yi, Firouzja now with white has bought himself a bit of time to even push his b pawn forward over the next couple of turns. He'll move his knight back, and b4, b5, just start pushing. No hesitation there. None of my kind of grindy advice of just hesitating before pushing pawns. I think you can go for it, and I think, Firouzja recovering potentially from yesterday's setback. It feels like Wei Yi, something's just a bit off with this last 10 moves or so. It just feels like he misevaluated the position. Maybe he was playing for the advantage with black, but just playing on the wrong flank, playing on the wrong side of the board. And I'm with you, Robert. It looks much, much closer to a white win than a draw right now.
And I think you could be onto something, that once you neutralize your opponent's opening advantage, you start thinking, can I play for more? And Wei Yi started to bring his H and G pawns up the board, but completely neglected his queen side. And then it collapsed. He's down a pawn. Look at Alireza go, played b4. Black has the automatic move, king to e7, but then the knight does backtrack to c3. You can establish a pawn on b5. So black may hold this game. It's not impossible. I would say, I'm not an odds maker, so I'm just putting out random numbers, but one of those 75-25 positions where white wins the majority of the time. But Wei Yi is a tremendous defender. It's just not pleasant to sit and face a passed pawn. But if he can survive this game, then he's proving that he's in great playing shape, even though we don't see him over the board all that much.
Yeah, and as you say, great defender Wei Yi. Yesterday he defended a really difficult endgame with queens on the board, but the difference there was that he could calculate his way out of trouble. This one, you're going to have to cling on. You're going to have to play really, really kind of creepy crawly moves just to survive every turn. It's no calculation here yet, at least. It's just about kind of hoping that the opponent doesn't find a winning plan. He's going to have to put his rook on b8 at some point, king on e7 first, and just sit and pray, essentially. White will now retreat the knight, I'm expecting, from Firouzja, and once the pawn reaches b5, every single endgame, pretty much every single trade will favor white, and getting closer to victory. So, okay, with the clock situation as well, I'm with you. 75-25 sounds fair.
Well, I think Alireza, he'd be happy to hear that, or maybe he won't be until it's 100% victory for him. But we'll leave these two to it, because this could be a very long endgame grind. Alireza, hopefully he's learned to grind like a grandmaster, as he's going to need every last ounce of technique. But my eyes are on both the game second from the left on the bottom row, because Anish Giri, I see the EVA bar in the center. Most of his advantage has been spoiled, it would appear. But the top right game, that one is still wild. David, I'm going to be honest with you. That game catches my eye the most, the one between Van Foreest and Gukesh.
Yeah, let's go to there first, because it's the most tactical. It's the most dynamic of the games. And we will check in on Anish Giri. We see Anish Giri pacing around. Every time I look at the camera, Giri's watching the game we're looking at. He's just everywhere all at once. But his advantage slipping away. And okay, rook to c1. First surprise, is this game still going? Secondly, rook to c1 given a miss. Not the best move there from Van Foreest. And that's surprising because what else, simply? Okay, Robert, we need to delve deep into this one, I feel, because it's getting really, really kind of tactical move by move now. If Black doesn't find a knockout blow, maybe some hope at the end of the tunnel, some light there for Van Foreest to cling on.
And I think we can see that the pawn on c7 was captured and the rook went to d4 rather than d3. So let's just go back to just a couple moves where we left off. The pawn did capture on c7. The rook came to d4, which was given a question mark. So Jordan did have a way to survive this position. Apparently, it looks like a tough one, but rook d4 given a question mark. The idea is pretty clear. Going for the h-file so that g3 is loose. But David, rook b to c1 looked pretty natural. Maybe it was the other rook? Because the rook on b1 probably useful in an attack?
Yeah, quite possibly. Actually, there might be some key details, as you mentioned there, Robert. So yeah, rook fc1. This one definitely threatens rook takes bishop, rook takes c6. Because in the other variation, I just want to mention after rook b to c1, it's always so hard, right? Choosing the right rook. I struggle with that all the time. Because now, even if Black were to make some odd move, like, I don't even know, h5? Probably not the best one, but rook takes c6 isn't a winning threat yet. Because after queen to b8 check, king to d7, the Black king, at least for now, survives. The promotion square is covered by the Black rook. And the difference is, if White's rook were on b1, however, queen to b7 check would have been the knockout blow. So h5, this is the key difference. So this is now a monster threat. Queen b7, and the key is that you promote with a discovered check. Double check, and game over. So small details like that, so hard for a human.
A small detail that is really huge. Because you stop on b7 rather than b8. So many of us are tempted to put our queen next to the king. That's the better check. It must be. But rook fc1, choosing the f1 rook, it does allow more opportunities to get at the Black king. And I think Black's idea is still rook to h4, because White doesn't have time, even if you chose the correct rook, because rook takes h2 check will lead to mate. If you take with the king, queen takes g3, followed by queen takes g2. That's immediately checkmate, thanks to the rook on g8. And if you try to run away, we get a renegade rook scenario where rook takes g2 check happens. And David, if you take it, you're still getting mated, so you run away. And I don't actually think you play the rook checks anymore. Maybe you bring the queen in, but the point is, once that rook is finally captured, the knight will fall with check, and I'll just maybe finish the sequence. King here will run into, I don't know, rook here, check. Where's the mate? Somewhere.
It's here somewhere, Robert. Rook g2, I don't know. You could always play queen g2, queen takes c6. That's what the lazy person in me would play. Just pocket a rook. Who needs checkmate?
That is good. There is a forced checkmate, but the point is that Black, at minimum, steals a full rook and wins the game. So Black has threats of his own. In fact, in the game, after rook h4, that is the exact threat of rook takes h2 with queen takes g3 to follow with mate, and the White queen isn't in time. So these little details, they play a huge role, and it does feel like Gukesh, he's back on the offensive. Rook takes c6, still in the air. Game not over yet, but there was a incorrect decision from Jordan, and he still does have chances, but he's on the back foot.
Yeah, he's on the back foot. He uses his rook to defend his knight across the board, but now the rook will be tied down, no longer able to sacrifice itself for that beautiful Black bishop, that staunch defender of the Black king and the attacker of the White king. So still Gukesh in the driver's seat, still a big attack. But now we're building up to the time control, Robert. We will check in on that game with the leader, Anish Giri, but it feels like our last opportunity before the time scramble, before the clocks tick down, to go on a break. So we will take a couple of minutes, and we will be back with the most dramatic part, the fastest, the most furious part of round 6. So don't go anywhere, anyone. This is your last chance to get a tea, get a coffee, and see you soon for crunch time.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
C4 knight b5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan is getting closer and closer to a win.
Jordan is just playing marvelous chess. He's lost 0 games, so he's not taking risks.
Jordan van Foreest with impressive, amazing performance, amazing games, wins the last round. We are in for tie breaks, people. We have tie break between 2 Dutchmen, Anish Giri and Jordan van Foreest. The winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
Basically, it comes down to a lot of luck, so I don't know. He played the better chess, but maybe I played the faster chess in the end, and full credit to him. He played a really good tournament and he really deserved to win it. I mean, could have won both of his last games too, I think. But yeah, this is just how it goes.
And how do you feel?
Yeah, just on top of the world, I think. So a lot of things going through my head, but I think it still has to, settle in a bit, come hit me, and I think that comes when all the interviews and stuff is done, and when I'm like at night in my bed trying to sleep, something like this.
In the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation, the battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nodirbek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Liren makes a return to the board, after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish Giri, and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to round 6 of the Tata Steel chess tournament. Sorry for the prolonged break there. We had some small technical issues, which we're over now, hopefully. And Robert, it's been a dramatic day so far. We are back in time for the time scrambles. How excited are you?
Oh, I'm pumped. You and I were talking about some of the happenings on the chessboard. Unfortunately for the many people out in the audience, they didn't get to hear our thoughts, but that's what we'll do now. So I'm glad that we can jump right back in. The game's still underway, but some players, seems like they have the upper hand and the advantages are completely won in some of these boards.
Yeah, well, let's go to the bird's eye view. We see some really, really dramatic, decisive evaluation bars here. I was going to say evil bars, because wow, there's so much to see, so much to unpack here. But let's jump straight back into the chess. We just saw Firouzja leap away from his board, and he has a winning advantage against Wei Yi. I think it's just a matter of technique at this point, and I'm not just saying that as a lazy way of saying white's winning. It's because simply white's b-pawn is too strong.
It certainly is. The last move was king back to deliver a check against the black king. And a lot has changed since we left, but the plan was obvious and very difficult to do anything about it. Black's bishop on e8 is very passive. And I think at this stage here, now it's just a matter of putting the final touches on this game. You may want to play b6. That looks too soon because your knight on a4 is in some trouble. In fact, that could even cost you the game with rook d4 check. So be very, very careful before you push your passed pawn. You need to set it up correctly. So David, knight c5 check looks pretty good to me, but I know that the king may step up to b6. I don't see the path forward. How does white actually deliver the knockout blow?
Yeah, I think if you're impatient here, if you want to go straight for it, there might be ideas such as rook to c5. I actually have a cunning idea in mind if black reacts with the move f6. For example, just holding together this black knight. I want to now drop back to c2. I was going to say, if you want to take things slow and steady, play rook c2 first, but maybe this is clever because now after knight c5 check, there's an extra weakness, a loose pawn on e6. And to my eyes, this looks strong depending on what black does. If black now plays, for example, rook d6 to protect this e6 pawn, then you can continue playing slow and steady, keep building up king a5, start kind of edging in. Knight c5 will come with extra power. Now you've taken away the b6 square at the right moment, Robert, as you mentioned. Actually, b6 is a threat now within the next few moves. If black, say, plays knight g6, you can play b6, allowing bishop takes a4 and bishop a6. Checkmate. Incoming. Sorry, I'm getting overexcited. It's an endgame, my favorite phase of the game.
I don't blame you or judge you one bit. That's a beautiful tactical sequence to end a game where you're up a pawn and looking to promote. So I just want to point out that this rook c5 idea that you mentioned, it's really something because you're inducing a weakness. It does remind me of the game between Wenjun and Alireza Firouzja just a day ago. You induce a pawn push and only then retreat your rook because once the pawn pushes to f6, yes, you've defended g5, but you've lost sight of the pawn on e6. And if you move your knight somewhere, say knight to g6, the rook can just grab a pawn on g5. 2 pawns to the good would be Alireza Firouzja, and he's too good to let an advantage like this slip. It's a winning position for white.
Yeah, and this relies on some tactics, as you mentioned, but even just the rook c2, just the meat kind of controlling move first, doesn't blow anything, doesn't ruin anything. You can kind of slowly go about your business of improving long term. It feels like black is pretty much stuck. The black knight is fixed on e5, can't be improved. The black rook on d8, black bishop, they're just waiting for white to move in for the kill. So I wouldn't be surprised if Firouzja takes kind of the slow approach, but maybe he'll take a leap out of Wenjun's book, as you mentioned, just provoke that weakness. Maybe he's learned from yesterday's defeat and then step back with even more force. So this one, I think, whether it's within the next 5 moves, whether it's within the next 10 moves, 20 moves, will be decided in white's favor. We have reached move 40 here, so we'll go first to other games where the time scramble is more pressing.
Let's do that. Let's get out of this one. And as we believe in Alireza Firouzja's potential to win this one and get to 4 points out of 6 games. It's a good showing from him despite yesterday's loss. And as we look at the other boards here, David, I'm looking at the bottom right. That evaluation bar is now sky high in Max Volmandam's favor.
Yeah, let's jump there because during the break we did see Another mistake, unfortunately, from Donchenko. Another miss. He simply let another pawn or two drop off the board. And this is the current position. White's queen is infiltrated. White's light square bishop is snacked on a pawn. But if we just backtrack a few moves, it was one careless slip just 3-4 moves ago. Rook to e7, given the question mark by Donchenko, and loose pieces drop off, loose pawns drop off, Robert. LPDO, it's the g6 pawn that is the target. He just missed this queen slide, queen g3. It's a skewer, hitting the knight first of all and hitting the pawn behind it. And this might just have been the beginning of the end.
And you can protect the knight with a move like bishop to h or f6, but then the pawn comes up to h4, kicks the knight out of the way, and g6 dropped first, and then h5 fell next. So you're hoping, you're relying on some sort of compensation in the attack, but white plays knight e2, a great retreating move, trading off this impressive knight on d4, and it's only a matter of time before this rook on a4, it gets back into the game, and if we see more trades happen, white is 3 pawns ahead, David. That's too many.
Yeah, really classy move there, this last one by Max, just trading off the opponent's active piece, knight to e2. The only problem for white here that I can see is this pin along the f-file, and if after now the white queen retreats, queen to g3, I'm assuming, if knight takes knight, then white's bishop jumps back, retreats, and defends f1, breaking the pin. Now white's dark squared bishop is free to move, and this is just a cleaning up job, 3 extra pawns. I think Donchenko must be relying on something to do with queen takes b5 on the previous turn. I'm not sure whether that brings him any joy after queen to g3, queen takes b5. It is a double attack. I must admit, I missed this one when I was first kind of writing off black's chances, but he's still alive. He's still kicking, trying to put up some resistance here.
But look at the move that Max Vormodem played. Instead of queen g3, he went queen g4, defending the knight with a second piece. The engine actually doesn't like it quite as much, but still says that white has a tremendous advantage. So queen to g4, offering the queen trade, protecting the knight on e2. So when knight takes b5 happens, the rook can just slide over because the queen is defending that loose knight, or what was previously a loose knight, is now covered.
Yeah, a small but important detail. These top players, they're so good at spotting the finesses. And yeah, even if the evaluation bar drops slightly, I think this is a more practical approach. Just no need for calculation. Defend, 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 overprotect everything. Again, he's done the hard work. He will be 2 pawns to the good after this pawn is snapped off on b5. Still 2 pawns up for white, and rook to b4. Do you envisage any counterplay, any chance of a fight back for black here?
I think if you play a move like rook takes d4, which would tempt me in a blitz game, I would bring my knight in, go to e6 and f5 and say I control all of the squares in front of your king. Then I do think black has some chances. But if I'm Max, I just play rook to b4. You just want, want to cover all of your bases, not blunder anything. And once the knights come off the board, the white queen could even slide back home to d1. Just protect everything. Do not fall for any sort of tactical shot.
Yeah, rook b4, again, keep things simple. Here in this game, we're at move 32. So still some time before that magical move 40, where the players gain a bunch of extra time on the clock. But it is 10 minutes for Max and only 2 for the opponent. So as well as having the advantage materially on the board, I think that extra clock time should enable him to consolidate. So yeah, looking like a big favorite.
He is. So we've seen that Max Vormodem can beat some of the other stars in the event. He took down Jordan von Forest. He would like to take down Alexander Donchenko today and go to an even score, which is a tremendous result for him as one of the lowest rated players in the competition. So I think we can trust these players for now, but they're in time trouble, so things can heat up. Should we quickly venture to another game that also is nearing that move forward?
Yeah, let's try and wrap up, or at least recap all the games that are still in progress and about to reach that magical move 40 mark. This is where we see the most mistakes, right, Robert? Statistically, biggest errors happen between move 35 and 40. And let's zoom out of this one and investigate what's happening elsewhere. In the break, I did see a piece sacrifice from Praggnanandhaa. I'm wondering whether that's paid off for him. And we did also promise before the break a check-in with tournament leader Anish Giri. But first, let's go to Pragg. He has given up a knight, but he has a couple of pawns in return. And now, queen's off the board, a very active rook as well. This rook on d2, I'm liking it. Look at that white knight, stuck on the rim, looking pretty dim.
It is looking dim, and the chances for Praggnanandhaa are actually growing to hold this game. The evaluation bar says completely level position, despite the fact that white has a knight for only 2 pawns. But the problem is that black's activity, the bishop dominates the knight completely. It can't actually leave the square. b2 is covered. c3 is covered. The knight can't venture forward because the bishop covers those squares as well. So the bishop completely dominates the knight. We have opposite colored bishops. So this light square bishop can't help out. You might want to put it on a1, and then we're talking about some winning chances. For now, I see no path forward for Jan Nepomniachtchi. The good news, though, is he can play this forever. There's no risk really in his position either, so he can just maneuver around as he sees fit.
Yeah, maybe try and park the white bishop on b5 somehow. Might have to go the long way around just to keep the white knight safe. f2 is a bit of a target, though, so there are still weaknesses that he has to be concerned about. I mean, logical result would be a draw. Somehow white might have to give back the extra knight just to kind of quell the black activity or to get a couple of pawns back in return. But maybe, Robert, just very briefly, we're about to reach move 40 in this game, so time isn't really an issue. We can go back to this moment. He sacrificed the piece. I feel it's really instructive on move 33, I believe. And yeah, it was this position where things have been turning in white's favor. White's got this beautiful centralized queen, nice connected pawn chain. Black's b6 pawn is about to drop off. And Pragg here, not too proud to sacrifice the black knight just to kind of cage the white knight on the edge of the board and break that white pawn chain. And I think really, really instructive moment. If he didn't go for this, if he just went passive, retreated, for sure this would have started turning more dramatically in white's favor. So I love it. The star. Knight takes d4.
Yes. Star move. I think it's a really great decision because we already saw earlier in the event, if we just go back a half turn, that knight c3, this type of position where, yes, you save your b6 pawn. This reminds me of the game between Giri and Gukesh, where it may have been even material, but the presence of the opposite colored bishops, white's bishop on the light squares is clearly superior to the bishop on g7. This is a long-range piece that has open space in front of it. This bishop has a pawn in front of it. So I think that the decision made black's play easier. And as we see, next couple moves, played quickly. The bishop on d4 is strong. And then going after the f2 pawn and the white king. The knight on a4, it can't get back in the game. And look, a queen trade didn't help matters because the f2 square is loose.
Yeah, and in the current position, a couple of moves later, white has just played bishop to f3 and another exclamation mark move. Okay, that was just on the last hand. But bishop to f3, yeah, rook a2. Is that a repetition, Robert?
It is a repetition. Rook a2, I think, does maybe force knight takes b6, but there's a problem there. That if you take on b6, black will slide this rook on over to b8. And then you trade rooks and f2 falls. So this type of scenario doesn't really help white in terms of any winning chances. In fact, you have to be careful not to blunder at this stage.
Yeah, nice deflection tactic there. And wow, Pragg doesn't repeat the position, showing ambition on move 40. He's pretty sure he's safe. And yeah, I don't fault him at all for doing this. He wants to get the other rook to the second rank. As white, we say rooks on the 7th. They're in heaven. That's where all the targets are, pawns are. But for black, it's the second rank and big target on f2. Yeah, why worry about trying to force a draw, repeating moves when you can put the pressure on, keep the game going? These youngsters, they just love playing chess.
If he is really playing for a win, that would be something. I guess it's not easy for white to find a move. Perhaps it's best to just bail out if you see that possibility. But I don't actually see how you do that with the rook about to slam down on c2. You can't challenge for the open files. This move rook to d1, that is a possibility because the black rook can't successfully move out of the way without dropping the bishop. But if we get this situation here where more pieces are traded, white is frozen. The rook can't move, f2 is loose. The knight can't move. b5 is actually a huge threat to trap that knight on a4. So we could see a position like this where it's white who is the one who's actually in trouble.
Yeah, white needs to urgently backpedal here and try and find a way to bail out with the draw because it has been turning and not in Nepomniachtchi's favor. So yeah, just fantastic kind of resourcefulness from Pragg. And yes, it should still be a draw, for example. I mean, even in that final position. But yeah, I mean, for example, the rooks might disappear. Even if white's knight doesn't survive, then the absence of rooks, opposite color bishops, should guarantee a draw if it's just pawns on the king side. But yeah, this one, it's been a fascinating game from start to finish. Ultimately, looks like we are guiding, both players guiding this one towards safety.
And if the game is a draw, that means that Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's sort of righted the ship after yesterday's debacle, an oversight, but a real beautiful tactic uncorked from Gukesh. And for Praggnanandhaa, he is continuing to have a pretty good tournament. He beat the world champion Ding Liren, second year in a row. He beat Ding, so Pragg is in good form, and with the black pieces to hold Jan Nepomniachtchi, not a small feat.
Yeah, just fantastic signs for Pragg heading into the candidates as well in a few months' time. We mentioned that earlier. Undefeated in this really difficult tournament so far, and looking like that will stay the case. Should we go to the other games, which are still in the build-up to that Move 40 right now? Especially the battle between Van Foreest and Gukesh, I was curious about. And we need to check in at some point with our leader, Anish Giri, who has lost some of his advantage. But yeah, let's take a pause from Nepomniachtchi as he contemplates Move 41, having that extra time. And okay, the evaluation bar locked in the middle with Anish Giri against Maghsoodloo. But Maghsoodloo down to seconds on that board.
Let's go to it. I mean, Parham Maghsoodloo, if this is correct, he's down under 10 seconds, and he makes the move Queen D6, and the evaluation bar shoots up. So, David, we tune in at just the right moment. It looks like his queen move, keeping the queen on the diagonal of the enemy king, was a grave error.
Yeah, and that smells of a time trouble move, Robert. I know we're both time trouble addicts, and when I'm ticking down 10 seconds, all I want to do is not break the tension, not commit, not accidentally blunder. And it feels like he's just done nothing with his queen there. He's retreated his queen on the same diagonal, hasn't improved his position. He's just trying to maintain things. But unfortunately, that's not how chess works, especially when it's tactical, especially when the queen's on the board. And now for Giri, I'm seeing a bunch of tempting moves. I'm not sure exactly how to punish this one, but wow, the evaluation bar is sky high, as you say. What comes to mind first? How can Anish profit from this indecision, this panic from Maghsoodloo?
Well, I first want to show what Black should have done. I think that's important for everyone to see. The queen was already on e5, but the reason why Parham panicked is you can't get away with rook takes g6. You want to steal this pawn and go after the white king, but you see the evaluation bar go through the roof. Queen f8 check. It's a forcing sequence. The king comes to b7. Thank you very much for your rook. And importantly, at the end of the line, the white queen protects g3, so there is no capture on that square. White ends up a full rook ahead. So instead of rook takes g6 or queen to d6, an approving decision would have been to trade everything on g3. But David, in time trouble, when you have just 30 seconds to a minute remaining, playing this down a clear pawn in endgame, you may still lose this. We saw Anish beat Wenjun in the first round in a similar scenario, up a pawn of rook endgame. This, we have the eval bar saying it's equal. It doesn't look that way. It looks like white should have a clear path to victory. And so for black, it's not an easy defensive task.
Yeah, it's deceptive here, the evaluation bar. There are moments where we have to make that exception. And yeah, this is one where I think in both players' mind, Anish and Parham, they both thought, okay, maybe it's a draw, but white is going to torture black for the next 50 moves. And Parham didn't want to suffer in a position he wasn't sure about the evaluation. So he maintains the tension, as we said, typical time trouble move. So not going for this endgame, queen to d6. But okay, what next? If Anish, therefore, just makes an improving move. First thing that came to my mind was queen f4, but I realized it could just still go back into that endgame and maybe give Parham a second chance at redemption. So how to improve instead? Is that pawn to e4? Is it... wondering what else? King moves?
I think you can also... Yeah, I was going to say, I think you can move your king. Maybe, I'm not sure which is better. Maybe king h3 is a little more forcing because I'm going right after your pawn. And if you play pawn takes g3, I don't think... Well, now actually, this doesn't look so clear because I don't want to go back to the variation we were coming from. I wanted to trade queens. I'll show you what I wanted. So let me apologize and take a step back. Is I wanted this position where instead of taking the pawn, I go rook f6, and then I take the pawn, and I'm up 2 pawns with a runaway passer. So that's what I'm aiming for. But if you take on g3 with the pawn first, David, can I do it? I'm nervous. Got away with it.
That's tough, though, Robert. That is really tough. I mean, this looks decisive, right? If you keep the g6 pawn alive, you win. And rook takes g6 here, and after queen to f6, I guess, do you trade queens? Do you have something better?
You go for the attack.
This is tough.
Maybe.
And you're checkmating me, aren't you? You've got check and queen c8 check, all the checks. And yeah, this actually reminds me of a game Parham had last year with queens, rooks, and his king was getting chased all over the board. But yeah, still some checks. Pawn to a4, rook to f5, queen to f5. Okay, it looks winning. The evaluation bar says it's winning. It's not surprising that the black king is going to get mated against this kind of combined force, the combined might between white's queen and rook. Do you think Anish will see it, more importantly, this variation?
That's a huge question. We have the evaluation bar that assists us. We know that there's something there. And we also just saw that a queen trade on g3, objectively speaking, should hold the balance. But practically, it's going to be difficult. So for Anish Giri, I liked your first suggestion, e4. Looks like a very principled move. Because if black does take on g6 with the rook, then we slam our queen down on f8, and we force the queens off the board. And then once again, we will have a winning endgame up 2 pawns, not just 1. So I think that e4, it gives white that head start. If in fact black finally decides to take on g3, the pawn is on e4 rather than e2, clear benefit.
Yeah, and I think you can guarantee the queens will come off sooner or later if you're Anish Giri. So pawn to e4, it's just getting a head start in the race. So I think he's reaching for something.
He's grabbing the king.
Wow. Look,
he's grabbing the king.
Is he going forward? Wow.
He's going to do it.
He did it. There we go. It's appeared on the board before we see it on the camera, but king h3. Brilliant move. Parham reacts instantly, and this is the key moment, Robert. Oh, Anish has taken back. He's going for the rook endgame.
Wow. So he played this one very quickly. To be fair to him, we were discussing how queen f6 is a really hard move to find if you don't see that it's completely winning, or that you know for a fact that this position should be a hold for black after the queen trade. Rook takes g6 would be a worse version in some ways, David, because after the trade of queens on this square, I feel like Actually, do I even have to trade queens there? That's another question. I could think about throwing in a check on f8, but that gets pretty dicey.
Yeah, and Parham here, I think, practical decision as his clock ticks down, under 30 seconds again, he should just take that queen off, get rid of any checkmating ideas, all those checks as we saw in a similar variation, get the queens off, rook takes pawn. It's pretty much process of elimination right now. Yes, he rejected this exact position, this exact variation earlier, but now his hand is forced. And he's lucky, actually, objectively, that he's surviving, although body language-wise, you wouldn't be able to tell. He definitely doesn't seem to be enjoying life. And meanwhile, there has been a draw, as expected, between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Praggnanandhaa.
And you see the players talking, probably just analyzing a few of the variations. But a draw was a fair result as white's knight was stuck. It was an extra piece for a couple pawns, but no progress could be made. So Praggnanandhaa gets the result that he wanted. For Jan, he's probably a little bit disappointed, but he's still laughing, so he's in good spirits.
Yeah, ultimately a very well-played game by both, but the battles we're left with, the game between Giri and Maghsoodloo perhaps looking the most level, even if Anish Giri is the only one with winning chances, because the others look like they will end decisively. So the peaceful games out the way, we can focus on the drama, Robert, as this game is about to reach move 40. Let's just stay here one more move to see what Parham plays with a few seconds left on his clock, but then we'll go over to the drama elsewhere, the bird's eye view, where I think we will see at least 3 decisive games today. Parham gives a check, breathes a sigh of relief, move 40, and this one is going to be a long grind if Giri is going to win.
And that move was given the exclamation point. It, in fact, was the only move for black, and Parham quickly gives another check. He's reached move 40. He's gained additional time. He can sit in for a think if he wants, but perhaps he's worked this out to some extent. But if we just go back, they're on move 41. Anish is still moving very quickly, bringing his king forward, a very natural decision. But David, checks are continuing. He's walking this king up to e5 if Anish wants to go for that, because the black rook gets d2. And this is what I was going to say. Parham is finding only moves that keep the balance, because on move 40, had he played a king move, like king to c7, you see the evaluation go all the way up. White has e4. So this was a critical difference. So Anish Giri made a big mistake by not pushing the pawn when we were talking about it after the black queen took a bit of hesitation, Anish should have taken a step forward.
Yeah, it was as if kind of a standoff, a mutual blindness there. It's as if Parham gave Anish a free move, and Anish said, no, I don't want my free move. I want that endgame. But as we mentioned, queen back to d6, he could have put the pawn on e4. He could have pretty much guaranteed this position, but also with an extra move for white. So feels like he rushed Anish. He had 4 or 5 minutes. He knew they were about to reach the time control, so he could have just invested that bit of extra time. And I think he probably assumes his position is still winning, and that's where the evaluation bar is a big spoiler. It tells us that the position is a draw because white's king has no good squares to use to hide. But yeah, Anish, it'll only be later, or maybe now, that he realizes a missed opportunity. He could have extended his lead, and maybe he still will, but now he'll have to work extra hard for it.
And look at him right now. He does not look like somebody who is thrilled about the prospects of this endgame. And rook d6 check, a much-needed move. And Anish is leaving the board. They did just hit move 40, so for Anish, he may want to stretch his legs or use the facilities. But I just want to shout Parham Maghsoodloo out, because this was a really nice defensive find by him. If the white king goes forward up to e5, the black rook pins the e-pawn, goes after the loose pawns on the queen side. The game continues from here. White may give up the a-pawn, throwing in a check, trying to push the e-pawn, but when the a2 pawn falls, black will have a passer of his own, and I just don't think white is nearly in time.
Yeah, and that's why it was so important for white's pawn to already be on e4, so you control the second rank, stop the black rook infiltrating like this, but also to give the white king something to hide behind. The reason white's king was forced so far forward in this variation you're showing, Robert, is because there's no shelter. White's pawn on e4, you could have hid behind it, freed the white rook, and only later started kind of taking these baby steps advancing. Yeah, if the pawn were on e4, king back to e3, safe square, and progress later on. But yeah, Anish Giri, missed opportunity. And okay, there's still a couple of boards about to reach move 40, I believe, as we see Anish in the bathroom. Neither player at this board, so perfect opportunity to move elsewhere. And let's zoom out where to go. It's either Warmerdam against Donchenko, where Warmerdam's about to win, or it's Van Foreest against Gukesh, where it's black in charge.
Well, it looks like for Van Foreest and Gukesh, they've already reached move 40. And if my eyes are not deceiving me, in the upper right-hand side of our screens, isn't black currently up a full rook and like 3 pawns?
Wow. Your counting's better than mine, Robert. Looks that way. I didn't see that white was missing a rook. I thought it was just a 3-pawn advantage. And actually, in the meantime, we see a handshake. Max Warmerdam has beaten Donchenko. Maybe if we get an opportunity there, we can show you how that wrapped up. But looked impressive. We checked in at regular intervals, and Max was always in control.
Max Warmerdam takes down Alexander Donchenko. A year ago, Donchenko was the winner of the Challengers Tournament that plays alongside the Masters. He earned his spot in this field. He qualified. He did not receive an invitation. But Max Warmerdam, on the other hand, he was invited. And the organizer, Jeroen, he should be proud of taking a bit of a gamble on young Max, because Max Warmerdam doesn't have a rating in the 2700s, not one of the top, let's say, 50 or so players in the world. He's just outside the top 100, but he's showcasing his talent, his potential, and it's great to see him in the field.
Yeah, anyone can beat anyone here, and great win for Max. And just to recap how that finished, this was the final position. We'll note that black is missing his queen, two rooks in compensation, but it's all about the black king right now, which has been stripped bare of any defenses, and the pin on the black bishop is decisive. Yeah, crushing final position. Donchenko had to resign.
Loose pieces, they drop off. So the knight can defend the bishop, but after knight takes bishop, knight takes knight, queen d7 check in the end, picks up the loose rook on e8. So black's king had no shelter. White has a queen and 3 pawns for 2 rooks. So even just by material, without winning a full rook, white was already ahead. But yeah, it just wasn't a moment where black could do anything at all, and that's why he resigned. The best he could do is probably give up his rook for a knight, but that's not going to help.
Yeah, I think the perfect moment to resign. So tough defeat for Donchenko, but he'll be back. And in the meantime, congratulations to Max, who got max points in this round. So, okay, let's check in on that game. You mentioned one side had an extra rook and 3 pawns. So we need to jump in, and this one has reached move 40. I believe, between Van Foreest and Gukesh. We see them on the camera. And this is the current position. Gukesh in thought. Okay, you're right. He is a rook up, but the rook will fall next move on g8. So black will be left with a 3-pawn advantage. Should be winning, of course. We see the eval bar say it's totally winning. But Gukesh, how good is his endgame technique?
Very, very, very good. When he's up 3 pawns, it's even better than that. So I think no, and yeah, you're trying to set the tone that maybe there's some chances. But if we're being realistic here, once the black king moves, I think you can pretty much move anywhere. The knight takes the rook on g8, and once this bishop moves out the way, I don't know. I can even preemptively defend f7, understanding that that pawn could be loose. You move your rook out the way, you push your pawns. There are 2 of them over here. I just don't see how white possibly recovers.
Yeah, 2 connected pass pawns. It just looks too strong. It still takes a bit of time. You have to move the black king out the way, start pushing them forward. But it's inevitable. Once one of those pawns starts moving, the other will join. And it's down to a 2-pawn advantage. So I think that's the only thing in my mind. It's like, oh, as black, you were up a rook, you were up 3 pawns as well. And suddenly it's down to only 2 pawns. But yeah, at this level, as you say, Gukesh is more than good enough to convert this. And it's just about whether Jordan can plant any seeds of doubt in his mind, whether he can set one final trap. Yeah, ultimately, I think this one almost decided, but we will be here for a while.
Jordan has struggled with the white pieces. The whole tournament has. Some of the previous rounds have kind of corrected that score a bit, but the start of this event was like 10 of the 11 decisive games were won by the players with the black pieces. Jordan had white in the first 2 rounds and lost both of them. Then in round 3, he had the black pieces against Wenjun and won with black. So he has struggled with the white pieces, and he is about to suffer another defeat, starting with the first move against Gukesh. But shout out to Gukesh, credit to him. He really fought hard and found the tactics that gave him the advantage, and he is nursing that advantage into a full point.
Yeah, what do you put that down to, Robert, this trend that we're seeing at the top level these days? It's not the first classical event to go this way, but black doing extremely well.
Well, I had this tournament many years ago, and it switched me from an e4 player to d4 and c4 openings for the most part, because I had 6 white games out of 11. You'd think that's an advantage, an extra white in a round robin, fantastic. I lost the first 5 games I had with the white pieces. I was winning a couple games with black. I kept losing with white, and then the last game I switched to the queen's pawn opening and was on the better side of the game, made a draw, and I was like, okay, I'm losing all the time with e4. Sicilians are too sharp. I need to just stick to familiar territory that feels more comfortable and isn't prep-based. So I get it. I've been there myself, but I think that there is this internal pressure to win with white. So sometimes you may lose your sense of objectivity and you strive for more, but you always need to be objective. Chess is an objective game. When you're being subjective, you're no longer playing that game. You're just playing for a result.
Yeah, it feels like computers have really accelerated that process. They've added pressure because essentially computers have taught players with black how to force the issue, how to equalize. And that's only made the job harder for white, as we see Jordan there pick up a pawn on h6, so down to a 2-pawn difference. But yeah, I agree. It's definitely internal pressure. It feels like these top players, even these phenomenal fighters, as soon as momentum turns and as white you're on the back foot, it's harder to adapt. With black, you're used to that. You're expecting it. You just want to react, counterattack. But with white, you're kind of expected, morally obliged to fight, to kind of dictate the pace of the game. And if things turn, it's so hard to recover. And it looks hard to recover for Jordan right now. We saw him wipe his eyes just there. He knows that the mistakes are in the past. It's just about somehow conjuring up a miracle. And Gukesh, I think he'll go for one of those moves you mentioned. Move that black rook out the way, or the black king out the way in the near future, and motor those pawns forward. It should be a winning advantage.
It looks like black is spoiled for choice. So many different options, even bring his knight into the game, maybe knight c5 at any moment. So I don't see the plan for white. And normally when I'm trying to latch on to some hope, I think, oh, there's this weakness that I can go after. Black may feel tied down to a certain square, or their king is unsafe. The black king is perfectly safe. The bishop on h5 protects that pawn on f7. And if that's the case, now it's time to start marching the pawns forward. There is a possibility that white sacrifices a minor piece for a couple pawns. but don't think you're going to get that very easily, and so black really should find a win.
Yeah, unfortunately, black has 3 pawns. If there were only 2, then I like your suggestion, Robert. Try and find a way, desperate measures, sacrifice a piece for black's 2 connected queenside pawns. But as long as black maintains the f pawn, and that's why I love where Gukesh has planted the black bishop on h5, not only protecting his pawn, but blockading white's only other source of counterplay. The white h pawn is passed, could be potentially very strong if it were able to get further down the board, but it will not pass. It shall not pass the 4th rank, first of all, the black rook. And it will never pass that black bishop. So opposite colour bishops here, but no drawish tendencies whatsoever.
I see you're like Wesley, so you enjoy yourself a good Lord of the Rings watch. And, well, those are fantastic movies, and this position is fantastic for Gukesh. Thou shalt not pass, indeed. Though I think maybe for Jordan van Foreest, he wants to pass from continuing this game. He just he looks like he's ready to resign, but he is just trying to find something in the position that gives him any last chance.
Yeah. In the end, you need a helping hand from the opponent sometimes in chess, and I think that might be Jordan's only remaining hope. But having reached the time control, so much extra time on the clock, I don't see it. I don't see a turnaround. I get the impression from you, Robert, that you don't see a turnaround either. So it might be time to leave Jordan to his suffering and check back in on some of the other ongoing games.
Let's do it. Poor Jordan. He will likely go down in defeat in this game, but that's good news for the Indian fans who already saw Praggnanandhaa hold the draw with the black pieces against Nepomniachtchi. And Vidit, he drew with black against Wenjun. That was a very balanced game, a fair result indeed. So 2 games remain here, besides this one, in Anish Giri against Parham Maghsoodloo, and then Alireza Firouzja against Wei Yi. I chalked that one up to an Alireza win a long time ago, but Wei Yi's still fighting.
Yeah, and maybe as we see Anish Giri shake his head there, maybe before we delve into the deep, dark Van Foreest of that rook endgame, we check in and see whether Firouzja is going to put the boot in and finish that one off. Yeah, as you say, I'd kind of written it off as well in my mind. I thought this one is just a matter of time. It's not even too difficult, but Firouzja, how does he do this the most efficient way? How does he minimize any chance of things going wrong? Oh, it just looks so many tempting moves, though. Look at that white king. What a journey it's been on. And yeah, as long as you can get that b pawn forward, knight c5 check looks tempting. Rook c5 looks tempting. It feels like, yeah, just a little bit of tiny remaining accuracy required, and then game over.
Yeah, this king is really helping out in the attack. The white king perfectly safe where it sits. The black king is about to be hit. Knight c5 check looks very promising. If the black king goes to b8, the knight a6 check. The knight just working its way in, and that actually wins at minimum a piece, but also might just checkmate the black king. So this looks like you have many options. Rook c5 does come to mind, as you pointed out. I think I like knight c5 check the most, and just bringing my knight on over to a6.
Yeah, checks, captures, and threats. It's kind of first in the pecking order of what you look for. It's the most forcing as well, most direct path to victory. And that white and knight on a6, as you say, will just team up with the white rook. Yeah, I mean, how to defend king a8 just to avoid any checks, or a7, I don't know, knight a6. Can I resign, please, Robert? This looks over. I guess bishop d7 to stop your check, but rook c7, pawn to b6. It looks like checkmate's coming. Hopeless. This one is
just
over.
Being direct. Yeah, I'm just being direct with you and with the position. That's how this is going. It really is that simple for white. That black is trying his best, trying to create some counterplay, attack a pawn in the center, but it's way too slow. And I think we just saw him drag his knight into the c5 square with check. He will bring the knight from c5 to a6, and I do think a resignation is near.
Yeah, imminent at the moment. And just to point out why this check was so decisive, he shouldn't have rushed by pushing the b-pawn. There was only one final pitfall in the position. Earlier I mentioned a similar position, but pawn to b6 was decisive with bishop a6 check coming, but this would have blown the entire advantage after knight to c6 check. So again, looking for checks in every position first. And here the white king is caught. If it shuffles across to b5, it shouldn't. It walks into a nasty knight fork. So yeah, and after king c5, luckily there is rook to c6 check winning simply for black. So there was still one final trap to avoid, but of course he spotted it. Firouzja ain't going to miss something like that. And knight c5, knight a6, as you mentioned. Oh, wait, is knight a6, rook takes a6 an idea? One final attempt.
I didn't even look at David trying to be a trickster, because if for knight c6 check, if the king goes in either of these squares, knight d4 check hits the rook. Just to put that on the board, king a4, knight d4 check, check to the king, check to the rook. Black is the one with a winning advantage. So honestly, I didn't see that. But the good news is for Alireza Firouzja is he's up a pawn. So at this stage, trade pieces. You're ahead. Bring your bishop around. Start going after these pawns. Or at some moment, bring your king back towards the king side to try to win. But it doesn't look that simple. I have to be honest with you, David. I overlooked it. And now that we're here, I feel like I gave Black some chances.
Yeah, credit to Wei Yi for finding one final resource. I mean, we keep saying that, right? I was saying one final trap, one final idea, one final thing to avoid, but he's still fighting. And if Firouzja didn't have 57 minutes on the clock, I would say, okay, maybe some chances. But yeah, unfortunately, even if you get your trick in, computer evaluation bar cynically says, nope, you're still dead. And actually, this final position, the black bishop is trapped. If you can somehow just not let black capture on... Okay, bishop d3. I was going to say not capture on e4. This kills it. Yeah.
Well, you gave me the inspiration. You said the bishop is trapped, and if the bishops come off, well, then it's a clear pass pawn. So it's the type of position where black needs the bishop down on f1, and the pawns on light squares are a bad thing for white, but with the bishop all the way in the corner, you don't have time for it.
Yeah, and just point out a really classy move. If black doesn't take on e4 and black plays f4, like near this final position, you can go kind of just block the black bishop's exit. Just king b5, just kill the black bishop. No squares for it. And black plays e5, you can just wait, I don't know, king c5 or something. And yeah, the king comes in, black's pieces are stuck, game over. So even if he gets his one last trick, Wei Yi still not surviving this game.
No, but that good awareness by you. I mean it. Like, there are games where you think you have it all mapped out, you're winning, no problem. You play just a simple move, you get a complacent move with your hand, and suddenly someone hits you with a temporary sacrifice, and you're like jolted into place, and then you have to recover. So I think that for Alireza Firouzja, it's important that he doesn't rush his decisions. I wasn't looking at rook takes a6. I'm honest. The responsibility isn't on me. It's on Alireza. He needs to win this game. He needs to prove that he can do it. And rook takes a6 does not work out, which is unfortunate for Wei Yi and his fans. But for Alireza, it means that that's probably a great move to make.
Yeah, and he's definitely looking at it. Alireza is probably calculating that exact variation we just investigated because it's the most direct path, and the top players train themselves to be direct. But also super professional from Alireza to sit on his hands, not make the move yet. Clearly he's spotted that rook takes a6 is an issue. Otherwise he would have played knight a6 in the blink of an eye, and only once he's worked out the details will he go for that, or will he choose something else, and either way he's winning. So yeah, just advice for everyone out there. Even if you see what looks like a winning move, just take an extra 10 seconds, 15 seconds to look for your opponent's counterplay just in case, because you, as you mentioned, Robert, you don't want to play a move and then get hit and then have to panic and think. You want to have it all mapped out. And here it's very much a case of knight a6, big threat, the opponent checks, and everything's forcing from there. So should be elementary for him. And still only a matter of time before he wraps up this game.
It's a big win for Alireza Firouzja, especially when we take into account the man behind him. Parham Maghsoodloo seems to be holding on for dear life against Anish Giri. That would be the perfect set of results for the player, Alireza Firouzja, who qualified at the last second for the 2024 candidates. He was able to obtain the rating spot by playing in a French Open tournament. He won all 7 of his games, including against a famous legend in Gadakomsky. He took down the FFL Gadakomsky.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, he could get a helping hand from Parham Maghsoodloo and a good friend, a good buddy of his, of course, the Iranian connection there. So Alireza, the stars are aligning in this game. He does play knight to a6. He did beat that legend. He's about to beat one of the strongest Chinese players out there right now, knight a6. And Wei Yi, what do you think he's going to do, Robert? Will he play that last series of moves, or will he just trust his opponent and resign right now? Because not many other options.
I think you try rook takes a6. just because it looks cool, and you start to feel. I saw that tactic, but Alireza clearly worked it out himself. He spent the time. He's not like me rushing options and then suffering the consequences. He recognizes that he's got it under control. You see on Wei Yi's face. He just shook his head. He's like, oh, how did this go so wrong?
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Black because actually if Black were able to play f takes e4, force White to take back on e4, and then go for that endgame, actually maybe some drawing chances there. But unfortunately, White's landing a rook on c7 with check if you do not for that variation we mentioned, rook takes a6. So yeah, you see it on his face. Despondency. He knows it's over. He knows Alireza is calculated to the death. And yeah, he looks ready to resign. He looked like he was about to stretch his arm out. If Alireza were at the board, I think this game would have already finished a few seconds ago. But definitely the final stages now.
It's one of the most awkward things in chess is when you're ready to resign, but your opponent's not there. I've been on that side of things where I'm like, please just come back. I don't want to be the impolite person who resigns while you're away and just scurry away from the board. So for Wei Yi, he knows that the game is lost for him. And so for Alireza Firouzja, as soon as he sits back in his chair, he may officially have the full point.
Yeah. Have you ever done that, Robert? Just sat stubbornly at your chair when you know you're winning, just staring down the opponent, waiting, trying to persuade them to extend their hand?
I won't pretend to be overly kind, of course. You know, those moments when, why are you still playing this out? And I've witnessed real life examples of when someone's down like a rook and more, and instead of just rushing their moves because they're completely lost, they pretend to think. And so it aggravates their opponent because you're wasting everyone's time. Like, that's disrespectful. But here for Wei Yi, he's just maybe looking, glancing for any last hope. But it looks like he's ready to resign as soon as Alireza. Is that? No, I can't tell if that's Alireza there with the sweater. I think that's him in the background.
Yeah, it is him. That unmistakable walk of Alireza is just pacing. He's coming back to the board now. So if they make eye contact, there we go. Wei Yi looking off. Okay, Alireza didn't turn around. If he had done again, we might have seen that handshake. But it feels like at this point, Wei Yi is just regretting his decisions earlier in the game. He had full equality. He had this one within acceptable bounds. And yeah, it was just one or two overambitious moves. And okay, one final move, one final idea. He moves his bishop, covers the c8 square, but this is your plan, Robert. Checkmate still incoming. Rook to c7 check, and the black king is caught in the cage in the corner. Oof, it's still a matter of time, but at least asking Alireza to put the finishing touches on.
Maybe it's worth throwing in rook c5 first, just to make sure that these knight c6 ideas don't happen to you, so you can bring this rook up to c5, and then rook takes a6 check, not the same threatening idea as it was before. So rook c5 feels like a strong inclusion, and for Alireza, he's doing the correct thing. He is taking his time, he is not rushing his decision, and he will try to play as accurately as possible.
Yep. And oceans of time with which to do that. 50 plus minutes, 53 minutes for Alireza. He's been a speedy customer today, and impressive win as the leader, Anish Giri, takes an interest. We will go to that game a bit later once this one has finished, but we are expecting the handshake any moment now as Alireza ponders over the killing technique. And yeah, rook c7 check, rook c5, classy touch. I love it, Robert. Just boot out the remaining active piece, the black knight. And that is it. That is pretty much game over. And struggling to figure out what else to talk about here, because it's that decisive right now. It's that hopeless for black.
It's over. It's completely over. And for Wei Yi, he is maybe just hoping for something, but there's nothing to it. I think that he is just going to spend a few more minutes at the board and then figure out where to go for dinner, because there's no chess plans left for him to save his king. And Alireza Firouzja really is getting a much-needed win.
Yeah, normally I would agree, Robert, but in Vaikanze, you don't have too much choice of where to go for dinner. It's literally a choice of 2-3 restaurants. So, yeah, whatever's going through his mind, it's tough right now for Wei Yi, but commendable that he's still fighting, still trying. And in the background, we see still many fascinated fans. And Yeah, it's nice to see. This is now the 5th hour of play, and still bringing in the locals, bringing in all of those supporters for those top players. And okay, Wei Yi waiting for the hammer to fall. Alireza is so sadistic, just enjoying the moment, enjoying the torture of his opponent. No need to rush, of course. Oh, he teases us. He reaches out, but not for one of his own pieces, just to fiddle with a pawn. Will he do the Anish Giri? Will he pocket that pawn? Or, yeah, what do you think, Robert?
You know, those pawns can be valuable. You take a pawn, you pocket it, you sell it, and you're like, okay, this is Alireza Firouzja's pawn. So he is just fiddling with the pieces, as all players do. Legends like Boris Gelfand were famous for twiddling with pieces. David, are you a fidgeter at the board? Do you grab pieces when you're playing?
I am. I try not to do it in my opponent's sight, just not to distract them. But I like to twiddle those pieces, especially those pawns. Later, when I'm on camera, I'll try and show off a bit. But I'm doing it right now, Robert. I'm twiddling. I got itchy fingers. I want to be out there playing. But yeah, the top players, they tend to it helps them focus. I think just keep their fingers busy, keep their minds busy. And yeah, Alireza just doing a last little bit of calculation. And yeah, still just torture. It's hard seeing a player knowing they're lost like Wei Yi right now. He's not leaving the board. I think Rook c5, he will extend his hand. He will resign.
Just kick the knight from the only idea that it has, the c6 square. So it does seem to be a smart choice for Alireza, but I really like what he's doing. I know we seem stuck on the same position. We're completely over. We know that. But for Alireza Firouzja, he does not want to spoil this advantage. You do not want to say, oh, I should have spent 20 more minutes at this stage, and then I would have had the win. As long as you get the win, if it takes you an hour or a minute, you're happy. So for Alireza Firouzja, don't waste this opportunity. He's not going to, and he is completely winning.
Yeah, definitely don't want to spoil 4.5 hours of hard work in 1 second. So better to invest that time now. You've got oceans of it after all. And what do you think of his top, Robert? Emporio Armani. How much do you reckon that one cost?
I have no idea, but it's costing me my eyesight. I feel like I'm getting one of those illusions or hypnotizing me. So I think we can step away from his sweater. It's nice, but it is a lot to take in. I have bad vision anyway. That's why I wear these glasses. So I think that for Alireza Firouzja, he's focused on the board. He's stepped up his fashion game, but also his chess game in his last tournaments.
Yeah. Do you reckon that's a conscious decision? He's hypnotizing not just us, but his opponents too. It must be hard to focus with a top like that one staring across from you.
I think that all of his choices, they're statements, and he's making a statement both in terms of his wardrobe and in terms of his play. I can't believe that this is a game that is going to be decisive based on what we saw earlier, but that's what happens is if you lose the thread, as Wei Yi did, some pawn pushes on the king side allowed Alireza Firouzja to pick up a queenside pawn, and that pawn is still on the board trying to become a queen.
Yeah, and yeah, he's making us wait. I'm just peering over other games. I think we'll be left with the Giri against Maghsoodloo game for quite a while longer, so we will get to explore that one a lot deeper, as these rook end games, they're always tricky. Van Foreest against Gukesh, just to update our audience, nothing too dramatic happening there. Gukesh still in full control, expected to reel home the full point. And we will, of course, recap some of the results in the challenges section. On the other camera angle, we saw that the venue now emptying out. And yeah, it's interesting. What do you think of this time control? This is the first year in its history, I believe, or at least in modern history, that by Kanze, Tata Steel, they've removed a time control after move 60, speeding everything up.
I'm happy about it. I think that when you see some of these end games, they drag on forever in positions that both players may know is a draw. I think that's a bit painful. So I'm happy that the event didn't completely speed up. I do love this classical chess format in Vaikanze. We get to see the best players in the world competing against each other in terms of the best chess possible with such a long time control, but it was too long. That third time control, it's exhausting for the players, it's exhausting for the fans, and I think we still get the magic of Vaikanze despite losing some time in terms of the game length.
Yeah, and I will agree this time. I think if you asked me 2 years ago, I would have said, I want more chess, I want longer, I want more endgame grinds, but now I've stepped away from the playing, become a commentator. It's nicer to have these shorter, sharper, snappier games. And it means that we can make our dinner reservations for once. I think the players will agree as well, for the most part. I know some players are vehemently opposed to these 7-hour plus time controls. And okay, we saw Parham Maghsoodloo there. Was he yawning? Was he gesturing? We saw his hand extending in the corner of our camera, giving some support to his friend Firouzja, but looking confident in his own right. Salem Saleh there in the background. Parham wondering why Wei Yi is playing on, as are we at this point. But one final move I'm expecting in this game. Parham moves away after figuring out white's win as well. Firouzja, make a move.
See Alireza Firouzja, he's still thinking, right? He's not just messing about. Like, he's just trying to calculate correctly. He doesn't want to make any last mistake, double, triple, quadruple checking his lines. But yeah, this is a win for him. Nothing has changed on that front. And that leaves us with two other games. It looks like Gukesh still doing very well. And then Parham Maghsoodloo, that's why he's stretching his legs and walking. He recognizes that in his own game, he's holding on against Anish Giri. And we see, while it's Alireza Firouzja and Wei Yi on our screen, those two are going to end quite shortly, as Alireza has the winning advantage. You see in the left-hand side of the bottom row, the evaluation bar, the engine is in the center. It means that Parham Maghsoodloo, despite being down a pawn in a rook endgame, they say all rook endgames are drawn. Unfortunately for Anish Giri, that seems to be true in this one. And Anish has his head in his hands. He's probably thinking about what happened. How could I ruin that position that Parham handed me out of the opening? It's tough when your opponent is fighting, digging deep, but for Anish, he can really only blame himself. He had an opportunity. There was that moment towards move 40 where he traded the queens. It's the right idea, but the wrong execution because his e-pawn didn't get to run up the board. So for Anish, he is now, it looks like, pushing a pawn over on the flank, but he's actually going to lose that pawn right away. So for Anish Giri, I just don't see it, David. He wants to win so badly, but the position is not winning.
Yeah. Are you impressed by his, I was going to say poker face, Robert, until he looked away from the camera right now, because he must know internally that he's blown it. He did have an advantage, a significant advantage, and suddenly it's very forcing. Parham has worked this out, or if he hasn't, will be able to work this out, because it is a bit of a race, but white's pawn stuck on its starting square on e2. Just not quick enough. Black's king as well. Within touching distance, it will march over, if necessary, to the e-file, and this pawn drops. I said this is going to be a long grind, but Anish, unable to find a way. Just simpler than it looked, this rook endgame in the end for Parham. He was lucky. He kind of got forced to find this, but it just has been a draw all along.
It's exceptionally rare to see a pawn on e2 this late in the game. We're 46 moves in. The e-pawn is the one that hasn't pushed. Usually it's a flank pawn, but the central pawn has not moved. And I think Anish's one last idea here is if he plays his king to d6, you give him one more turn. He wins the game with king to c6. But of course, after the king marches up, rook will take the pawn on b5. And even if you put your king on c6, the problem is the black rook escapes. There is no checkmate as the king has the a7 square available to it. The black b-pawn will push up the board, distract some of white's forces. It's not like the e-pawn has reached the 7th rank, and it will take a long while. e4, even rook e1. It just is a position where black is in time. I can even give you my b-pawn and then bring my king closer in front of your passer. No progress to be made. It's a theoretical draw.
Yeah, theoretical draw at, I think, at a lot of levels. This one would be a relatively easy hold, let alone at the top level. And, okay, Giri's tried something slightly different. He didn't go greedy. He didn't go hunting for black's b6 pawn. He pushed his own pawn instead. But in the meantime, it is a win for Gukesh, wrapping his game up. We mentioned that one, Robert. 2-pawn advantage was too much in the end. Van Foreest, another third defeat with the white pieces in this event.
Just not his tournament, at least not with the first move, so-called advantage. The players resetting the pieces. It's Gukesh who's really reset his tournament in these last 2 rounds. He lost some games earlier in the event. He was looking wobbly, but then he beat Jan Nepomniachtchi and now Jordan van Foreest. He's at a plus score. He's in striking distance of the leaders.
Yeah, and interesting there, I just want to mention Gukesh looked a bit confused, and that's because a pawn is missing. There was no black pawn when he was resetting up. Where's h7 when he's trying to set up? Where's that pawn gone? Has it disappeared into Anish Giri's pocket?
He's pointing, and it was a pawn that Anish stole against him in that endgame. That was one of the defeats that he suffered, but there is a mystery here in Vaikanze. Where did that pawn go? I think we have to alert everybody later on to fill them in where the pawn has gone, but we see Anish Giri. Whether it's in his pocket, that remains to be seen as we zoom in on the potential culprit, but he's staring at his good friend, his second Erwin Lami's game against Anton Korobov, and I think Wei Yi, he definitely doesn't have the pawn because he's down a pawn in his game, and for Anish Giri, who's up one, maybe it sits in his pocket.
The pawn thief. Anish, where are you hiding it? We suddenly saw some confused arbiters back there. We saw Gukesh for a second confused. But the mystery, we will try to solve it, where that disappearing pawn has ended up. And in the meantime, this is Giri's game, no longer a pawn to the good on the board, but a running pawn at least, pawn to e4. And what do you think, Robert? What's the quickest, most kind of seamless way here to settle this as a draw, to save this one for black? Still a little bit of work to be done.
Sometimes these are more challenging than one would initially think, because black's plan, rook b1, pawn b5, pawn b4, all that stuff, that looks good, but the white pawn is faster. It's already on e4 and about to step forward to e5. So just to show some sample lines, that if you allow this pawn to keep going all the way up to e6, it still somehow is holding on because you check the king away. But if you make one more bad move, let's say you're trying to bring your king closer or something of that nature, white gives his check and pushes the pawn, and it's just evidence that the b pawn is too slow as white promotes first and goes a rook ahead. So it does seem like Parham would have to make some kind of egregious error to lose, but there are possibilities if you don't really play accurately and don't check the king away from the e-pawn.
Yeah, and it's nice what Anish has done. It gives us an opportunity to tell the audience, yes, you might know it's a draw, yes, you might think it's a draw, but keep asking questions. The variation we showed with king c6, it might have won the b6 pawn, but in the end, black's defense there, very straightforward. Might well be the same result, but pawn to e4 at least forces accuracy from the opponent. And you never know, the more questions you ask, the more traps you set, your opponent might eventually slip up if they relax too soon. So yeah, e4, let's try and find a kind of clear path to the draw. I agree with your rook b1 going behind, maybe with some checks. And after rook to b1, which wasn't played, rook b4 instead. Interesting. Probably the same idea. Then after e5, the intention is to give a check from behind. And once the white king is forced in front of its pawn, I think going to the side here wouldn't help. Or maybe it would. I was going to say if it goes in front of the pawn king e7, for example, then black starts activating the king and maybe eventually a race. But in the meantime, okay, we'll come back to this endgame. It is a win for Alireza Firouzja against Wei Yi. Unsurprisingly, at this point, we expected this for a long time. And important win in terms of the tournament standings, Robert.
Huge win for Alireza Firouzja. And I know he was disappointed yesterday for losing to Wenjun. It was the highlight of her career, but a game that he wishes he could take back. If you had made 2 draws rather than a loss and a win, that changes how you feel, emotionally speaking. It's the same number of points, 1 out of 2, but losing a game can rattle you. But Alireza Firouzja has shown some maturity. He stepped away from chess for months at a time, it appeared, where he was focused on fashion. But what he told us when we were in that meeting with him, it was an off-camera meeting, I feel comfortable sharing this. He said, look, I know everyone's talking about my fashion. I still love chess. I just need a bit of a break because I've been doing chess full-time since I was a kid. And we want to see him continue to be playing chess on his own terms. And when he's playing in good spirits, he can have results like this, beating Wei Yi.
Yeah, I think if Alireza's commitment was ever questioned, his love of the game was ever questioned, then he put all of those to bed when he went on this quest for the candidates. the fact that he wanted it that badly, the fact that he kept pushing, that he kept trying to find ways in, and eventually did qualify for the candidates, I think that just puts everything to rest now. We know he's hungry. We know he wants to become world champion, and it's nice to see him back, being energetic, playing so much, first of all. But yeah, we've got to remember he's young too. Alireza, still in his early 20s now, and still with the world at his feet. And if he plays in such a commanding fashion, like he did that whole endgame, the final stages, when he got that extra pawn advantage, then he's going to be a hard man to stop. And yeah, important to bounce back. That's another quality of champions. Yesterday, defeat to Zhu Wenjun. Today, a win against her countryman, Wei Yi. And okay, a check on this board, Robert. Which way do we think the White King is going?
I was going to c6, you were going to e6. Both lead to the same outcome, it would appear. And you see Maghsoodloo disappear from our cameras there. He takes a playbook, or a page, I should say, out of Anish Giri's playbook, stepping away from the board after his move. He's been seated quite a lot because he was in time trouble. He had the worst position, down a pawn, but now the material is equalized, and so has the engine. This, to me, David, looks quite straightforward. I do wonder what Anish is thinking about, like what last trick he is trying to catch Parham in, because I don't see it.
Yeah, we're about to find out. He's going to commit his king. Either he has to step in front of his pawn, which takes a bit of time, but will help his pawn potentially later. King e7 was the move I was expecting, followed by e6, king f7 out the way, push that pawn. But now it becomes a pure race. If he'd gone the other way, maybe he was afraid that the white king steps too far away from supporting its own pawn. The black king at some point could cross over and blockade, and a draw nonetheless. So at least now we have to calculate a little bit, Robert, as does Parham Maghsoodloo. Let's see what happens if black, for example, pushes the b pawn.
B pawn push, good move. I guess what Anish is relying on is the speed of his passer. And I actually think b4 would be a mistake. And I was right. Okay, so my endgame knowledge, not completely terrible. And I was going to say that it's just slow, that the white king goes to f7, e7, e8 is unstoppable. So black would have to give up the rook, as if the black king alone can't stop a passer that's supported by the white king. And in a position like this, where we trade off the rook for the pawn, this is actually often a draw, but not in this position because of one very important thing. Rook f5. I will never forget this idea. And the reason why is when I was coaching the U.S. women's team at the Olympiad, in the final round, Tanya was playing against Anna Zatonsky, and the position should have been a draw, but instead of starting with the king move, Anna started by pushing her pawn, and then Tanya cut off the king, and when that happens, the king can't make any more progress. You push your pawn, and the rook slides back to hit the pawn. When it pushes forward, the rook gives a check, and even if it weren't a check, the rook still catches up to the pawn and wins it, and then we have rook and king versus a lone king winning for white. So, David, I think this is the one trick that Parham needs to be careful to avoid. So he should start way back when we were analyzing this position, with king up the board. King b7 or c7, it doesn't matter. The white king steps aside. We will get this similar position, but when we get here, you bring your king up the board so it doesn't get cut off. I believe, again, sorry to ramble on here, that king here still rook f5 because you have to take this slower path up the board.
Yeah, really instructive. And this is not easy. This is not intuitive stuff. This has to be learned. This has to be practiced, played out on a board in order to fully kind of process it and to make it second nature. And the top players, they've done this time and time again from when they were young. So I'm expecting Parham to realize this. But yeah, going towards the center, going towards the white king is often the way, because you want to shoulder off the white king a bit later on, and you want to ensure you won't get cut off. So, for example, here, yeah, let's play through the variation. Let's show why this is still a draw. Now, important to advance the king, not the pawn first, so you don't get cut off. And you can't get cut off on the 5th rank. And now king to c5. And unfortunately, white's just not quite in time. The white king's path back to block the b pawn is slowed down by its counterpart. This is why, as you mentioned, the black king has to go this way around, not via the a file, because white's king would have a clear run through. And unfortunately, the black pawn will cost white his rook long term. So just in time to draw. I think it's just one tempo in time. But Parham, he should be able to work this out. Giri asking questions, though. Again, that's the thing to do in these endgames. Even if they're drawn, ask questions, force your opponent to kind of tread this narrow path. And ultimately, we'll see king versus king, I think, in this game. But Parham has to work it out first.
And he just made me eat my words, though. He's playing like Magnus, where it looks like a draw. Most people would shake hands and say, you did a good job. Congrats on the half point. No, he's trying to win this game, and there are so many different traps that you can fall into. Even in a position like this, if we get this far, you may have to promote to a knight at some point. Because let's say we deliver this check. The white king now is coming forward. You're pushing the pawn. I check you. We continue going down in this direction, where I guess here you don't have to promote to a knight. But some of these positions, if the white king, I'm just going to steal a move at some point. Just let me have the move. Check. King here. And if we get this position, with king c3, you can't promote to a queen. Because if you promote to a queen, white delivers a checkmate thanks to the opposition. And thus you have to promote to a knight instead, which is still a draw, but is not a fun defense to have to hold on to.
Yeah, this one I've even seen very strong players lose, and understandably, because you are the exchange down, and yes, it's a draw, rook versus knight, but with your king cut off like this, the black knight often has to lose connection with his king, and you're really walking a tightrope. So this is the dream for Giri, if he can force Parham this far down the rabbit hole, but unfortunately, I don't think we're quite in time to achieve this, and as you pointed out in that variation, Robert, black's just in time to promote to a queen. It's close, it's narrow, but it is holding. And it's a long variation, we should mention. So it's 15 or so moves down the line. That's why Parham is so deep in thought, and now he's looking down, away from the pieces. As we learned from the Queen's Gambit, you don't always have to look at the board to calculate. And after a bit of time to convince himself, he's still got 40 minutes on the clock, he will surely go for this. It's pretty much black's only plan as well. So it's, it's a bit of accuracy in terms of the move order. But there we go, pawn to b5, and it's the next move. He has to move his king next after pawn to e6.
And he should quickly play pawn to e6. I wouldn't even spend any time at this stage, because he can trick Parham. We showed e6, that's the logical move here, and b4 is tempting, but you get your own king cut off. So if I'm Anish, I'm just trying to make these fast moves and encourage Parham to do the same. The problem is Parham has a lot of time, 41 minutes and change, so he doesn't have to rush himself.
Yeah, if I were Anish Giri here, I'd be putting on all the theatrics. I'd be shaking my head, like exhaling, just puffing out the cheeks, like, it's a draw, it's a draw. You don't have to be accurate to make a draw. And then pounce when the opponent gets complacent. But of course, Anish keeping his poker face. I think he'll play e6 nonetheless. Again, what else? But giving his opponent a bit more time to think. Yeah, Anish maybe still ruining those opportunities. Do you reckon, Robert, deep in the kind of back of his mind, he's aware that he missed a win?
Oh, well, he's pushing his pawn. And I think that he feels like he was winning, yes, because oftentimes the best players in the world, they have an advantage that the computer says is a plus 1.3 or something like that. Not that much for most of the chess audience, but they're like, I was winning. And you're like, well, you were better. Like, no, I was winning. And you're like, well, there wasn't objectively one. And they're like, I would have won this position. And I believe them. That when they get a position that is that dominant, they win it the majority of the time. But Parham, he never caved. And for Anish, there was just enough room to go wrong that he couldn't land a knockout. So Parham deserves a lot of credit. He did play that queen d6 move that should have cost him the game, but shoulda, woulda, coulda, didn't happen. And Parham Maghsoodloo, he is still in this one, and he's still salvaging this half point.
Yeah, it's just fascinating to me because if we think of all the top players, they have a range of emotions. And if Magnus had been aware he was winning and let it slip and got down to this drawn endgame, he would not hide it from his opponent. Everyone would know. He'd be shaking his head, puffing out his cheeks. Nakamura, likewise. He would be devastated and visibly so. But for the likes of Giri, poker-faced here, Fabiano would never display any glimpse of emotion. He could be winning, losing, you never know with Fabi. But yeah, it's interesting here that minimal mind games at play, it seems. Giri just trying to find the best moves, focused on the pure chess side, but having blown that big opportunity. And you mentioned Maghsoodloo, Robert. He has been living a charmed life this whole game, opening disaster, down 45 minutes on the clock, pawn down most of the game, lost endgame, but somehow surviving. This might give him a massive confidence boost. Still the tail ender in the tournament, but he'll believe now that he can survive anything if he can hold this game.
In 2023, the tail end of the tournament was great for him. He won his final 3 rounds in the 2023 Tata Steel Masters. He was a last-minute invitee. He was a replacement player, if I'm remembering correctly, but he did have a wonderful 3 wins in a row, including winning against Levon Aronian, another fan favorite. So for Parham Maghsoodloo, I'm with you, David, that a draw like this from a bad position, it can help you regain some of your lost confidence after starting so poorly.
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all struggled at some point in tournaments. You just need that spark, that bit of luck, or that bit of hard work to turn tournaments around. And form is such a delicate concept. You need everything to align. Suddenly, Anish Giri, he'll be looking back on this game with the white pieces. He could have extended his lead. And if the next couple of rounds don't go his way, this could be a turning point for both players. So Anish now, it must be settling in. It must be gnawing away at him that he's blown the advantage. I think he figures out it's a draw. As who's that in the background watching? Is that Divya Deshmukh watching? Either way, this endgame instructive, one to learn from, but drawn.
And if that is Divya, she's playing in the Challengers tournament, a great opportunity for her. She scored an impressive win earlier with the white pieces against Jaime. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his Jaime Santos. There we go. His name came to me. But it was a great win for her with the white pieces. So she's still playing, it would appear, in the Challenger section. And for Anish Giri, look at him. I mean, this is a player who's been in first place. He's had some fantastic endgame wins over Wenjun and Gukesh. This doesn't appear to be one of them. He has let his advantage slip, and that's going to lead him to kick himself after the round.
Yeah, it's hard work playing a tournament while juggling your duties as CEO of chess.com. Anish Giri, he's man of many talents, but he needs extra talent to win this game. And there we go. Anish with all his credentials up on the screen. Our venerable CEO, Robert.
That was a very fun April Fool's joke. Anish Giri, the CEO, at least for the social media moment, he is hilarious on social media. He trolls everybody. You don't actually want to call him out because he'll quickly land the joke right back on you. So Anish, his play has matched his wit off the board. He's shining in the last 2 Blackensee tournaments. This event brings out the best of him. It's going to be a game here where he's not going to be happy with the result. He's not going to be happy with his overall quality of play, but he'll still be in the tournament lead. So David, 6 rounds in, if this game is in fact drawn, he should be ecstatic. 4.5 out of 6. It's such a good performance. But do you think he'll also be disappointed? And it's the latest result that often impacts us the most.
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned it, Robert. Us chess players, we are perfectionists. We are our own harshest critics. And Anish, if he plays through this game with a computer, he'll realize, missed opportunity. I was winning straight from the opening and also had a chance just before move 40. So that will definitely be in the back of his mind. Fortunately, tomorrow isn't a rest day. So he'll get back straight into the action and won't have too much time to dwell on things. And okay, in the meantime, he's played an interesting move, Rook F5, trying to cut the Black King. Wow, are we writing this off too soon? He's asking questions.
He is, and King B6 is what we were talking about before. That would actually be a blunder if I'm looking at this position with fresh eyes. It's been a long round thus far. We are about 5 hours into it, but King B6 would be a game-losing blunder because of King F7 and Pawn E7, and the Black King is not actually close to the White Pawn. So Anish is doing this as best he can. He is creating a tricky scenario where I think the path to a draw, David, is here. It's King B6 is bad. White goes King F7. If you push the pawn, we have seen this before. The Black King is cut off and White wins the game. And wrapping around with King A5, it looks like it should still be a draw. But just to show how this goes, is in this position, if you promote, no longer is it winning because the Black King gets forward. It seems that you need a vital tempo That's the king f6.
Whoa.
Can you believe that? Like, you were just trying to block the rook, and that forces black to take. Otherwise, just to show everybody that I block with my rook, and then when you check me, I step to the side, I get a queen. And if you take on e7 rather than on e8, the white king is too close and runs on back.
Robert, even until 1 minute or 1 second, sorry, before you showed me, I was still confused. I was like, why is this winning for white? And king f6, such a classy move. And that's where you really have to spot the details. You have to force yourself to look for options, because 99 out of 100 players would promote, make a queen, rid black of his rook, but that's a draw. And yeah, we mentioned everything is hanging together by one tempo, but just having the white king is slightly closer, the e7 square instead of e8, and the race is entirely different, especially with the black king on the wrong side like this. So this would be easy to miss. Parham pushes his pawn instead. Ooh, was that one of the drawing moves? King b6 lost on the spot?
It is.
b4 holds.
Yeah, king b4 is still holding. I just want to point out one thing, because I flipped on the engine moves just to see why this is a draw. The only way to draw is not king a4, but king b4 to shoulder the white king before it gets back. So there are so many nuances here. I advise everybody to study your endgames. And that could be you playing around on a chess.com board or a physical board, whatever your preference is. But make the moves and then see where your mistakes were, and then try to analyze why that move was wrong. And you say, oh, the king is cut off. Okay, I understand that. But in this other variation, my king went all the way up the board. Why is that wrong? It could be because the white king gets back in time. So shouldering the king out, as you said, David, that's essential in many of these endgames.
Yeah, I'm going to make a note of that final position, though, that kind of difference with king f6 rather than e8 promotion, and then that king b4 move, because, I mean, I work with some very strong players on endgames, and even those types of positions, unless you have a bit of time, they're not obvious, not instinctive or intuitive at all. So, yeah, definitely one for the memory banks. And in the meantime, we did see the first show of emotion from Anish Giri. We saw him shake his head, now head in hands, and he's realizing it is a draw, but we need to figure out why. The black king is now guaranteed to be cut off, so black cannot give up the rook for the white pawn. Black has to hold the pawn at bay in some other fashion. And, okay, king f7, we were saying, was the most obvious follow-up for white right now. Black has burnt his bridges here, Parham Maghsoodloo. As we mentioned, the black king would be cut off if you gamble everything and race. So it must be stopping the white pawn with the king and rook combined, I think. King f7, rook e4, I say with minimal confidence.
But I think you're 100% correct. And I'm just going to make a few moves on the board here, because it's important. It's instructive to show, as Anish Giri, he's pondering about his next choice, that the black king is close to the pawn. So you play king d7, and if this pawn were not on the board on b4, rook d5 check would win the game for white, because once the king moves out the way and the rook slides back, next move, we promote and get a queen, you have to sacrifice. But the problem here is that the rook is caught between two options, and you can't stay put. If you go back to f5, the black king goes back to d7. And with the king and rook teaming up on the e7 pawn, you have to check it away. And if the rook instead had gone back on the d file, even at d3, we can bring our own king up the board at this stage. White does get the queen, black sacrifices, and the black king is way too fast along with his pawn.
Yeah, clearly superior version to the other position we showed. Black's king on the right side. This time, white's king miles and miles away from action, and black's king not cut off. So Parham finding the perfect way to save this. Again, it was narrow, hanging on by a thread. Even this king to d7, it's just about hanging on. It's a couple of only moves, but it's effective. White's rook cannot cut off the black king while helping promotion. And Anish, he's talking to himself now, shaking his head. Yeah, he's realizing this was a golden opportunity. If he doesn't win the tournament now, if it comes down to half a point, this was where it slipped. This is the first real kind of blot on his scorebook, the whole tournament. He's played perfectly up to this point, and just a lack of precision costing him.
He's upset. You can see it. I am selfishly curious what language he curses at himself in, because he speaks Dutch, Russian, English, probably some more thrown in there. He is a polyglot. But for Anish Giri, he's not happy. And for Parham Maghsoodloo, it's been excellent endgame technique. And there's one thing I want to add. As Anish Giri, he looks beside himself, really upset that he's thrown away some great winning chances, is that the evaluation bar to the left of the board here, it says TB on it. It's table based. You yourselves, when you're looking on chess.com/events, there's the engine, under the moves, but you can also click table based, and that will show you what moves hold on, or what, in some positions, what moves win and what moves lose. So here for white, every move, except for rook blunders, will draw the game. There are no winning options. But in some of those other positions that Dave and I were looking at, I was helped by the table base. It's a really useful tool for you all. Back in the day, you really had to struggle to find how to use the table base. Now it's right there on site. Please use it yourself. It will help you improve your endgame knowledge when games are in territory where there are fewer than 7 pieces on the board.
Yeah, I fully second your sentiments there, Robert. Such a useful tool. Back when we were learning chess, we had to put things down on a board, play it out, and that's also a good way to learn. But now you have this shortcut. You have the computer's helping hand, especially in these endgames, and it's such a good way to learn. Trial and error. Make the mistakes on a computer while you have this helping hand, rather than make the mistakes over a board, at the chessboard in a tournament game. So these top players now, they can figure it out, they can calculate, but they've spent countless hours on these rook end games, and that's why Parham has so confidently held this draw. Even with his back against the wall, he's not allowed Anish Giri to break through. And I think we'll see that whole variation play out relatively quickly once Anish makes a move. He still has 14 minutes on the clock, but ultimately nothing left to do here. It's a very narrow path, but it's quite an obvious path at this point, and a draw incoming.
And Anish Giri still hasn't moved, and there he moves his king to the last rank, king to f8, and that takes away some of those other fun lines, I should say, where the rook blocked the enemy rook to allow you to queen. But because the bridge hasn't burned, as you said, the b pawn is all the way up the board. The way to draw here for black is to bring the rook behind the pawn and then bring the king closer once the pawn pushes. That's the path that black has to go for, I think. And so Anish Giri, he's trying his last efforts, but it still is not enough.
Yeah, and you mentioned the table base. I'm now on chess.com. I'm playing through this game, and I click the table base tab, Robert, on chess.com/events, and it does say only 2 moves to draw. I'm surprised there's 2. I thought rook e4 was strictly the only way, but apparently rook to d8 check as well. But I wouldn't mess around with that one. That looks way too flashy. The black rook seems to be on the wrong side of the board after white simply retreats the king to f7. Looks like it's a target, if anything. So I think rook e4, by far the most logical move, and surely Parham will play it without too much thought. He's committed now. He's got to be consistent, put the rook behind the passed pawn.
I wasn't looking at table base at that moment, so I didn't see that rook d8 was available, but he goes rook e4, and that, I believe, forces the pawn to push, and then the black king goes d7. So everything we're talking about is about to happen. We are seeing Parham slide the king, and unfortunately for Anish, once he delivers the check and the black king steps away, that rook needs to stay put on d5, but it's under attack. And as soon as it releases control of the 5th rank, the black king steps forward. Or if it releases control of the d file, the black king will step back to d7. And that is the drawing mechanism.
Yeah, if only Anish's rook were on b5, for example, it could deflect the black rook by playing rook takes b4. But unfortunately, white's rook is stuck. It's in limbo. It doesn't really want to move, but it has to. And the threat of rook takes e7, rook takes pawn right now, is going to force Anish's hand. This one, I don't think we'll see him kind of put himself through the suffering much longer. Surely we'll race towards that result now. And Robert, it's been an early finish, assuming this game does end in a draw in the next few moves. A lot of action, though, on the boards, and we could have had even more decisive results than we did get blessed with in the end.
So right now, we have seen 3 games end for their respective winners. Gukesh beat Jordan van Foreest with black. Alireza Firouzja beat Wei Yi with white. And Maghsoodloo took down Alexander Donchenko also with the white pieces. So in this round, in the last couple, it seems like the players with the first move advantage are proving that it is an advantage after all. That was such a weird start, David. Black winning in all of these opening round games. You don't see that pretty much ever at such a high level.
Yeah, it's a rarity, but it is a bit of a modern trend that Black is doing okay. And I loved that book years ago. Was it Adoyan, Black is okay? Just basically stating that white is in Zugzwang. It's better to react. And that has been the case this tournament. In the meantime, Anish does create a monster threat, threatening to promote with a double check. Black will now most likely give up the rook, or can Black move the king? Bit of a decision here for Parham, but yeah, on that point, it could have been better for white this round. Anish could have wrapped up this one with a dream opening. But essentially, it feels like the players with the black pieces not coming under too much pressure in the early stages. And at this level, it's fine margins, tiny margins decide games. And if players emerge with equality with black, they're feeling very confident. Anish, this one, I think probably one of the best, biggest opening advantages we've seen throughout the tournament so far, throughout its 6 rounds, once we reached move 15 or so. But from there, he just couldn't convert.
And his compatriot, Jordan van Foreest, also seemed to have a great position out of the opening, but then things went wrong when he overlooked a tactical sequence towards his king. So for Anish, this is about to be a disappointing result. For Jordan, it was worse, but there's some good news for the Dutch fans. Max Vormerdam, he won his game. He's at an even score. It's a fantastic first showing in the highest section here in the Vikings Chess Festival. Yes, it is a festival. I keep saying it because it's true. And Anish Giri, he's ready to promote his pawn to a queen. It's not going to be winning, but the fans, they still are in the playing hall in De Moriaan in the Netherlands, in Vikings, because they love to watch these top players in action.
Okay, we're assuming a draw here, Robert. Prediction time. Will Anish Giri go on to retain his title? Will he win Vikings yet again?
Oh, you really are putting me on the spot. That is, his chances to win are great because he's in first place and he hasn't lost a single game. But as we saw a year ago, Nodirbek Abdusattorov seemed like he had things under control until the very last round when Jordan van Foreest had his say. So I'm, copping out of this one. I'm just going to say that any player in the field can beat anyone else, and that's what makes this so fun and makes it hard to predict. But the way Anish has been playing, I don't see why he can't repeat as winner. As hungry as Alireza Firouzja is, as well as some of the youngsters have played, he's in first place. He's a half point ahead of Alireza. Everyone else trails by at least a point. So inside track is Anish Giri's.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, partly because I don't see anyone putting on the type of kind of winning streak that might be required to overhaul Anish Giri. But this is the first moment of doubt. If you asked me before today's broadcast, I would have said Anish Giri, he's going to win the tournament. He's the man on fire. It's home territory. But yeah, just some indecision in the conversion stage of this one. A bit of a death stare there from Parham Maghsoodloo. Wondering why Anish is playing on. But today might be the first doubt for Anish Giri himself that he is going to coast towards another tournament victory. This black pawn too far advanced. It's going to cost white his rook now.
One last trick. If the king comes to e6, do not play pawn to b2 because the rook will come to b7 and scoop it up. So you have to bring your king in first. If you're Parham Maghsoodloo, it doesn't matter because Anish brought his rook back. Now it's super obvious. b2 will just lose the pawn. Don't do that. The black king should march forward and help escort the pawn to the other side.
Yeah, Parham again staring down Anish Giri. Love to see that face, but yeah, he does support his pawn with his king. Teamwork here. The king and pawn together have to march. You cannot go solo and push your pawn too far forward. And unfortunately, look at this white king. It cannot bypass. It can never cross over. It's just being shouldered away. So black's pawn will now push, and we won't even see that rook versus knight scenario that you highlighted a bit earlier, Robert. It's going to be the end of the game within the next 3 or 4 moves.
Leading the way with the pawn was smart by Parham Maghsoodloo. He never allowed the white king to cross, as you've been highlighting, and now it's just a couple moves away where black brings the king forward, the pawn promotes. But Anish really wants to somehow get his king in opposition with the enemy king and play rook versus knight. It's just not going to happen. And for Parham, he probably can even bring his king on over to a2. That might be the simple path. It doesn't matter. c2 or a2, but king b3, you no longer have to shoulder with your pawn. so far advanced.
Yeah, I would shoulder here with king to d3 just to keep the white king too far away. Just not allow it any closer to the pawn. You shall not pass. But yeah, as you mentioned, Robert, at this point, every path leads towards a draw. As long as the black king gets to c2 or a2 in time, this is over. And there we go, king to d3. And Anish resigned to the fact this is now a draw. He's going to give up the rook for the pawn. We will see king versus king. And the handshake any second now. There we go. It's a draw.
And in true chess player fashion, immediately they start analyzing and talking about what could have been. And for Anish Giri, it could have been a full point lead ahead of Alireza Firouzja, but the draw has been held from Parham Maghsoodloo. So I think it's credit to Parham. He hung in there long enough and didn't break, but he was on his back foot for the long part of this game. He did find a draw in the rook endgame.
Yeah, the leader against the tailender, but in the end it is a draw and potentially changing both of their momentums. Nice to see this camaraderie though. Nice to see the players discuss, analyze, and Giri there looking shocked, maybe realizing he did miss something. Big result though in the grand scheme of things. Essential for the chasing pack that Anish Giri was stopped. Looked unstoppable at some stage, but yeah, Robert, that does bring the end of the Masters section, at least today, and a fitting end as a really fighting result. The players smiling.
Yeah, Parham Maghsoodloo, he's smiling for the first time in a few days. The arbiter is saying, come on now, the Masters may be over with, but look at the challengers right there. Don't whisper, it will distract them. But for Parham Maghsoodloo, yeah, he is happy for the first time. And chess can do that to you. When you're losing, it feels like the worst thing in the world has happened. But for Parham Maghsoodloo, his losing has stopped. He drew this game against Anish. Maybe this will start him on a winning streak next.
Yeah, we will see whether the resurgence will occur from Maghsoodloo. But in the meantime, these were today's results. It was a draw between Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun and Vidit. Jordan van Foreest did fall to a third defeat in the tournament, third defeat with white against Gukesh. Nepomniachtchi, Praggnanandhaa fighting draw, as was this battle between Anish Giri and Parham Maghsoodloo. Alireza Firouzja struck with the white pieces to take down Wei Yi. Ding drew against Abdusattorov, and Max Varmadam took the final win, the final decisive game of the Masters section against Alexander Donchenko. And the standings, Robert, Anish out in front, but actually only half a point now ahead of Alireza Firouzja.
And that is exactly why this draw is going to hurt so much. If he had won the game, sure, there's more rating points in it, all that good stuff, but it would have had him a full point ahead of Alireza Firouzja. Now he's a full point ahead of Abdusattorov, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh. Max Varmadam has a plus score. Wow, I misspoke there. I thought that Max was at an even score. I didn't actually realize that he only suffered that opening round loss, a disaster of a game to Nepomniachtchi. And otherwise, Max has been in fantastic form. He's at 3.5 out of 6. He's near the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the first surprise package from the Netherlands, the first Dutch winner of the event. It's nice to see home advantage playing a part. Those fans that we see in the background really cheering on their local players. So Max Varmadam, one of the stars of today, one to watch for the future.
And the 3 Indian players, they were towards the top of the standings. The 3 Chinese players in the middle of the pack. World champion Ding Liren, he has 3 out of 6. Wei Yi dropped to 3 out of 6 with that loss to Alireza. And Zhu Wenjun, she's right behind them, 2.5 out of 6. A very good showing from her, beating Alireza Firouzja a day ago, drawing with Vidit Gujarati. All of these players still have time to leapfrog others and head towards the top of the standings.
And yeah, that leads us into tomorrow's pairings. What do we have in store? What have we got to look forward to tomorrow? And these 7 clashes, Robert, which ones call out to you? Which ones catch your eye?
Okay, there are many of them, starting with the first one, but I'll skip Vidit against Alireza for now. I'm going to circle one that maybe you wouldn't expect. Gukesh against Max Varmadam. Both of these players, they're on a high. They won today's game. They're at a plus score, each of them 3.5 out of 6. They're 1 point behind Anish Giri, and because Nodirbek has the white piece against Anish, if there's a winner between Gukesh and Max, if things continue to unravel and they get some help from others, they could end up tomorrow's round in a tie for first.
Yeah, and I'll single out Abdusattorov against leader Anish Giri. Abdusattorov unbeaten, but he was one of the players of the tournament last year, came so close, and if he can win with the white pieces, he will be catching up with Anish Giri. So many games, though, to look forward to, of course. 7 real fights between some fantastic players. And Robert, I've got to say, I've really enjoyed today. It's been nice being back in the commentary booth, and thank you for holding my hand, guiding me through it, my first commentary of 2024.
We missed you, and we're glad you're back, and I think the two of us have the call tomorrow as well, so we're going to have more fun with it. And I just wanted to say one more thing about the pairings, in that for Wei Yi against Liren tomorrow, that could be a really uncomfortable pairing. When you're compatriots and friends with someone, you've trained on chess, you've played on the Olympic teams with each other, that is not always a fun challenge. Playing against the world champion, sure, that's a great testament of your strength, but it's just uncomfortable when you are such good friends.
Yeah, fully agreed. It's never going to be easy. And just before we say goodbye, we do want to mention that the 2024 Collegiate Chess League spring season kicks off tomorrow, January 20th. Get ready for a change of pace from these Tata Steel classical games between Super GMs. Every Saturday, tune into exciting team chess matchups as the strongest players at university level compete for glory and seek to bring the CCL title to their school. It all starts tomorrow. Use !CCL in chat for everything you need to know. And Robert, thank you so much for joining me. As I mentioned, it's been a lot of fun. Only 3 decisive games in the Masters, but it felt like a lot more. I've learned a lot about European games. What are your takeaways from today's action?
Well, one of the takeaways, the table base is super helpful because I can click on that button and see what the best move is. But throughout this round, we had some huge fights. Players, they are continuing to strive for that full point. So, David, it's been a blast covering the action with you. Some players are going to be thrilled with today's round. Others are going to be quite disappointed. But the fans should all be gathering around, celebrating this chess festival because it continues to entertain us all.
Fully agreed. And on that note, we're saying goodbye. I've been David Howell. Thank you, Robert, for joining. And we'll see you same time, same place tomorrow, 2 p.m. CET.